Chapter 631. For Wan Feng to be the welcoming envoy, he definitely had a significant background in the Kunlun realm. He was definitely not some random nobody. Everyone understood this point. By relying on Wan Feng's hard work in the Kunlun realm, the Wan clan would definitely prosper in the future. There would be no harm in establishing a good relationship with them. On the other hand, if they offended the Wan clan and their geniuses went to the Kunlun realm, they would definitely be suppressed by the faction behind Wan Feng. There would be no benefits at all. Under the conical bamboo hat, Xiao Qin's expression appeared extremely calm. After receiving a favor, he made a promise. Since he had already agreed, there was no turning back. If he did not agree to a promise, then he would do his best. The two slowly left the crowd and went to a private room of the inn. Then they quietly waited for news, not saying anything. After a while, one of Feng Tianming's personal guards carefully pushed open the door and entered. Feng Tianming, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately stood up and asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" "The wedding will be held in the Wan clan's castle. It will start at noon," that person answered respectfully. Feng Tianming pushed open the window and looked up at the sky. Then he said, "There is still an hour before it starts. Let's go. We have to explain everything to everyone before the wedding." The Wan clan's residence was heavily guarded, with countless experts. If they tried to barge in, not only would they have to pay a high price, but they might even endanger Feng Feishua's life. Last night, they discussed all night and decided to explain everything clearly in front of all the guests in the world. Given Feng Tianming's status and the bride's father, his words are the most persuasive. No matter how shameless the Wan clan's people were, they would not go to the extent of making a move in front of everyone. The Wan clan's castle was vast and majestic. With one glance, it looked like a small city. It occupied a large area and was heavily guarded. This was the core of the Wan clan's headquarters. When the group arrived before the castle, they removed their conical bamboo hats and followed the invited guests to the castle's entrance. "Halt! Who are you? Do you have an invitation?" "Without an invitation, you are not allowed to enter," the guard said coldly as he blocked Feng Tianming's group without any expression on his face. Feng Tianming took out his identity medallion to prove his identity. He said angrily, "What do you mean? I am the bride's father. Why do I need an invitation to enter?" The guards in front of them had obviously received instructions from their superiors and had no intention of letting them pass. A group of guards quietly surrounded them, using the human wall to cover their figures so that the other guests did not know what was happening here. On top of the wall, the Wan clan's family head, Wan Baolu, Wan Feng, and Wan Shan, looked coldly at Feng Tianming and the others below. Behind them stood 8 martial monarchs with high cultivations. They were expressionless and had withdrawn their murderous intent. These 8 people were the Wan clan's famous 8 great guardian deities. When they worked together, they could easily kill a peak martial monarch. Wan Feng smiled gently and said, "Uncle, go and greet the guests. Cousin, go and receive the bride. Leave this place to me. With me here, I guarantee that they won't be able to enter." Wan Baolu tactfully rejected the other party's request and said with a smile, "You worry too much, honorable nephew. There's no need for honorable nephew to do anything about guarding the door. 8 great guardian deities, all of you guard this place. If they want to barge in, just show them what you're made of." Wan Feng glanced at the 8 great guardian deities behind him and did not say anything more. These 8 great guardian deities knew a combination technique. Even if they fought head-on, it would be difficult to deal with them. With these 8 people here, they would be able to keep Xiao Chun and the others at the door. At the very least, they would be able to last until the wedding was over. At that time, it would not matter whether the other party entered or not. The 3 chatted and laughed as they left, leaving only the 8 great guardian deities coldly staring at Xiao Chun and the others below. Xiao Chun raised his head and glanced at the castle, at Wan Feng and the others leaving. Then, he projected his voice to Feng Tianming and said, "We can't get through here. Don't waste your time here." Feng Tianming felt very sullen. His daughter was getting married, and he, the father-in-law, was blocked outside. not even able to enter. Scram. Is the Wan clan a place where you can behave atrociously? I don't care what your status is. Without an invitation, you cannot enter. The leader of the guards did not even bother to look at Feng Tianming, directly chasing him away. This was the headquarters of the great Jin nation's Wan clan. In this place, the Wan clan was the king. With the orders of the clan head, these guards did not care about the 6 martial monarchs before them. Even if Xiao Chun barged in, he did not fear the other party. It was just 6 martial monarchs. All 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches had arrived long ago. Furthermore, there were also the 8 great guardian deities who did not leave the headquarters for long periods of time. Unless a martial sage came, it would be impossible to knock on the door. After receiving Xiao Chen's instructions, Feng Tianming was infuriated. However, he endured it and did not flare up on the spot. Instead, he led the group away. The leader of the 8 great guardian deities, Tuobi Yun, smiled coldly and said, "At least you are tactful. I have not truly stretched my limbs for many years." Someone at the side smiled and said, "The person in the middle seems to be the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, the king true dragon ranked first on this true dragon ranking." Tuoba Yun said in disdain, "A king grade true dragon? Wait until he matures. Now, haha, if he dares to behave atrociously here, I do not mind teaching this little fellow a lesson." After Feng Tianming led the group far away, he could not help asking, "Xiao Chun, why did you call us out? The wedding is about to begin." After a moment of silence, Xiao Chun said, "The Wan clan's 8 great guardian deities are watching us from the top of the wall. They can't wait for us to make a move so that they can delay us here." When the group heard the name of the 8 great guardian deities, their expressions changed involuntarily. The 8 great guardian deities were very famous, and their methods were very sinister. The Wan clan's headquarters had been in closed-door cultivation for so many years, and the martial sages had not dared to do anything to them, all because of the ferocious reputation of the 8 great guardian deities. Even in the great Jin nation, where experts were as common as the clouds, the 8 great guardian deities were peak characters. When the 8 of them executed their joint martial techniques, they could even kill a peak martial monarch. What should we do? Could it be that we can only watch as they snatch Fei Shue away? Feng Tianming asked, feeling depressed. Xiao Chan said, "I have a 50% chance of dealing with the 8 great guardian deities. The more difficult one to deal with is that person called Wan Feng. However, that is not the main point for now. I'll go and see where else we can enter." The Wan clan's fortress occupied a vast area. Xiao Chun did not believe that any other place could maintain the same level of defense as the main gate. Xiao Chun circled around the airtight fortress from a distance. He meticulously observed the defensive strength of the fortress's outer perimeter. He discovered that although the walls were vast, there were guards at every certain distance. The guards were made up of 10 martial saints and 1 martial king. They were all very strong. As long as there was any movement anywhere, they would be able to respond with a single call. The entire group of guards would quickly assemble, not giving the enemy any opportunity to attack. I can only kill them by force. I can kill 7 of them in an instant. Leave the other 3 to Feng Tianming and the others. It should not be a problem. After a while, Xiao Chun had an idea. He called Feng Tianming and the others over to a wall at the back of the fortress. There are 11 guards. I will deal with 7 of them. As for the remaining 4, can each of you deal with 1? Xiao Chun pointed to a pair of guards patrolling the wall and said, "Furthermore, you have to do it within 1 breath of time. We cannot startle the people in other places or give them a chance to activate the alarms in their hands." Feng Tianming and the others were all martial monarchs. If they attacked suddenly, it would not be difficult to kill 4 people in an instant. On the other hand, Xiao Chun wanted to kill 7 people in 1 move. This worried Feng Tianming. He asked, "Xiao Chun, will you be fine?" "I'm fine. I'm very confident." Feng Tianming did not say anything more. He said, "If you're all fine, then let's make our move on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Show." 5 figures soared into the sky, each of them pouncing on their opponents. They gathered quintessence in their hands, and with a bang, the opponents of Feng Tianming and the others fell silently. The horrifying nature of quintessence was not something the essence of these martial saints and martial kings could withstand. Feng Tianming turned his head to look, wanting to understand Xiao Chen's situation. He wanted to see if he had made any mistakes so that he could salvage the situation. With Xiao Chen's strength, there was no need to doubt that he could deal with 7 martial saints. However, Feng Tianming was still worried about silently dealing with his opponents in an instant. However, the instant Feng Tianming turned his head, he did not manage to catch Xiao Chen's attack. He only saw 7 afterimages quickly merging together in the air. The many afterimages merged together. When Xiao Chen sheathed the lunar shadow saber in his hand, it gave off a dreamlike feeling. The 7 Wan clan guards behind him all had a faint scar on their necks, and they slowly fell to the ground without a sound. Put on their clothes. It should be easier to sneak in later, Feng Tianming said after thinking for a while. The group changed into the clothes of the guards. Xiao Chen used the purple flames to burn the corpses. After he destroyed the corpses, they jumped down together and officially entered this heavily guarded fortress. The moment they landed, they heard cheerful music. It sounded very festive. The place where the music came from must be where the wedding was taking place. Feng Tianming's face sank. Without saying anything, he quickly rushed over. Along the way, there were many bright red flower pots on both sides. With one glance, it looked very beautiful. There were many people coming and going in the fortress. It was clearly very busy. It looked like the Wan clan had put in a lot of effort for this wedding. Relying on the Wan clan guards' clothes, the group arrived safely at the place where the music came from. It was a huge plaza. The plaza was filled with neatly arranged wine tables. A rough count would give at least 1,000 tables. Those who could sit at these tables were all famous people of the great Jin nation. This was especially so for the ones at the front. All of them were honored guests of the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans. The entire place was filled with laughter. Amid the music, it was peaceful. The Wan clan's clan head, Wan Baolu, sat in the middle of the tall platform with a smile on his face. Occasionally, he toasted the people who came to congratulate him. Wan Feng sat beside Wan Baolu. He had a faint smile on his face. As Wan Feng looked at the people who came to congratulate him, there was a trace of mockery in his eyes. It seemed like he looked down on the people of the Sky Dome realm from the bottom of his heart. Old brother Wan, for your wedding this time, my Evil Moon Pavilion offers a 5,000-year-old heavenly mountain snow ginseng as a token of our sincerity. The Evil Moon Pavilion's vice pavilion master stood up and offered a brocade box. Wan Baolu smiled widely and said, "You are too polite. Anything will do." Chapter 632. This pair of moonlight-treasured lotuses will be my Wang clan's congratulatory gift, the Wang clan elder of the 8 noble clans said as he stood up. Following that, the 10 major sects and 8 major clans stood up one by one and presented their gifts, although they were not particularly valuable. The 8 noble clans and 10 great sects were willing to give face to his Wan clan. This was something no other faction could do. Wan Baolu felt very pleased. He knew that this was all thanks to Wan Feng. If Wan Feng had not been the welcoming envoy, he would have made a name for himself in the Kunlun realm. He estimated that even half of the people from the 10 great sects and 8 noble clans would have come. When the Haotian sect's Yu Chensi saw all this, her lips twitched. This Wan clan is really impressive. Isn't it just a welcoming envoy? Is there need to praise him like this? The Haotian sect elder at the side quickly said, "Chensi, speak softly. That Wan Feng is not as simple as you think. He broke through to martial monarch in the Kunlun realm. He is even stronger than us old fellows. His talent is also stronger than that of a regular genius with luck. However, these are not important. The main thing is that his master, the extreme old man, is one of the martial sages with the highest chance of becoming Emperor Wu in the past 100 years. The extreme sect behind him is even stronger than our Haotian sect. Don't offend him now. Otherwise, when he returns to the Kunlun realm, you will gain a terrifying enemy for no reason." When Yu Chensi heard this, She did not say anything more. Just at this moment, Wan Feng looked over with a strange expression as if he had heard the conversation between the two. Immediately, Yu Chenxi felt a huge pressure. She had just broken through to Martial Monarch 7 days ago. Her cultivation now rivaled that of several of the elders in her sect. However, under the pressure of Wan Feng's gaze, her aura could not resist much. Even the circulation of her quintessence became very difficult. When the elder at the side saw this, he quickly released his aura to bear this pressure. Wan Feng smiled disdainfully and withdrew his aura. He picked up his wine cup and slowly took a sip. He muttered to himself, "Someone who is not even in the top 3 of the lower realms dares to gossip about me." However, she did look pretty good. Xiaochen wondered if she was still a virgin. If she was, when he went to the Kunlun realm, he could use her as a cultivation cauldron for his senior brothers. Yu Chenxi felt a lingering fear in his heart. The other party's gaze contained an extremely cold aura. Coupled with the pressure of his aura, his entire body was bone-chilling, and he felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Are the geniuses of the Kunlun realm all this strong? A random inferior grade martial monarch actually makes me feel like I have no chance of victory. The Haotian sect elder at the side consoled. Don't underestimate yourself. He is only so strong because he went to the Kunlun realm a few years earlier than you. His accumulations are deeper than yours, and his talent is not much stronger than yours. As long as you work hard, you will catch up to him sooner or later. Yu Chenxi nodded and said, I wonder what kind of great realm the Kunlun realm is. Although the clash of auras between Wan Feng and Yu Chenxi was short and did not cause a large commotion, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, Gong Yangyu, Nangong Ziyue, and the others who were seated in front saw it clearly. The shock in their hearts was no less than Yu Chenxi's. From the end of the Five-Nation Youth Competition until now, these people had used their luck to break through to Martial Monarch. When they saw that the older generation experts of their sects were not as strong as them, they all felt proud and satisfied with their own strength. However, when they saw Wan Feng's strength, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Bai Qi muttered, "This fellow is already so terrifying even before he makes a move. If he makes a move, how horrifying will his strength be?" Gong Yangyu, who was not far away, thought even further. Wan Feng's talent was not the most outstanding in the Kunlun realm, yet he could easily suppress everyone. If that was the case, when they went to the Kunlun realm, the glory of the past geniuses would immediately vanish, like an unremarkable drop of rain falling into the vast ocean. Gong Yangyu clenched his fist tightly and said to himself, "However, even so, I still have to go to the Kunlun realm. I would rather be the tail of a phoenix than the head of a chicken. I will do my best to catch up in this great age." Old Brother Wan, isn't it time to invite the newcomers up? It has been so long already, someone at the table said to Wan Baolu with a smile. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the time. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "The auspicious hour is almost here. It is time to come out. Men, invite the 2 newcomers up." A group of pretty maids immediately appeared behind them. Amidst the ceremonial music, they brought in Wan Feng, who was dressed in long red robes, and Feng Feishue, who was wearing a red veil. Feng Feishue's footsteps were very unnatural, like she was under some kind of restriction. However, with the support of the maidservants, she still walked forward step by step. With the appearance of the 2 newcomers, the atmosphere of the place immediately reached a climax. All sorts of praises for them, like they were a perfect match made in heaven and earth. Wan Baolo's face flushed red, feeling very carefree in his heart. Marrying Feng Feishue would be equivalent to obtaining half of the Feng clan's assets. As long as Feng Tianming died, Wan Shan would be able to become the Feng clan's son-in-law and take over the entire Feng clan's business. Wan Baolu raised his head and looked at the sky. Then he stood up and smiled. "The auspicious hour is here. After bowing to heaven and earth, the Feng clan's young miss will officially enter my Wan clan." The noise at the scene gradually quieted down. Everyone's eyes were focused on the 2 newlyweds. After 3 bows, they would be officially married. Suddenly, An extremely abrupt voice rang out in the quiet place. You still cannot bow to heaven and earth. The plaza immediately turned even quieter. Tens of thousands of people turned their heads to look at the same time. Unexpectedly, someone dared to interrupt the Wan clan's wedding at this moment. This person was truly reckless. Xiao Chun and the others removed their Wan clan guard uniforms and walked through the empty space between the tables. They looked at Wan Baolu and the others without any fear. It's him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Why is he here? Is this fellow seeking death? The Wan clan has many experts. Even if he is a king-grade true dragon genius, he has not truly matured yet. He cannot possibly deal with the Wan clan. That's not right. The person beside him seems to be the Feng clan's clan head, Feng Tianming. What are these people doing here? Strange. Father-in-law's face looks frighteningly pale. What's going on? When the six saw Feng Tianming's figure, they all felt that the situation was strange. Something might have happened to this wedding. This group of fellows still managed to rush over, Wan Shan said with a sullen expression as he clenched his right fist. Are the 8 great guardian deities trash? The crafty Wan Baolu was much calmer. He waved his hand and said softly, Don't get anxious. They might have come from somewhere else. However, it does not matter whether they came or not. The result cannot be changed. After saying that, Wan Feng waved his hand again, signaling one of his subordinates to call the 8 great guardian deities back. Wan Feng's expression did not change. He stared at Xiao Chun and revealed a faint smile on his handsome face. Wan Feng muttered to himself, a king-grade true dragon genius. This is an opportunity. Among the same generation, a king-grade true dragon genius absolutely could not be defeated. Once defeated, he would immediately become an ordinary true dragon genius, as the path of a king did not permit failure. If I can defeat him here, when his luck in the Sky Dome realm is at its most horrifying, I might be able to steal some of his luck. Thinking of this, Wan Feng's eyes lit up. An intense intent to plunder appeared in his sullen eyes. The one with the surname Wan, are you not even letting me in for my daughter's wedding? Feng Tianming stepped forward and immediately shouted angrily at Wan Baolu. He had been suppressing the rage in his heart for too long. Now that it erupted, he did not show any courtesy to Wan Baolu. The moment Feng Tianming said that, the guests burst into an uproar. What was going on with this wedding? Even the father-in-law was not allowed to enter. Wan Baolu smiled calmly and said, How can that be? There must be some misunderstanding. Someone, prepare a seat of honor for the in-laws. Feng Tianming shouted coldly, Wan Baolu, don't play this game with me. My daughter never agreed to marry your son. For years ago, the 2 clans only discussed the matter. You took advantage of me, leaving the Feng clan to kidnap my daughter. I do not blame you today. However, don't stop me from taking Fei Xue away. That can't be. The Wan clan is actually forcefully snatching someone else's daughter. That is too despicable. No wonder this wedding felt strange from the start. I did not see a single member of the bride's family. The expressions of the crowd as they looked at Wan Baolu immediately changed. They had not expected such a thing to happen. Wan Baolu's expression did not change. He smiled gently and said, Why do you say that? My Wan clan has already given you the betrothal gifts. Your big brother has also signed for them on your behalf. There is proof here. With a flip of his hand, Wan Baolu took out a stack of betrothal gifts. Feng Tianhua's signature and handprint were on them. They were genuine. After Wan Baolu showed the betrothal gifts to the guests, he suddenly stood up. Unperturbed, he enunciated every word clearly. Brother Feng, if you want to be friendly, sit down and drink the wedding wine. In the future, our clans will be in-laws. If you want to break off the engagement and slap my Wan clan's face in front of everyone, you can forget about leaving this Wan clan today. Don't even think of leaving the Wan clan castle today. My Wan clan isn't a place that anyone can fool. Right after Wan Baolu spoke, the 36 martial monarchs of the Wan clan's branches suddenly stood up. A strong killing intent surged towards Feng Tianming's group of 3. The combined killing chi of the 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs was incredibly horrifying. Combined with Wan Bao's sinister words, their auras immediately suppressed Feng Tianming. Feng Tianming immediately felt the pressure on him increase. He could not say many things he wanted to say. The sudden change in the situation confused the surrounding guests. They did not know what was going on. Wan Baolu looked coldly at Feng Tianming, revealing deep disdain in his eyes. You want to play with me? Why don't you look at where you are? After waking Zhang Heng, who was on his shoulder, up, Xiao Chun casually tossed him aside and placed the scabbard on his back. Then, he said calmly, "Tell me everything you know in detail." Zhang Heng had seen Xiao Chen's methods before, so he did not dare to disobey. He said in a trembling voice, "The Wan clan bribed Feng Tianhua long ago. The Wan clan promised to help him obtain the position of clan head, which is why he signed." Chapter 633. Pooh. Just as Zhang Heng spoke, Wan Baolu suddenly made his move. A dim light shot out and pierced through Zhang Heng's head. Where did this dog come from? To think that he dares to slander my Wan clan. How reckless. Xiao Chun could have stopped this earlier attack. However, he did not do so, as there was no need to do so. After all, everything before him was just a situation. Xiao Chun had never been so naive as to rely on evidence to resolve a problem in someone else's territory. Wan Baolu stood upright with his hands behind his back. After killing Zhang Heng, he looked coldly at Xiao Chun and said, "Let me give you a piece of advice. White-robed bladesman Xiao Chun, there are some muddy waters in this world that you cannot meddle in. The marriage of my Wan clan and Feng clan is not for you to interfere." Just as Feng Tianming was about to say something, Xiao Chun stopped him. He said calmly to Wan Baolu, "Whether it is for me to interfere or not is not up to you. As for the truth, you just have to get the bride to speak, and the truth will be revealed." Everyone reacted. That's right. What exactly is going on? Just get the person involved to speak, and everything will be clear. The red-robed Wan Shan said sternly, "Fei Xue is not feeling well. It is not convenient for her to speak. What does it have to do with you whether she speaks or not?" As Xiao Chun spoke, the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs focused on him. They wanted to use their killing intent to force Xiao Chun back. Before a strong aura, people would unconsciously lose some of their confidence, messing up their plans. This was what happened to Feng Tianming earlier. Now, this group of people had the chance to use the same trick again. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. Unexpectedly, they dare to play with killing intent with me. Interesting. A faint red light flickered in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes. The peak state of massacre instantly surged out. A vast, ocean-like killing intent surged out like a flood. In that instant, it drowned out the killing intent of the 36 martial monarchs. Then, it continued forward without stopping. The strong killing intent stunned the 36 martial monarchs. They could not help but take a step back. Xiao Chun single-handedly forced back the killing intent of 36 martial monarchs. Such a shocking scene caused many people to take a deep breath. Xiao Chun's strength was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "I'm feeling unwell. I'm afraid you guys have cast a restriction on me, so I can't open my mouth or circulate my energy. If I can make her open her mouth, I'll immediately turn around and leave. 10,000 Treasure Tower, do you dare?" Xiao Chen's voice was calm and indifferent, neither servile nor overbearing. He looked at Wan Baolu, who was like a king in Wan Clan City, and directly asked. Now that things have come to this, everyone present felt that there was definitely something fishy about this matter. Also, the Wan clan shouldn't be in the wrong. If not for his guilty conscience, he would not have killed Zhang Heng, nor would he have kept the bride in silence. However, this was the headquarters of the Wan clan. There were many experts here. Even if he was in the wrong, it would be very difficult for this Xiao Chun to bring the bride away. Almost impossible. Wan Baolu felt frustrated. He shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? This is the territory of my Wan clan. We do not welcome you here. Scram immediately." "You don't dare? In that case, I'll come and ask her personally." Xiao Chun carried the black wooden box on his back and held the lunar shadow saber in his left hand. He wore white robes and gently pushed off the ground. A resonant dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body. He stood on a blue dragon image and quickly flew towards Feng Feishui. Wan Baolu was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be so bold, daring to make a move in the Wan clan's territory in front of everyone. You overestimate yourself. Block him. Don't let him get close to Feng Feishui. Wan Baolu shouted angrily as he smacked the table heavily. Xiao! 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 Instantly, the 36 martial monarchs leaped up and unleashed their strong auras. As their quintessence surged, heaven and earth trembled. They all executed their best moves, giving off a resplendent light as they charged at Xiao Chen. Even though there were no superior grade martial monarchs among the 36 martial monarchs, their aura was still very horrifying. Quintessence gathered and tore pitch-black tears in space. Everyone outside sucked in a deep breath. The Wan clan was too ruthless. They immediately mobilized 36 martial monarchs. It seemed like they wanted to suppress Xiao Chen. First martial uncle, please make a move and stop them. Xiao Chen will die, Yu Chenxi said to the Hao Ian sect elder beside him. That old man muttered, if I make a move, it will be useless. You should not make a move, either. No martial monarch would be able to withstand the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Yu Chenxi said anxiously, then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Xiao Chen die? He agreed to join my Hao Ian sect. It's fine. I already sent a message to old Feng. As long as a martial sage does not make a move, he will not be able to do anything to the Wan clan. The old man said indifferently, as for now, let's just play it by ear. If Xiao Chen dies like this, he will not be worth the Hao Ian sect nurturing. As the old man spoke, the situation in the air changed. A Taiji Yinyang flame diagram appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Yinyang, the 4 divisions, and the 8 trigrams appeared on the surface. The Taiji Yinyang flame diagram lit up, and all the attacks were reflected at an even faster speed. Pooh! Pooh! Waves of air surged, and light overflowed in all directions. Blurry traces were refracted in space, and miserable shrieks resounded in succession. When the light scattered and the shock waves calmed, Xiao Chen, dressed in white and carrying a wooden box on his back, remained unharmed. The 36 martial monarchs who soared into the air were all caught off guard by their own killing moves. All of them were caught off guard by their own killer moves, groaning in pain as they fell down. Such a scene shocked everyone. In merely one breath of time, the 36 martial monarchs with surging auras were beaten into such a sorry state that Hao Hian's sect elder gaped and exclaimed in shock, how can this be? He really blocked the attacks of 36 martial monarchs. Wan Baolu said in a flustered and exasperated manner, bunch of trash. Get up and kill him. Xiao. When the 36 martial monarchs on the ground heard Wan Baolu's angry shout, they did not have time to adjust their chaotic auras. They got up and charged at Xiao Chen again. The Taiji Yinyang flame diagram had suffered such a huge attack. Xiao Chen had exhausted too much of his mental energy, and he could not continue using it. Xiao Chen flicked his sleeves, and the 2 clumps of yin and yang flames on the Taiji Yinyang flame diagram turned into 2 beams of light and returned his eyes. After doing all this, the 3 martial monarchs at the front charged over again. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and smiled coldly to himself. These people are too arrogant. They are severely injured, yet they do not adjust their energy properly. Instead, they dare to continue attacking. Do they really think that they can take me down in 2 or 3 moves? Clouds move in all directions. Wind and lightning gather. As the winds blew and clouds churned, thunder roared. Xiao Chen drew his saber and gathered his dense quintessence on his saber. He executed the starting stance of the lightning tribulation saber technique. Kassier, Kassier. The combined momentum of the 3 martial monarchs was instantly destroyed. The clash of states, auras, and saber intents could not withstand a single strike. They all vomited a mouthful of blood and fell back. The injuries in their bodies had not completely stabilized in the first place. Now that they were even more injured, they could not get up and temporarily lost their combat prowess. Taking advantage of the time the three martial monarchs delayed, the remaining 30-odd martial monarchs formed a new encirclement and launched an unending barrage of attacks. Roar! Roar! The dragon roar in Xiao Qian's body resounded endlessly. He stood on a blue dragon image and flashed through the crowd. Using his advantage in speed, he dodged the combined attacks of these people. Bang! 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 The Wan clan's advantage in numbers was nothing before Xiao Qian's speed. The encirclement was full of openings. Light danced around, and surging shock waves swept through the place. Occasionally, Xiao Qian knocked someone back with his saber. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The shock waves of a battle between martial monarchs were extremely horrifying. Saber chi, sword chi, and fist winds immediately riddled the peaceful plaza with holes, leaving the place in tatters. The honored guests from all over the great Jin nation had already gathered and watched from afar. They were afraid of getting caught in the crossfire. Most of them were not even martial monarchs. When the other geniuses on the True Dragon ranking saw this scene, they were all stunned. In less than half a year, the white-robed bladesman in the air fought 36 martial monarchs without being at a disadvantage. Instead, the more he fought, the more valiant he became. His aura flourished. As wind and thunder roared, Xiao Qian used the lightning tribulation saber technique to beat up these Wan clan martial monarchs, who were normally insufferably arrogant, until they could only passively defend. Bai Qi's right hand, which held his saber, could not help but tremble slightly. As a bladesman himself, he could feel more clearly than anyone else how horrifying Xiao Qian's current strength was. Fight! 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 Xiao Qian felt extremely delighted. Dressed in white, he stood on a blue dragon image and soared up and down. Electricity leaped around the saber and flickered endlessly. The lightning tribulation saber technique was executed to its heart's content. Many figures shot out and landed at Wan Baolo's feet, crying out in pain. Wan Baolo's complexion turned ashen as he watched all this. How many years had it been since his Wan clan suffered such a huge blow? Furthermore, this happened in the Wan clan's fortress. Earthly lightning chop. The might of wind and thunder finally reached its peak. Xiao Qian turned into the heavenly Tao and sent down the first lightning tribulation in the boundless dark clouds. Boom! The malevolent lightning turned into electric light and surged out. 7 or 8 martial monarchs in the air were immediately blasted away. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Another even more horrifying lightning tribulation descended. After the lights scattered, there were less than 10 martial monarchs still standing in the air. Divine lightning tribulation. The sky changed color. It seemed like thunder roared in the sky, 3 kilometers high. The rage of a deity and the vast heavenly might spread out. Run! The remaining martial monarchs were so frightened that they paled. They completely lost their will to fight. When they faced the final strike of the lightning tribulation saber technique, they fled in all directions. Xiao! The electric light split into 7, looking like 7 flood dragons bearing fangs and claws. They immediately caught up to the 7 fleeing martial monarchs, and 7 loud sounds rang out. The 7 fleeing martial monarchs were even more severely injured. Their clothes were tattered, and their skin was charred black. The saber chi invaded their bodies and damaged their internal organs. It was a tragic sight. When all the light vanished, the world regained its calm. Only Xiao Qian remained in the air. The entire plaza fell silent. Xiao Qian dealt with 36 peak inferior grade martial monarchs with just 1 lightning tribulation saber technique. These martial monarchs could not retaliate at all. They were in a passive position, unable to even launch a decent counterattack. If not for the spatial tears in the sky that had not mended yet, this would have been the result of a battle between martial monarchs. No one believed that Xiao Qian really defeated 36 inferior grade martial monarchs. Chapter 634. Martial monarchs were monarchs among martial cultivators. Even an inferior grade martial monarch would be considered a peak expert anywhere in the Tianwu continent. However, to Xiao Qian, Xiao Chun had defeated him like he was chopping vegetables. The rumors are indeed true. A king-grade, true dragon genius is unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. To them, challenging those of higher cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking. Xiao Chun cannot use the standards of ordinary people to judge these people. This insignificant sky dome realm will not be able to hide this true dragon. The people below discussed as they looked at Xiao Chun, their gazes filled with astonishment. Favored by luck, King Grey True Dragon, all sorts of glory. Regardless of whether one was willing or not, the current Xiao Chun had already risen in the Sky Dome realm. He had left the people of the same generation far behind. In this Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun stood out like a crane among chickens. Only the Kunlun realm was Xiao Chun's true stage. Only there could he meet geniuses equal to him, even geniuses that surpassed him. Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground. He carried the black wooden box on his back and continued walking towards Feng Fei Xue without stopping. Where did this little bastard come from? How dare he cause trouble in the Wan clan's palace? Have you asked for our 8 great guardian deities' permission? A shout came from behind. 8 beams of light quickly flew towards the center of the plaza. A strong aura spread out, kicking up 8 strong tornadoes. Wan Baolo's face lit up in joy. He shouted coldly, "With the 8 great guardian deities working together, you can even defeat a peak martial monarch. Let's see what other capabilities you have." The 8 great guardian deities are here. Startled cries came from the crowd in the plaza. The 8 great guardian deities were famous. Each of them was a superior grade martial monarch. Although they were not peak martial monarchs, the 8 of them knew a set of joint attacks. With their combined strength, they could severely injure a peak martial monarch. In the past few years, they had been guarding the Wan clan's palace. Their names struck fear in the hearts of all the thieves and bandits, preventing them from being impudent in the Wan clan. The vast wealth that the Wan clan had accumulated was not something that anyone dared to touch unless a martial sage appeared. This was all thanks to the 8 great guardian deities. Xiao. The 8 beams of light were as fast as lightning. They spread out and formed a simple encirclement around Xiao Chun. Their ferocious auras merged together and pressed down on Xiao Chun. Tuoba Yun, help me teach this brat a lesson. Let him know the consequences of causing trouble in the Wan clan, Wan Baolu said rudely with a sullen expression. Tuoba Yun revealed a ferocious smile. He said in a deep voice, "I will listen to clan head's orders. In that case, I will give this little bastard an unforgettable lesson today." 8 great guardian deities attack. Chi. The 8 flipped their palms at the same time, and an incredibly sharp weapon appeared in each of their hands. Then, they charged at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. Xiao Chun Emperor's S's Dao. Spirit Chen's SS. Emperor's Spirit. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. He grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly, and saber lights danced around, blocking the 4 attacks in front of him. The 8 martial emperors worked very well together. Just as Xiao Chun blocked the attacks of the 3 in front, a sword light flew at him from his left and right. The sword light was bone-chilling, heading for a fatal acupoint on the side of Xiao Chen's head. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from behind him. Without needing to turn his head, Xiao Chun could see it with his spiritual sense. It was a martial monarch using a thick saber. As he hacked down, purple electricity leaped around his saber. The state he comprehended was the same as Xiao Chen's, a peak lightning-attributed state. Xiao Chen's path of retreat was sealed, and the 3 martial monarchs in front had regrouped and were waiting for him to charge over. There was also the elusive Tuoba Yun, who was hiding somewhere. He watched Xiao Chun coldly like a venomous snake. When the 8 great guardian deities attacked, they forced Xiao Chun into a dead end. If he was not careful, he would fall immediately. The other cultivators in the plaza all felt their hearts leap to their throats. There had long been rumors that the 8 great guardian deities could defeat a peak martial monarch, a half-sage powerhouse, when they worked together. In the past, some people did not believe it. However, now that they saw the 8 of them attacking, No one dared to doubt it. These 8 people worked together perfectly. Furthermore, they were all pretty strong. Their cultivation techniques, martial techniques, and combat experience were not lacking. Roaming dragons, 9 transformations. Xiao Chun shouted, and his figure split into 9. 3 of them flew forward, and 2 of them attacked from the left and right, holding the lunar shadow saber. One of the figures turned around and clashed with the storm-like saber strike behind him. The remaining 4 figures soared into the air, standing on azure dragons. Dragon roars resounded. The 4 clones made it hard to tell which one was the real one. In the time it took for a spark to fly, 9 figures suddenly appeared and attacked from all directions. In an instant, that terrifying crisis was resolved. Insignificant tricks, and you dare to embarrass yourself? A cold shout resounded in the air. Tuoba Yun, who had been waiting patiently, suddenly made his move. It was unknown where he came from, but he held a short sword with a flowing light in his hand. He stabbed at Xiao Chen's true body. Unexpectedly, he found Xiao Chen's true body in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The other 8 great guardian deities also used their various means to destroy the 5 afterimages below them in the blink of an eye. The 7 stout men trusted Tuoba Yin very much. When they saw him attack one of the clones, the weapons in their hands gleamed with sharp lights. They soared into the air and did not hesitate to charge over decisively. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. When Xiao Chun saw the situation, he did not panic at all. He merged the 4 clones together and turned into an ancient blue dragon. As the dragon tail swayed, it kicked up a strong wind. Xiao Chen's body arced through the air at lightning speed. He was so fast that a spatial tear appeared in space, allowing him to dodge Tuoba Yun's attack. Xiao Chun arrived before the last person of the 8 great guardian deities. He instantly unleashed the peak state of massacre hidden in his eyes and merged it with the immortal state of thunder. Purple and red lights flickered strangely on the saber's edge. The sudden appearance of the state of massacre caused the last stout man's heart to tremble for some reason. This person had experienced hundreds of battles and was also a ruthless person. The number of people he had killed was no less than Xiao Chen's. After being distracted for a moment, he recovered his wits. However, in a fight between experts, a single mistake in one breath could instantly determine the victor. 4 Seasons Saber Technique, Spring Saber, Thunder Shaking the World. Xiao Chun used his quintessence to drive the 4 Seasons Saber Technique. Using the power of the cycle of seasons, heaven and earth trembled as Xiao Chun hacked down with his saber. The aura on the saber was boundlessly majestic. The 4 seasons cycled, and spring thunderboomed. Everything in the world came to life. All sorts of birds, beasts, and bugs chirped continuously. 8th brother, be careful. Tuoba Yin cried out when he saw this scene. He had not expected Xiao Chun to be so crafty. With one glance, Xiao Chun saw the weakest person among them. When he found an opportunity, he decisively executed a killing move. The face of the 8th stout man sank. At this critical moment, he did not panic. He sheathed his weapon at his waist and pushed his hands toward the sky. A dazzling golden lotus platform formed above his head. He infused his quintessence into it, trying to block Xiao Chen's saber strike. Clang! When the saber struck the golden lotus platform, it gave off an intense metallic clang. Boundless shock waves surged out, forming ripples that layered over each other, turning everything blurry. The saber's hum suddenly rang out. Xiao Chun infused his 60% comprehended saber intent into the saber, instantly increasing the might of this saber strike by 30%. Kassier! Kassier! Cracks appeared on the golden lotus platform. It looked like it would shatter at any moment. Tuoba Yun said sullenly, 8 great guardian deities, execute your combined attack. Shield! Xiao! Xiao! Figures flashed, and the remaining 7 lined up behind the 8th stout man. They sheathed their weapons at their waists and pressed their palms together in that instant. Rings of 5-colored light spread out from the 8 people. The 8 great guardian deities used a mysterious method to perfectly link everyone's aura together. Bang! The Lotus platform shattered, and the four-season saber technique Spring Saber descended on the eighth stout man. When the surging energy struck the rings of light, it immediately scattered. At this moment, the energy contained in the Spring Thunderchop was evenly distributed among the 8 people. Its might immediately decreased significantly. Blood leaked out of the corner of the eighth stout man's lips. However, he did not show much pain on his face. Instead, he revealed an extremely ferocious expression. Retreat. Originally, Xiao Chun had intended to use lightning-quick means to severely injure the weakest person first. Who knew? The other party's combined attack could be used defensively, splitting the might of the Spring Thunderchop. Xiao Chen's surprise attack failed, and he lost the initiative. The blue dragon under him roared ferociously, and Xiao Chen quickly flew backward. As the blue dragon moved, he retreated 500 meters in the blink of an eye. You think you can retreat? The 8 overlapping figures quickly switched positions, rearranging their positions according to their strength. Tuoba Yun appeared at the very front, and the other 7 lined up behind him. Tuoba Yun shouted, and a tiny flame spear appeared in front of him, flickering with a faint light. Pa! 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 The 8 great guardian deities placed their right palms on the back of the person in front, sending out their quintessence. Tuoba Yun, who was at the very front, received the power of 7 people. His aura soared, and the flame spear crackled as it burned. The fierce flames lit up the surroundings, and the temperature of the entire place soared. Combined attack, blazing flame spear. Attack. The flame spear pierced through space with a shio sound. In an instant, it appeared before Xiao Chun, sending out surging heat waves. A vast expanse of pitch-black emptiness formed in the air. It was as if the void itself was being burned away. When the people below saw this scene, they were frightened pale. If it were an ordinary person before this flame, they would have melted under the high temperature. They would not be able to resist it at all. Xiao Chen's face sank. The energy that the flame spear carried made his heart palpitate. The combined attack of these 8 people seemed to be quite extraordinary. Xiao! 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 In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun took 7 steps back in the air. With each step, he left behind an afterimage. Soon, he left behind 7 identical afterimages, maintaining the same posture as when he drew his saber. This was the Thunder Shadow Chop, the martial technique that Xiao Chun comprehended himself. He did not dare to underestimate this flame spear. He circulated all 99 drops of quintessence in his dantian. Bang! The 7 afterimages merged in that instant, separating and merging. This happened in less than a breath of time. The people below could not react in time. Chapter 635. Xiao Chen's saber chopped down on the blazing spear. There was a loud bang, and a surging heat wave spread out. A huge force exploded out, and Xiao Chun moved back 100 meters. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The peak attacks of the 7 afterimages overlapped. Unexpectedly, the force that erupted out was slightly weaker. Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and said, "Ignorant! You dare to clash head-on with our 8-division Heaven Dragon combination technique? White Robe Bladesman, today is the day you die." Tuoba Yun laughed loudly and waved his right hand. The horrifying blazing spear's might did not diminish as it continued flying at Xiao Chun. 4-season saber technique, great summer, burning to desolation. The blazing spear pierced through space, moving even faster than lightning. With no way to retreat, Xiao Chun decisively made his move, executing the most tyrannical move of the 4-season saber technique. The blazing sun hung high in the sky on a hot summer day. When Xiao Chun swung his saber, it was like the sun was descending from the 9 heavens, wanting to burn everything to desolation. Bang! Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chun did not choose to just defend. Instead, he continued to use force to break through. An even louder sound came from the sky as boundless flames spread out like fairies, turning into tiny arrows that shot out in all directions. Countless black dots appeared in the paper-like sky from the clash between burning to desolation and the blazing spear. Every black dot was a tiny spatial tear. However, due to the vastness of the sky, they looked as insignificant as black dots. When the fire wave scattered, blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's lips again. However, there were no wounds on his body at all. Xiao Chen's limbs and bones were intact. As he stood in the air, his aura did not diminish. Doubt appeared in Tuoba Yun's eyes. He muttered, "That should not be the case. I know how strong his physical body is. However, the shock wave of this blazing spear should be able to tear a peak martial monarch into pieces." "Big brother, that brat seems to have a high-ranked defensive artifact on him," a person behind him said quickly. Tuoba Yun looked carefully and discovered a faint blue light slowly fading from Xiao Chen's clear wind robes. Greed flashed his eyes as he smiled maniacally. "It is indeed a superior-grade defensive secret treasure. This is a good item. Even the Wan clan only has a few superior-grade secret treasures. Brothers, disperse first. Later, we'll launch a few more joint attacks and kill him directly through the artifact. This high-rank inner vest will be ours." Hoo-hoo! The 8 figures quickly separated and turned into 8 beams of light. With a wave of their hands, the weapons at their waists appeared in their hands once more. Then, they charged at Xiao Chen. Clang, clang, clang. A thrilling and intense battle once again unfolded in midair. The 8 of them cooperated with tacit understanding, suppressing Xiao Chen on the battlefield. The barrage of attacks continued without end. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his mind was not in a mess. He did not intend to use his full strength. The 8 great guardian deities were not Xiao Chen's true enemies. Wan Feng, who was watching him from below, was the true opponent. Although the killing intent in Wan Feng's eyes was very well hidden, it did not escape Xiao Chen's notice. There is no such thing as perfect cooperation in the world. There will definitely be openings. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen hid some of his trump cards. Under the barrage of attacks, he brandished his saber lights and dealt with them calmly. Xiao, the elusive Tuoba Yin, suddenly appeared. Taking advantage of the moment Xiao Chen retreated, he thrust his short sword towards his heart. Xiao Chen had expected this long ago. He lowered his saber, and his saber intent, combined with the state of massacre and state of thunder, chopped down. Boom! Tuoba Yin was knocked back. In this one-on-one clash, he was knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen easily repelled Tuoba Yun's several sneak attacks. Shock flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes as he said, "Form the formation. 8-division Heaven Dragon combined technique." Xiao. The 7 gave up on attacking and returned to Tuoba Yun's back. Then, they sent out rings of 5-colored light and merged their auras. Combined technique. Blazing spear. Kill. Bang. Bang. Xiao Chen first used the Thunder Shadow Chop to dissipate half of the spear's energy. Then, he executed burning to desolation, shattering the spear. The shock wave pierced through Xiao Chen's protective quintessence, penetrated his superior-grade inner vest, and struck his internal organs. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth again. He blocked it again. Xiao Chen blocked the combined technique that can severely injure a peak martial monarch to the point of death again. The tens of thousands of guests in the plaza were all shocked. The 8 great guardian deities had used this combined technique to kill many peak martial monarchs. However, Xiao Chen blocked it twice today. Not only did he not get torn to shreds, but he did not even show any signs of severe injuries. Wan Baolu was somewhat shocked as well. However, he did not panic. He smiled faintly and said, "The 8 great guardian deities have never failed before. This time they will not. What white-robe blades man? To think that he dares to behave atrociously in my Wan clan." Tuoba Yun's expression turned sullen. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to be so difficult to deal with. He said angrily, "Scatter. Let's do it a few more times. I don't believe that this brat can continue." Seeing the 8 scatter again, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The body was a vessel, and the quintessence was the liquid in the vessel. When the vessel suddenly had to endure several times the usual amount of liquid, it would definitely be under immense pressure. After enduring such immense pressure, the physical body would definitely suffer some damage and need to recuperate. Tuoba Yun was such a vessel. Suddenly enduring 8 times the usual amount of quintessence, his physical body would definitely be injured. Otherwise, Tuoba Yun would not have immediately stopped after executing the combined technique. It would have been better to continue attacking. Xiao Chan thought back to earlier. When the 8 surrounded him, Tuoba Yun always hid at the back and attacked. He was probably making use of this time to recover his physical body. Xiao Chan suddenly understood. He smiled and said, "So that's how it is. In that case, you will not have a third chance." Right now, Tuoba Yun was at his weakest. This was the best time to make a move. Earlier, Xiao Chun thought that Tuoba Yun was the strongest. Hence, he looked for the others to break through and destroy them one by one. This was fundamentally the wrong direction. Understanding this, Xiao Chun pushed off the air and charged at Tuoba Yun, who was hiding at the back. Seeing Xiao Chan dodge the others' attacks and charge at him, fear flashed in Tuoba Yun's eyes. He said, "Stop him. Later, we will burn our quintessence and execute the combined technique. He will definitely die." Clearly, the other 7 knew Tuoba Yun's current state. They all stepped forward, releasing lights of various colors as they executed their best moves. Xiao Chun dodged all the attacks. If he could not dodge, he used his superior grade inner vest to block them. What's wrong with this fellow? Such a scene confused the onlookers. Xiao Chun did not chase after the weaker people. Instead, he fought with the strongest. This did not make sense. Standing on a blue dragon, Xiao Chun blocked the 3 attacks. Then he took 7 steps forward and finally encased Tuoba Yun in his saber technique. He said coldly, "Where can you run to?" The wind rustled, the rain fell, and the autumn waters rippled. A beautiful woman smiled faintly. "I'll give you a gentle saber strike. Do you dare to receive it?" Xiao Chun executed the autumn saber of the 4-season saber technique. A gentle saber light, like a pretty woman smiling faintly, appeared magnificent. Tuoba Yun was forced into a corner. He roared ferociously and burned his quintessence. He sent out a light barrier with his short sword, trying to receive this saber strike. Bang! The gentle saber light contained a boundless force. The light barrier in front of Tuoba Yun shattered, and he went flying back, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Before Tuoba Yun could recover from the aftereffects of executing a joint martial technique, he was severely injured. His complexion immediately paled, and he temporarily lost his combat prowess. "Big brother," the other 7 exclaimed. They all burned their quintessence and charged at Xiao Chun in rage. Bang! Xiao Chun stomped heavily on the blue dragon image below, and the entire place trembled. When he saw the 7 charging at him, he smiled coldly and said, "Without a joint martial technique, what 8 great guardian deities are they?" With one of the 8 great guardian deities removed, a hole immediately appeared in their originally perfect encirclement and tacit cooperation. No matter what they did, it would be useless. Even if the other party burned their quintessence, it would be wishful thinking for them to defeat Xiao Chun quickly. The difference between Xiao Chun and them had never been in quintessence. Xiao Chun stomped heavily on the blue dragon image and infused his quintessence into his entire body. The purple thunder, true fire in his right eye slowly circulated. Bang! A ring of purple flames soared up from Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, Xiao Chen's surging quintessence burned as well. Furthermore, he burned it with the extreme yang purple thunder true fire. Xiao! In just an instant, Xiao Chen felt that he had exhausted 1% of his quintessence. The benefit was that the hidden energy in his body was more than 4 times stronger than before. Xiao Chen's aura soared, becoming exceptionally horrifying. The many cultivators below only took one look and felt a deep fear. They could not help but take a few steps back. Before Xiao Chen, the ferocious aura of the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities vanished without a trace. In comparison, even though the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities burned their quintessence, They were like children before Xiao Chun, who burned his quintessence. The difference in foundation multiplied by the same amount. The person with the higher foundation would instantly widen the gap. Clearly, Xiao Chun belonged to the category of people with a higher foundation. Burning his quintessence exhausted a lot of energy. Xiao Chun no longer had any reason to continue wasting time. He shouted ferociously and took the initiative to charge over. Xiao Chun took 7 steps in the air, each step leaving behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a saber strike, and each saber strike contained a different state. If they did not have the same appearance, others would not be able to tell that these were the clones formed by Xiao Chun's afterimages. It was hard to imagine that a clone could reach such a level. Even its expression was different. When Gong Yangyu, who was below, saw this scene, the usually calm Gong Yangyu could not help but stand up excitedly. He pointed at Xiao Chun in the air and muttered, "It really is my everlasting universe. How can it surpass me by so much?" Earlier, when Xiao Chun used the Thunder Shadow Chop twice, Gong Yangyu only felt that it looked familiar. However, he could not be sure. Now that Xiao Chun executed the Thunder Shadow Chop after burning his quintessence, he was finally sure. When Gong Yangyu looked at Xiao Chun, he felt that Xiao Chun was very scary. What kind of talent does one have to have such a strong learning ability? Bang! 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 7 muffled groans resounded. The saber strikes from the afterimages knocked the remaining 7 of the 8 great guardian deities back. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. Merge! The 7 afterimages merged. Xiao Chun's saber strike contained a 7-fold attack power. When it swept out, the person in front of him blocked for a moment before his weapon shattered. Chapter 636. He turned into a beam of light and moved a kilometer. Then, he landed on a tall building in the Wan clan's palace. There was a startling explosion, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The remaining 6 were startled. As they looked at Xiao Chun, who was like a killing god, they could not help but reveal expressions of horror. Xiao Chun smiled gently and pushed off the air. Then, he charged at the remaining 6 at lightning speed. When he attacked, saber lights flew everywhere, showing no mercy. When Wan Baolu saw the 8 great guardian deities on the verge of defeat, his previously calm expression finally showed some panic. The 8 great guardian deities have been famous for decades. They had helped the Wan clan defeat many enemies. Unexpectedly, they were about to be defeated by a brat today. Wan Shan quickly ordered people to bring Feng Feishue to the back. Then, he said to Wan Baolu in shock, "Father, what should we do? We have to ask the old ancestor to come out. This Xiao Chun is too strong." Wan Baolu's expression turned grave. He said sullenly, "He is now the bearer of luck. The martial sages of the Sky Dome realm cannot make a move against him. Sima Hong is an example. There will be dire consequences. Pass down my orders. Gather all the martial king and martial saint experts in the city. Even an elephant can die if there are enough ants. Today I will wear him down." As Wan Feng watched Wan Shan leave in a hurry, rage flashed in his eyes. He gently knocked on the table twice and said calmly, "Uncle, are you looking down on my strength? You still want to call a large group of trash over?" Wan Baolu had not expected Wan Feng to really make a move. He rejoiced in his heart and quickly said, "That's not it. How could I know that with honorable nephew status, you would really make a move to deal with a king grade true dragon genius?" Wan Feng shouted coldly, "A king grade true dragon genius? Ha! If he loses to me, then he is not. No matter who it is, they will not be able to stop the Wan clan from swallowing up the Feng clan and cutting off my source of income. How can I just sit back and watch?" While Wan Baolu spoke, Xiao Chun, who had already burned his quintessence, took advantage of the situation to defeat the remaining 8 great guardian deities. Then, he sheathed his saber and quickly extinguished his burning quintessence. In merely 10 breaths, half of Xiao Chun's 99 drops of quintessence were gone. The rate of consumption was horrifying. "Xiao!" Wan Feng smiled sinisterly. While Xiao Chun extinguished the quintessence flames, he suddenly stood up and attacked at lightning speed. With a cold whistle, A long line of ice floated in the air and arrived in front of Xiao Chun at an incredible speed. With a wave of his palm, a wave of yin-chi spread out from the center of his palm, causing people to feel a chill in their hearts. It was a chill that penetrated deep into their hearts. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiao Chun finished his battle and retreated to launch a sneak attack, such actions were extremely despicable. Many of the guests could not help but speak in disdain. Even if Xiao Chun had some expectations in his heart, he didn't expect this person to be so despicable. The dignified seal envoy of Bushin Palace shamelessly launched a sneak attack without declaring war. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chun did not have time to draw his saber. He clenched his right fist and merged his vital chi and veritable essence energy, circulating the dragon claw fist berserk dragon stance. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. Surging shockwaves spread out in layers. Countless snowflakes could be seen drifting out from the shockwaves. A white figure flew back from the shockwaves. It was Xiao Chun. Caught off guard, he suffered a huge disadvantage in the clash of strength. However, the unmoving Wan Feng was not unscathed. There were 3 faint claw marks on the right side of his face, the work of Xiao Chun. Before Xiao Chun retreated, he suddenly changed his move, turning his fist into a claw and catching his opponent off guard. Clearly, Wan Feng had not expected Xiao Chun to have an opportunity to counterattack in such a situation. Pu Ci. After landing, Xiao Chun did not forcefully suppress his injuries. He immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and felt much more comfortable. He had a superior grade inner vest. Although this palm strike was uncomfortable, it was not as severe as it looked. Only his right arm was covered in frost. Xiao Chun's arm turned stiff, unable to move for some time. His opponent's quintessence was extremely strange. As the welcoming envoy, "You actually sneak attacked me? You are too much." When Yu Chenxi saw that Xiao Chun was injured, she ignored the old man beside her and flew up, sending a punch at Wan Feng. Yu Chenxi had never been a good-tempered person. She had long since felt uncomfortable with Wan Feng's gaze. Now that she saw him sneak attacking again, she did not hesitate to make a move. A rising sun flickered behind Yu Chenxi, and a light on her fist burst forth, turning into a boundless fist wind as she attacked Wan Feng. Wan Feng's lips curled up as he smiled disapprovingly. What does this last know? All is fair in war. The victor does not need to care about what others think. Scram! Wan Feng's figure flickered, and before anyone could see him move, the boundless light froze, turning into ice shards that fell from the sky. It looked extremely strange. Unexpectedly, the light froze. This was the first time Yu Chenxi had seen such a situation, so she was stunned. Only when Wan Feng rushed over did she react. "You are making a fuss over nothing. We are in the middle of a battle, yet you are letting your imagination run wild. Go back, lowly ant." Wan Feng smacked Yu Chenxi's fist with his palm. He laughed loudly, and a cold energy erupted. Yu Chenxi vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, sliding far away. The old man from the Haotian sect was enraged. He stood up and said, "Wan Feng, you are too heavy-handed." Wan Feng looked at the old man, and an unhappy expression flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, "You are asking for it. What does it have to do with me? Also, don't act like a senior in front of me. If you were an elder of the Haotian sect, I would give you some face. Unfortunately, you are not. Don't go overboard." The old man shouted angrily as he pointed at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's expression changed. He charged over and demanded in a cold voice, "You still dare to put on airs?" Bang! 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 Wan Feng sent out 3 palm strikes at lightning speed, sending the old man flying. The old man vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up again. A ferocious aura spread out. Wan Feng appeared incredibly tyrannical. With just one glance, he could make anyone tremble in fear. "You overestimate yourself." Wan Feng smiled coldly as he looked around. He did not care about these lower realm people at all. Then, it shot towards Xiao Chun, whose arm was still numb, like an arrow. Feng Tianming reacted and said, "We can't stop him." Don't let him take advantage of the situation to defeat Xiao Chun. Whoosh! Feng Tianming and the other 4 personal guards instantly ignited their quintessence. They did not hold back at all as they charged at Wan Feng. They did not hope to defeat him. They only hoped to buy some time for Xiao Chun to recover and buy some time. Wan Feng laughed loudly. He had not slowed down at all. Motes of white light appeared on his palm, making it look smooth and transparent. There was no bright light or horrifying quintessence fluctuation. When Wan Feng threw a palm strike, the quintessence fluctuation of the guard in front of him froze. As Wan Feng advanced, the ice shattered, turning into ice shards. The scene of what happened to you, Qinsi, earlier replayed. Bang! This guard vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could disperse the cold qi in his body, he turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. Kassier! Kassier! The ice sculpture shattered, and the guard's body, which was originally made of flesh and blood, shattered into pieces. It was a tragic sight to behold. A bona fide peak inferior grade martial monarch was reduced to nothing in one move by Wan Feng. The surrounding guests were all heroes of their regions, the powerhouses of their sects, young talents, and the top rankers of the True Dragon ranking. When they saw this horrifying scene, they all paled. Their hearts trembled in fear. Bang! 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 Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent out 3 palm strikes. Snowflakes drifted down, and another 3 ice sculptures fell, shattering into pieces. His methods were extremely cruel. When Feng Tianming saw the 3 people who had followed him for decades die, just like that, his eyes turned bloodshot. He burned all the essence in his body. A fiery red lotus flower bloomed under Feng Tianming's feet, and his aura soared to peak martial monarch. Then he sent out a palm strike, carrying a heat wave. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "If your quintessence is not dense enough, it is useless no matter how many you have." Scram! Compared to Feng Tianming, Wan Feng's aura was very reserved. Only his right palm gave off a cold light. He did not leak any essence anywhere else. Bang! Wan Feng clashed head-on with Feng Tianming's full-powered strike, but he only took 3 steps back in the air. Feng Tianming flew back like a meteor and fell to the ground, severely injured, unable to get up again. Wan Feng waved his sleeves and laughed softly. "You are really powerful. You did not die from my palm strike. However, in the end, an ant will just be an ant. A lower realm martial monarch is not even worth a fart to me." Originally, Wan Baolu had been watching Wan Feng display his might and defeat the group of people. When Wan Baolu, who was already beaming with joy, heard this sentence, his face involuntarily twitched. Wan Feng said that lower realm martial monarchs were not worth shit. Since Wan Feng himself was a martial monarch, did that not mean he was scolding Wan Feng as well? The geniuses in the top 10 of the True Dragon ranking all showed unconvinced expressions, glaring at Wan Feng. Wan Feng's words were too hurtful. Seeing their expressions, Wan Feng laughed loudly and said, "Are you not convinced? When you go to the Kunlun realm, you will know what you are. You will know why I look down on you. Don't think that I am boasting. Your so-called True Dragon ranking is just a joke in my eyes. If 2 or 3 of you can rise up in this great era, then you will be lucky. Damn it, I have a taste of your skills." Bai Qi was slightly angered in his heart. He was also a prideful person. Being looked down upon by Wan Feng, coupled with the fact that Wan Feng was young and impetuous, he was naturally furious. 4-season saber technique, cycle of seasons. Xiao Chun's sword up, and a saber light flickered as he executed the strongest move of the 4-season saber technique. Gong Yangyu, would also like to experience the might of the guide envoy. Lu Xiaoyan would like to give a try as well. Nangong Ziyue, would like to experience your skills as well. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. 7 figures soared into the air. The top few of the True Dragon ranking all flew up at the same time, charging at Wan Feng. Wan Feng revealed disdain on his face. He smiled coldly and said, "No matter how many ants there are, it is useless. Before going to the Kunlun realm, I will first suppress your pride, which is not even worth shit." Suddenly, Wan Feng released his aura, which he had been holding back. A strong, icy aura spread out. That icy chi was bone-chilling, heartless and heartless. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding energy, sword wind, and fist lights turned into ice shards under the assault of this cold chi. They fell and blasted deep pits in the ground. Chapter 637. Gong Yangyu's group of 7 had unsightly expressions. They had not expected such a situation. Their quintessence could not get close to Wan Feng at all. They could not even execute their moves. After you go to the Kunlun realm, remember to tuck your tail between your legs. Not everyone is as benevolent as me. Scram now, you ants. Bang, bang, bang. Wan Feng's figure flashed as he sent a palm strike at each of the 7, knocking them back and causing them to vomit blood. Their internal organs were all in a mess. What strong quintessence! It is at least 10 times denser than mine. Is he really an inferior grade martial monarch? Bai Qi exclaimed in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Gong Yangyu said hatefully, "Furthermore, the density of his quintessence is not something we can compare to. He either cultivated some heaven-rank cultivation technique or ate some natural treasure. His state of ice is also very strange. Even when we combine our states, we cannot compare to it." The 7 were shocked as they looked at Wan Feng, who stood proudly in the air with a disdainful expression. They felt a strong sense of helplessness. At the same time, all the experts above Marshal Saint gathered in the vast Wan Clan city and rushed to the Wan Clan's palace from 8 directions. There were at least 500 people in each direction. When the 8 gathered, there was a total of 4,000 people. With so many experts, even if a peak martial monarch was surrounded, they would be able to kill him with a single attack. Quick, quick, quick. The clan head has ordered that the Wan Clan's palace is in danger. The group rushed down the street. The somber atmosphere made the people on both sides of the street feel uncertain. Isn't today the Wan Clan's young master's wedding? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble? Who knows? The quintessence fluctuations at the Wan Clan's palace were very intense. There might really be a huge battle. In an inn by the street, a fatso watched the Wan Clan's guards pass by. He chuckled and said, "This fat lord loves to take care of small fries." In the plaza of the Wan Clan's palace, Xiao Chun looked at his stiff right hand with a grave expression. The upper half of his right arm had already lost all feeling. He could not move it at all. A cold chi rushed down from his arm like a raging river. Xiao Chun revolved his quintessence and formed a dam to block this cold chi. As the cold chi burned, Xiao Chun's quintessence drained continuously. If not for the purple thunder divine incantation, which was much stronger than ordinary people, he would have died. The density of his true essence was quite high. Right now, he was like an ice sculpture that would shatter at the slightest touch. His opponent's state of ice has probably reached the might of a will. The will of ice has already touched upon the door. When combined with his strong quintessence, it will reach a horrifying lethality. Xiao Chun muttered to himself. However, it was still a beginner's skill. He could not use it as he pleased. The pure yang purple thunder true fire could dispel it. Sizzle. Wisps of purple flames appeared on Xiao Chen's arm and spread out. The cold chi was burned by the purple flames and turned into wisps of hot air that rose into the air. When the cold chi scattered, Xiao Chen's arm immediately moved. He clenched his fist tightly, and the blocked meridians opened up again. Xiao Chen glanced at Feng Feishue, who was being pulled behind Wan Baolu. Then he walked over step by step. No one could change the things he had decided on and the path he had chosen. No one could stop him. Wan Feng's eyelids sank, and his gaze turned cold. He looked at Xiao Chun and said in a cold voice, "Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, you still dare to come forward. Do you really think that you are not an ant?" A cold wind howled, and snowflakes drifted down. Wan Feng turned into a white beam, charging at Xiao Chun with a boundless, baleful aura. Xiao! Just as the cold wind was about to strike, Xiao Chun drew his saber. A purple flame burned on the pitch-black lunar shadow saber. When the saber light shot out, It burned the cold chi into a puff of white smoke. Wan Feng's invincible state of ice slowly receded before Xiao Chun. Then, the saber light chopped down at him. Bang! The palm wind and the saber light clashed, giving off a loud sound. Xiao Chun, who was on the ground, took 7 steps back. Wan Feng, who was in the air, spun around 7 times before he slowly stabilized. Wan Feng revealed a horrified expression as he muttered, "This is a lightning-attributed flame of extreme yang. However, even if it counters my state of ice, my quintessence and speed are sufficient to suppress it." Wan Feng's figure flickered, and snowflakes filled the air. He pushed off the ground and charged at Xiao Chun again. This time, Wan Feng raised his speed to his limits. Everywhere he passed, only white beams could be seen. No one could see his figure clearly. Bang! 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 Snowflakes drifted down in the air. In that instant, Wan Feng sent out 50 or 60 palm strikes. The palm winds were like an avalanche. Rumbling sounds resounded in the air without end. The sky shook and the ground trembled. The entire plaza trembled due to the continuous palm winds. Instantly, the plaza was filled with flowers and countless tables. Crunching sounds came from it. The originally auspicious wedding turned into a mess, a scene of chaos. There were also some palm winds that flew out uncontrollably. When they struck the unlucky guests, they immediately froze them into icicles. They shattered upon contact, dying without a complete corpse. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not dare to be careless. The density and density of Wan Feng's quintessence were no weaker than Xiao Chen's, who cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. A blue dragon appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. As the dragon roared, it carried Xiao Chun up and down, flickering in all directions. Boom! 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 The saber light was like lightning. Xiao Chun swung his saber repeatedly, relying on his instincts. A purple flame burned on his saber, destroying the incoming palm winds. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the two fought an intense battle. Soon, they had exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chun did not know what movement technique Wan Feng cultivated. His figure could not be seen at all. As his figure moved, he turned into white lines that wrapped around Xiao Chun. From a distance, one could see countless lines forming an oval-shaped ball of light encasing Xiao Chun. From time to time, shocking explosions could be heard from the ball of light. That ball of light was not stable. Sometimes it was in the sky, and sometimes it was on the ground. This frightened the many guests in a standing far away, afraid that the shockwaves would affect them. Bang! The ball of light shattered, and a white figure flew out. He vomited a mouthful of blood. When he landed, the ground cracked, revealing a long crack. Yu Chenxi exclaimed in shock, "It's Xiao Chun." The one that got knocked out was indeed Xiao Chun. Wan Feng moved increasingly faster in the ball of light. In the end, the entire sky was filled with palm winds. Ha ha! Is a king-grade, true dragon genius that slow? You can't even withstand a single blow. Take another move from me. Extreme tyrannical heavenly palm. Wan Feng laughed loudly as he stood in the air. The boundless cold wind in the surroundings suddenly surged into his body. The surrounding temperature suddenly soared. It was not because Wan Feng raised the temperature, but because he sucked in all the yin energy in the place. When yin and yang were out of balance, only the chaotic pure yang energy remained. That was why the temperature increased explosively. Defeat. Wan Feng shouted ferociously and threw a palm strike without moving from his original position. A palm of flesh descended from the sky. That palm was only several times the size of an adult's palm. However, it gave the illusion that it covered the sky and earth, leaving no place to hide. As that palm landed, the chaotic pure yang energy on the ground was pushed out and turned into clumps of yang flames. Then, they shot out in all directions like 10,000 arrows. Bang! 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 The flames crashed into the buildings of the Wan clan's palace and exploded with horrifying energy. They blasted the buildings into smithereens, filling the air with dust. Such a strange martial technique, driving yin and yang qi to form a method to attack the enemy, was an eye-opener for the surrounding cultivators of the older generation, leaving them flabbergasted. Xiao Qian's face sank. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness quickly surged as he drained it without holding back. A purple light lit up in the depths of Xiao Qian's right eye, and a white light flickered in his left eye. The two lights were as resplendent as stars. As they shone, they looked very magnificent. Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram. Xiao Qian stretched out his hand and pointed. His mental energy was completely drained. Two beams of light shot out and quickly formed a Taiji diagram. The 8 trigrams, the 4 divisions, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared. The Taiji Yin-Yang Flame Diagram welcomed the attack with its strongest stance. Bang! The Taiji diagram gave off a golden light and clashed with the palm. An intense explosion came from it, and a bottomless pit appeared in the ground. The palm made of yin qi and the Taiji diagram exploded at the same time. Wanfeng was knocked back 100 meters, but Xiao Qian did not move at all. Wanfeng's expression changed. He muttered, "How can this be? This extreme, tyrannical heavenly palm has no frost. Even several famous experts of the upper realm do not dare to receive it head-on. You are just an ant from the lower realm, yet you manage to receive it." Xiao Qian remained expressionless as he said calmly, "You are looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. There are many things in this world that you cannot imagine. Didn't you want to compete with me in speed? Now, let's compete in speed and see who's the weakest." Roar! Xiao Qian executed the great perfection Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art. A boundless dragon roar came from his chest. Suddenly, 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiao Qian's feet. Xiao Qian turned into an invisible azure light and shot towards Wanfeng. His speed was more than 4 times faster than before. Bang! 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 Sharp saber lights rained down like a torrential storm. Thunder roared in the sky as they chopped at Wanfeng. Unknowingly, an immortal attribute appeared in the lightning. The lightning was eternal, immortal, and inextinguishable. This completely suppressed Wanfeng's basic will of ice. Xiao Qian did not beat around the bush with Wanfeng. He pressed forward bravely, pressing forward step by step. Relying on the great perfection Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Art, he forced Wanfeng back again and again. Bang! 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 Wanfeng's speed could not compare to Xiao Qian's. The immortal state of thunder and purple thunder true fire suppressed his will of ice. Wanfeng paled as he retreated again and again. His earlier arrogance was ruthlessly suppressed. He roared a few times, wanting to turn the situation around. However, Xiao Qian mercilessly suppressed him. Scram! Extreme Annihilation Palm. After failing to turn the situation around several times, Wanfeng became thoroughly enraged. He burned all the quintessence in his body as he sent out a palm flickering with a cold light. Everywhere it passed, the void was directly destroyed, like a piece of white paper being torn into numerous cracks, causing one to feel fear just by looking at it. Xiao Qian smiled coldly and said, "Is this your trump card, Wanfeng? In that case, I'll return what you said earlier to you. Put away that bullshit pride of yours. In the future, when you come to the Sky Dome realm, behave yourself with your tail between your legs." Chapter 638. Strength Character Formula. 33-fold increase in combat prowess. Blue Dragon goes to sea. A boundless sea appeared behind Wanfeng, and 9,999 pillars of water soared into the sky. Each pillar of water tore a pitch-black hole in space. A 3-kilometer-long saber light burst out of the saber. It pointed to the sky and stomped on the ground. The kind of destructive might caused fear to appear in Wanfeng's eyes for the first time. Bang! The saber light swept out, and that destructive palm immediately shattered into pieces, turning into nothing. It could not resist at all. The saber light did not stop there. It continued forward and struck Wanfeng's body, knocking him back like a sandbag. Wanfeng seemed to have a defensive superior grade secret treasure. As such, this saber light did not immediately split Wan Feng in half. However, the force contained in the saber light was sufficient to injure Wan Feng's internal organs. He would not be able to recover within a month. When Xiao Chun fought Sima Hong, he had the experience of executing the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea with the strength character formula. This time, Xiao Chun was prepared. After Xiao Chun landed, he quickly consumed a peak-grade medicinal pill to replenish his qi and blood. Although it did not have any special effects, allowing him to recover instantly, he would not be as helpless as before. Xiao Chun looked at Feng Feishue, who was behind Wan Baolu. His white robes were stained with blood. Then, he did not hesitate to continue walking forward. No one could change the path that Xiao Chun had decided on. Even someone as arrogant as Wan Feng, the welcoming envoy, could not do so. The entire place fell deathly silent. No one could imagine that the nearly undefeatable Wan Feng would be defeated by Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun chopped him down with one saber strike, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. No one knew where he went. Wan Shan was so frightened that he hid behind Wan Baolu. His body trembled as he said in a quivering voice, "Father, he is coming over. What should we do? What should we do?" Wan Baolu's expression was extremely unsightly. His body could not help but tremble slightly. He forcefully pulled himself together and said, "Damn it! Why are those guards still not here? This fellow is already a spent force. 4,000 guards can definitely wear him down." At the 8 checkpoints leading to the Wan clan's palace, the Wan clan guards cried out miserably without end. There were 4 or 5 black-clad martial monarchs at each checkpoint. As long as those guards got close to the checkpoint, they would be mercilessly killed by the black-clothed men. With a martial monarch guarding the checkpoint, these people would never be able to get past the black-clothed men. On top of a tall building, Kim Tae-ho was watching the one-sided situation with 4 or 5 servants with great interest. "Young master, all 8 paths have been blocked. Not a single guard has been let through." With the young master taking action, this bunch of people still dare to barge in. They really overestimate themselves. "Young master, you have incredible foresight. In the blink of an eye, you destroyed this group of fellows." A group of manservants rushed to flatter Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho's chubby face was filled with enjoyment. He waved his hand and said with a smile, "They're just small fries. What's there to say? Do I look like someone who can't stay calm?" Bang! Right after Kim Tae-ho spoke, a figure fell from the sky, shattering the tiles on the roof. When Jean de Bayo landed in front of Jean de Bayo, he was startled. His fat figure moved at an incredible speed and quickly hid behind a few manservants. However, when Kim Tae-ho saw this person's appearance, he laughed loudly. He pushed the servant aside and walked over. Naturally, the person who fell from the sky was none other than the Kunlun Realm's Bushin Palace's welcoming envoy, Wan Feng. Xiao Qin's Blue Dragon Goes to Sea shattered Wan Feng's quintessence and damaged his internal organs. His external and internal injuries were severe. At this moment, he was as strong as a cripple. Wan Feng coughed intensely a few times and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked around and saw the smiling Kim Tae-ho. Disdain and disgust flashed in Wan Feng's eyes. He said casually, "I remember you. You are the young master of the Great Tang Nation's Golden Rock Merchant Association. I'll give you a chance now. Find me a place to treat my injuries, and I can consider returning that Azure Phoenix Spirit Core to you." Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, "Elder Brother Feng is indeed Elder Brother Feng. You are not even worth shit now, yet you are still so magnanimous. Why are you all still not helping Elder Brother Feng up?" When Wan Feng heard this, a murderous intent flashed in his heart. "Damn you, fatso. When I recover, I'll kill you first." However, Wan Feng was currently severely injured and could not afford to flare up. He looked at the manservants helping him up and smiled. "At least you are sensible. I am the welcoming envoy of the upper realm. If you work for me, you will obtain unimaginable benefits. If you serve me well, I can give you a spot to go to the Kunlun realm. It is not impossible, Pa." The manservants loosened their grip. Wan Feng, who had just gotten up, fell back down with a bang. This affected the injuries in his body. He could not help crying out in pain. Kim Tae-ho demanded angrily, "How can you all help me up? Don't you know that this is the welcoming envoy of the upper realm, elder brother Feng? If you offend him, he can flick you to death with just one finger." Elder brother Feng, elder brother Feng, let me help you up. These fellows do not know how to do things. Dragging his fat body, Kim Tae-ho wobbled over and helped Wan Feng up again. "I'll endure." At this moment, Wan Feng no longer had any temper. He only wanted to find a place to treat his injuries before dealing with this group of fellows. He forced a smile and said, it's fine. I can still afford to fall with such minor injuries. Come, help me down first." Kim Tae-ho gently let go of Wan Feng's hand and chuckled. "No problem. This fat lord will send you down now. Stand firmly and don't move. Don't ever move. That's right. Just maintain this posture." Wan Feng's originally unstable body suddenly started thumping. He felt that something was wrong for no reason. Before he could react, he suddenly received a heavy blow to his butt. Suddenly, he received a heavy blow on his buttocks. His body was like a rubber ball, rolling down the roof with banging sounds. Bang! After falling from a height of nearly 100 meters, Wan Feng's body bounced heavily twice. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he cried out in agony. Up on the roof, Kim Tae-ho retracted his leg and went to the eaves with a few manservants. When they saw Wan Feng in a sorry state, they all laughed loudly. "Elder brother Feng, I'm sorry. Your butt is too stylish. This fat lord really could not help it. I apologize to you." Kim Tae-ho chuckled as he fanned himself with a golden fan. The fat on his face jiggled. Wan Feng, who was on the ground, flew into a rage out of humiliation. At this moment, he finally understood that this fatso did not care about him at all. From the very start, Fatso had been toying with him. "Damn you, Fatso. You can laugh all you want now. When I recover in the future, I will definitely kill your entire family." Wan Feng said to Kim Tae-ho coldly and mercilessly as he struggled to stand up. If looks could kill, Kim Tae-ho would have died long ago. "Bastard, how dare you scold my young master? Are you tired of living? I will spit on you to death." Bah, bah, bah. Before Kim Tae-ho could say anything, the manservants behind him found an opportunity to curry favor. All of them immediately spat on Wan Feng. Under the joint efforts of the manservants, their spittle really fell like rain, and it didn't stop. Wan Feng's face turned green, startled. Since he entered the extreme Een sect, he had never received such treatment. Even when he was humiliated in the past, it had never been this severe. Unexpectedly, he was being bullied by a few inexperienced manservants from the lower realm, spitting on him. However, Wan Feng did not have a good way to deal with this. He could only drag his severely injured body around miserably, fearing that the spit would land on him. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand and smiled. "Stop right there. What did this fat lord teach you all normally? This is the Kunlun realm's elder brother Feng. It is not easy for him to come to the Sky Dome realm, and this is how you greet him?" Wan Feng stopped and wiped off the spit on his face. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. This fatso finally knew his limits. He did not dare to offend Wan Feng to death. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew over. Wan Feng raised his head and saw a golden coffin lid falling from the sky, slamming heavily on his body. The huge force sent Wan Feng tumbling in the air. His nose caved in, and a few of his front teeth fell out. Then he vomited blood in the air. His entire body flipped 360 degrees over 100 times before landing heavily on the ground. Holding the coffin lid, Kim Tae-ho smiled heartlessly. "How can this be considered a reception if it does not hurt or itch? Is that right, elder brother Feng?" Hee. Elder brother Feng feels so good that he is speechless. "In that case, let me do it a few more times." Hearing Kim Tae-ho's approaching footsteps, Wan Feng, who was on the verge of fainting, suddenly jolted awake. Kim Tae-ho's harmless smile was like that of a demon in Wan Feng's heart. No, even a demon would not be as scary as this fellow. Recalling the encounter from before, Wan Feng suddenly came to his senses. He took out the Azure Luan inner core from his spatial ring and handed it over. "I was wrong. I'll return this inner core to you. We don't owe each other anything. Kim Tae-ho chuckled and said, What are you talking about? I didn't hear you. This feels really good. Bang! After Xiao Chan finished speaking, the wide coffin lid smashed Wan Feng into the air again with another bang. Intense pain caused Wan Feng's entire body to tremble. He felt like he was better off dead. Hee hee. I really couldn't tell that elder brother Feng had such a hobby. In that case, this fat lord will reluctantly slap you a few more times. Xiao Chun did not show any mercy. This time, Wan Feng completely lost all hope. He handed over the spirit core and said with teary eyes, Lord Jean, I was wrong. I should not have worked with the Wan clan to cheat you. What did you say? Speak louder. This fat lord does not have elder brother Feng's cultivation, Kim Tae-ho said with a chuckle as he placed the coffin lid in front of him. Plop! Wan Feng knelt on the ground, enduring the indescribable pain. He said loudly, Lord Jean, I was really wrong. I will not dare to cheat you again. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, I told you long ago. This fat lord has never suffered a loss in my life. Since you admit your mistake, this fat lord will be a great person and forgive you. The treasures on you should be barely enough to make up for this fat lord's losses. Kim Tae-ho waved his hand, and the manservants immediately understood what fatso meant. They rushed over and pulled out everything on Wan Feng's body, taking out everything of value. At this moment, Wan Feng could not resist at all. He felt grief and indignation in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. Soon, everything was pulled out, and he lay naked on the ground. Young master, this is the most valuable thing. It seems to be a superior grade secret treasure. One of the manservants handed a damaged inner vest to Jean Fatso, like he was presenting a treasure. Chapter 639. Kim Tae-ho's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, No wonder this fellow can withstand the beating. It turns out that he is wearing a superior grade inner vest. Let's go and see what the situation is like in the Wan clan's palace. Let's see if there are any more benefits to be gained. Young master, what should we do with this fellow? He is just lying here naked. After all, he is the welcoming envoy of the Kunlun realm. Kim Tae-ho thought for a while and casually took out a pair of underwear from his spatial ring. Then, he tossed it to Wan Feng and said casually, This fat lord has been extremely benevolent to you. Don't forget the favor of this fat lord giving you underwear. That looks like a woman's underwear. Young master, damn it, this fat lord's hobby has been exposed. I am too embarrassed to face others. Quickly scram. Kim Tae-ho moved forward at lightning speed with a shio sound. He left behind a few manservants to exchange glances. Since when did this fellow have any face? After everyone left, the naked Wan Feng hugged the red underwear and curled up into a ball. Wan Feng could no longer hold it in and burst into tears. His cries were filled with sorrow and grief. Those who were not in the know would think that 10-odd strong men had taken away the most precious chastity of a girl. Naturally, the people in the plaza did not know what happened to Wan Feng. Otherwise, they would be flabbergasted. At this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the white-robed bladesman, who was walking continuously towards Feng Fei Shue. At this moment, Xiao Chun did not seem to be in a good state, looking like he would collapse at any moment. However, Wan Baolu and his son, who were blocking Feng Fei Shue, trembled in fear, not daring to make a move. No one could say for sure how much strength Xiao Chun had left. Even someone as strong as Wan Feng lost to him. If he still had trump cards, only death awaited them if they made a move. The Wan clan's father and son enjoyed glory and honor. Their days were much more leisurely than ordinary people's. The more this was so, the more they feared death. As the Wan clan's father and son approached, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. They did not dare to step forward and fight, but they were also not willing to hand over Feng Fei Shue after spending so much effort. Enough. Just at this moment, a deep and cold snort suddenly rang out, resounding through the heavens and earth. That voice contained boundless power. These two words were like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. A powerful aura pressed down on Xiao Chun like a mountain. That power was many times stronger than Xiao Chen's. Just the aura alone was enough to make Xiao Chun unable to move. His feet felt like they were filled with lead stones. Juan Baolo's face lit up, and he said, "The old ancestor took action." An old man in embroidered robes seemed to appear out of nowhere and appeared in front of Xiao Chun, blocking his path. His deep eyes stared at Xiao Chun. The guests in the plaza all showed fear on their faces. They all shook their heads and sighed. In the end, the white-robed bladesman cannot advance any further. The Wan clan's martial sage has made a move. Isn't there a rumor that if one makes a move against Xiao Chun in the Sky Dome realm, there will be bad consequences? This is just a rumor. It might not be true. Furthermore, the Wan clan is already forced to this extent. If they still do not make a move, are they really going to let Xiao Chun bring Feng Feishu away in front of everyone? At this moment, Xiao Chun is already an arrow at the end of its flight. A martial sage can destroy him in one move. I really don't believe there will be any bad consequences. All sorts of discussions resounded. Although there was a rumor that if a martial sage made a move against the bearer of luck in the Sky Dome realm, there would be bad consequences, not many people believed it. This was because the current Xiao Chun looked too weak. First, he defeated 36 martial monarchs. Then, he defeated the 8 great guardian deities. Finally, he sent the Kunlun realms Wan Feng flying. All these were already incredible. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, even if he did not exhaust his quintessence, he would be close to it. If any martial monarch among them dared to take a gamble, they would be able to stop Xiao Chun. What more, a martial sage in perfect condition? The Wan clan's martial sage said sullenly, "Little friend, today you caused a huge commotion in the Wan clan, showing off before everyone. My Wan clan also suffered heavy losses because of you. If you leave now, I will not blame you for today's matter." In reality, the moment Xiao Chun arrived at the Wan clan's palace, this person had already noticed him. However, he feared the rumor and did not dare to make a move. The bearer of luck carried the luck of the great thousand realms and was protected by the heavenly Tao. Martial sages already touched the threshold of the heavenly Tao. If they made a move against the bearer of luck, the heavenly Tao would immediately notice. Sima Hong did not believe this and tried to kill Xiao Chun. However, this was the will of heaven. Not only did Sima Hong fail, but he was also hung at the gates of Saber City, losing his reputation and face. With Sima Hong as a precedent, the Wan clan's martial sage had to be cautious. He had been holding back and not making a move. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to make a move. Since ancient times, Xiao Chun was the first inferior grade martial monarch to be treated so politely by a martial sage. Everyone looked at Xiao Chun, waiting for him to speak to see how he would answer. Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I have not seen the person I want to meet yet. I will not leave." Such an answer was unexpected, shocking everyone. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun rejected a martial sage's suggestion. Where did he get his confidence from? The Wan clan's martial sage's expression turned grave, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He said, "Have you made up your mind to barge in?" A vast quintessence surged in Xiao Chen's body. Winds blew and clouds churned behind him. Suddenly, the clear sky turned dark, looking even more terrifying than the old man's expression. This person was truly angry. All the guests felt the strong, killing chi in the surging winds and clouds, as vast as the sea. Before that aura, Xiao Chun was as insignificant as an ant, not even an ant. Xiao Chun said calmly, "I have never thought of destroying the Wan clan. I just want to lift that red veil and ask her if marrying into the Wan clan is her original intention. If it is, I will turn around and leave. If it is not, I will follow my promise and bring her away." This person was very clear on how Feng Feishu came to the Wan clan. Naturally, he would not let Xiao Chun ask her. "Since you insist on doing this, don't blame me for bullying the weak." The Wan clan's martial sage was going to make his move. Everyone could already guess what would happen next. When they saw Xiao Chen's blood-stained white robes, they could not help but reveal an expression of pity. "Xiao." Just at this moment, the situation changed. The black bag on Xiao Chen's back suddenly opened up, and a simple, rectangular wooden box flew out and landed heavily on the ground. It was like an invisible wall spread out from the wooden box. In that instant, the pressure that the martial sage's aura exerted on Shao Chun vanished, and his body returned to normal. The Wan clan's martial sage narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, "Divine weapon!" The might of the divine weapon shook the Tianwu continent. The Wan clan's martial sage no longer dared to delay and immediately made his move. However, it was already too late. Kassier! Kassier! The 4 wooden boards fell, and the divine weapon, the heavenly universe sword, floated quietly in the air. An ancient and strong aura burst forth from it. The divine weapon shattered the momentum of the Wan clan's martial sage's attack, collapsing on its own. The holy seal in Shao Chen's sea of consciousness turned into a clump of golden flame and burned quickly. All sorts of wondrous energies spread throughout his body, giving him the right to use the divine weapon temporarily. Shao Chun stretched out his hand and clenched it. A resonant sword hum tore through the clouds. The divine weapon was drawn. In an instant, the sky turned dark. The sun, moon, and stars appeared. The tens of thousands of people in the plaza felt like they were standing in the boundless starry heavens. Shao Chun grasped the divine weapon tightly and felt an unparalleled energy circulating in his meridians. It felt like he could pluck the stars and grab the moon, twisting the universe omnipotent. Chop! Shao Chun shouted ferociously and chopped with a saber. The world regained its calm. Everyone looked up and saw the unparalleled Wan clan's martial sage flying backward. Space shattered behind the Wan clan's martial sage. After flying for an unknown distance, the Wan clan's martial sage crashed into a mountain outside Wan clan city, turning that tall mountain into dust. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard, and a strong energy flowed out of Shao Chen's body like flowing water. He felt dizzy and extremely weak. Even the Wan clan's old ancestor had been sent flying by Shao Chun. The Wan clan's father and son were frightened out of their wits. They completely lost their courage and fled in a sorry state. Shao Chun calmed himself and walked forward step by step in front of all the heroes of the world. The distance between him and Feng Feishue grew shorter and shorter. Soon, he arrived before her. This fellow really walked over. Martial monarchs cannot stop him. The 8 great guardian deities cannot stop him. Now, even a martial sage cannot stop him. Such an incredible scene appeared before everyone's eyes. The shock in the hearts of the many guests could no longer be described with words. In the distance, the Wan clan's martial sage walked out from the collapsed mountain peak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. It was so deep that bones could be seen. The automatic recovery function of the sage body seemed to have lost its effect. Blood flowed out continuously from the wound. "You dog, you actually brought a divine weapon. Let's see how many more times you can use it." The Wan clan's martial sage raged, wanting to soar into the sky. Bang! A strong palm wind tore through the air and knocked back the Wan clan's martial sage. It was the myriad fiend palaces in Zishuan who had promised to protect Shao Chun. And Zishuan, since when is it your heavenly fiend palaces turn to interfere in the matters of my Wan clan? And Zishuan could not be bothered with the berserk Wan clan's martial sage. "I can do whatever I want. Since when is it your turn to care? Just stay here obediently." The Wan clan's martial sage was flustered. However, he was not a match for Zishuan in the first place. Now that he was injured, he was even weaker. On the other side, Shao Chun removed the restriction on Feng Feishue. Then, he slowly removed the red cloth covering her head, revealing a beautiful face that could topple nations. Feng Feishue's eyes misted over. She choked as she said, "You really came." Shao Chun smiled faintly and said, "For years ago, outside Mo City, I promised to do something for you. I will definitely come to fulfill my promise to you for the rest of my life." Xiao! Shao Chun tore off the cloth covering his head and summoned out the scarlet throne. Then he helped the severely injured Feng Tianming onto it. Then he carried Feng Feishue and turned into a red cloud soaring into the sky, slowly disappearing from everyone's sight. After a long time, the crowd withdrew their gazes. When they saw the sorry state of the plaza, they could not help but sigh. The vast Wan clan had 36 martial monarchs, the 8 great guardian deities, and a martial sage. However, Shao Chun single-handedly turned it upside down, inflicting heavy losses. After this day, the Wan clan's reputation in the continent would plummet. It might even lose its position as the top merchant association. A king-grade true dragon genius is indeed extraordinary. The Sky Dome realm really cannot hide him. Chapter 640. Back then, even the Thunder King was not this unbridled, challenging the top merchant association of the world for a promise. It is really hard to imagine that Shao Chun really charged into the Wan clan and even brought the person away for the sake of a promise. The group of people discussed the matter. In this greedy world, there were still people who could keep their promises, daring to risk their lives. This was truly rare. This was especially so when Shao Chun still had a bright future ahead of him. Despite knowing that a martial sage was holding down the fort, he still risked his life and rushed over. Let's go. There is nothing more for us to do here. This wedding is just a farce for the Wan clan. The guests that came all scattered, heading for the gates of the Wan clan's palace. The experts guarding the underground treasure room of the Wan clan's palace all fell to the ground. Their corpses were all dead from one fatal strike. In the treasure room, a group of black-clothed men were excitedly plundering the treasures in every corner of the room. One of the black-clad people was particularly eye-catching. His large body was forced to wear black clothes, which looked extremely awkward. He looked like he might burst at any moment. Young master, unexpectedly, it is so easy to break through the Wan clan's treasure room. We are rich this time. That fatso chuckled and said, "That brother Shao of mine is too awesome. He injured all the 8 great guardian deities. Otherwise, we would not have come so easily." The group of people were like hungry wolves entering a sheep's den. They moved around continuously, and the various treasures in the treasure room disappeared quickly. Normally, there were many people who targeted the Wan clan's headquarters. However, with the 8 great guardian deities guarding it, practically no one succeeded. Today, the 8 great guardian deities were all severely injured. Kim Taeho led the Jin clan's martial monarchs to launch a sneak attack. This was a great bargain. If the Wan treasure tower knew that the treasure room was ransacked, he would probably die from anger. The treasure room contained half of the Wan clan's wealth. Who knew how long it would take for the Wan clan to recover from such a loss? High in the sky above the Wan clan's plaza, Wan Feng's master, the extreme old man, looked down at the mess below expressionlessly. The Haotian sect's elder Feng stood quietly behind him. "Old Feng, this time your Haotian sect has really recruited a genius from the lower realm. I reckon that he is not much weaker than the true disciples of your sect." Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "Senior Extreme, Yin speaks too highly of him. Compared to the geniuses recorded in Bushin Palace, his accumulations as a martial king are still lacking. Furthermore, he has not experienced a truly grand occasion." The extreme old man said, "These words are not wrong. Whether it is a true dragon or not, we can only know after the baptism of the Kunlun realm." After a pause, the extreme old man said, "You should go. Although this old man's reputation is not good, I still have this much magnanimity. I will not make a move against an insignificant martial monarch." When old Feng heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although the old man before him looked amiable, he was infamous in the Kunlun realm. Even the cultivators of the other races feared him. Shao Chun had defeated his little disciple in front of everyone. Old Feng worried that the old man would not be able to resist making a move. If that happened, even if Shao Chun had a divine weapon, only death awaited him. "Many thanks, Senior." After obtaining a definite answer, Old Feng bowed slightly. Then, he turned into a beam of light and flew back to the Haotian sect. After Old Feng left, the extreme old man's expression suddenly sank. He looked in the direction of Nzishuan and muttered, "Unexpectedly, this fellow is related to the experts of the fiend race." "Xiao, The extreme old man withdrew his gaze and thought for a while. Then he stopped thinking and casually tore space apart. He appeared on a roof and smiled coldly as he looked at Wan Feng, who was wearing a pair of red floral underwear. When Wan Feng felt the gaze from above, he looked up. His body trembled involuntarily as he said, "Master, this disciple has embarrassed you. I only asked for a quick death." The extreme old man smiled coldly and said, "Why would I kill you? It was not my tacit approval. Who in the Sky Dome realm can injure you?" Wan Feng's expression froze. He exclaimed, "Master, you saw everything?" The extreme old man nodded without batting an eyelid. He said, "In the future, you won't be so arrogant anymore, right? Even a lion needs to use its full power to capture a rabbit. You are not a lion yet, so where is your dog's pride coming from? What is the use of thinking about all these crooked paths for cultivation? You will not be able to achieve anything great. In the future, break off all ties with the Wan clan and focus all your attention on cultivation. If anyone slaps your face, slap them back 100-fold, 1,000-fold." Wan Feng suddenly understood what the extreme old man was trying to do. The other party had clearly seen all of his actions. The extreme old man wanted to use this opportunity to teach himself a lesson. On the other hand, he wanted to temper his mental state. Many thanks for Master's teachings. This disciple will definitely turn over a new leaf. I will not embarrass the extreme sect again. The extreme old man did not say anything more. He casually grabbed Wan Feng and flew off into the distance. As the powerhouses left one by one, the farce of the Wan clan's wedding officially came to an end. At the border of the Great Jin Nation and the Great Qin Nation, Yu had been waiting with the Imperial Dragon Legion for a long time already. After handing Wan Feng over to the other party, Xiao Chun flew to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion alone. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion was as calm as usual. No one knew that Xiao Chun, who had just returned, had done such a shocking thing in the boundless distance. "Senior, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. I did not lose the divine weapon." When Xiao Chun felt the power of the divine weapon, he felt even more grateful to Lung Tianyun for lending him the divine weapon. Lung Tianyun was not in a rush to receive the divine weapon. He looked at Xiao Chen's injuries and said, "Don't be in a rush to leave. Let me take a look at your injuries." After a series of battles, especially when he used the strength character formula to execute the blue dragon returned from the sea, Xiao Chen's injuries had reached a horrifying level. Lung Tianyun placed his right hand on Xiao Chen's meridians and carefully checked them. He exclaimed in shock, "Your physical body is extraordinarily strong. If other martial monarchs acted as recklessly as you did, they would have died long ago. However, your situation is not much better now. There is still half a month before we leave the Sky Dome realm. During this period of time, you should stay here and focus on recuperating." Lung Tianyun personally made a move. He used his origin energy and the peak medicinal herbs that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had accumulated to help Xiao Chun recover quickly. 7 days later, Xiao Chun had completely recovered from all his injuries. He was brimming with energy and vigor. The battle at the Wan clan's palace had given Xiao Chun many comprehensions. This was especially so when he fought with Wan Feng. Wan Feng's will of ice had given him a lot of inspiration. Before martial monarch, only cultivators with a peak state could be considered geniuses. Only then could they fight above their cultivation realm. However, when one reached martial monarch, states were commonplace. Only by raising their states to a will could they fight above their cultivation realm. Wan Feng could treat martial monarchs like they were nothing. Aside from his accumulated quintessence, which was much higher than that of the Sky Dome realm's martial monarchs, the most important reason was his comprehension of the will of ice. If Wan Feng's will of ice could improve further, even with the Taiji Inyang flame diagram and the 33-fold increase in combat prowess, victory would still be difficult for Xiao Chun. "I have to make good use of my time and comprehend my will of ice," Xiao Chun said with a resolute gaze as he clenched his right fist tightly. After making up his mind, Xiao Chun immediately went to look for Lung Tianyun. With such a martial sage around, It would be a waste not to seek his guidance. When Lung Tianyin found out why Xiao Chen was here, he could not help but laugh loudly. He said, "How old are you? Already? You want to comprehend a will?" Xiao Chen could not understand. He asked, "Could it be that the will has something to do with age?" Lung Tianyin nodded and said, "It does not have anything to do with age. However, some people live for 500 or 600 years and become a martial sage. Even so, they might not be able to comprehend their will. Raising a state to a will depends on talent, breadth of vision, and fortuitous encounters. Talent goes without saying. It is a person's comprehension ability. Since you can create the 4-season saber technique, your comprehension ability is definitely not bad. The so-called breadth of vision is the experience of a cultivator. The great 1,000 realms are boundless. There are all sorts of mysteries, countless. How much do you think you have experienced? Even if you have achieved all that, without the right opportunity, you will never be able to comprehend your own will." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. However, he felt a little suspicious. He asked, "That welcoming envoy, Wan Feng, is only 3 or 4 years older than me. However, he already touched the threshold of a will. Why is that?" Lung Tianyun smiled faintly and said, "That is not a will. If I remember correctly, the Extreme Yin sect has a special cultivation technique that can strengthen the state of ice. It can raise the might of the peak state of ice by 20%. If he really comprehended a will, you would not be a match for him. 10 years ago, I advanced to martial sage. Even in the Kunlun realm, my talent is considered outstanding. However, I have not comprehended my own will. To think that a will is so difficult to comprehend." Xiao Chun frowned heavily. Unexpectedly, even Lung Tianyun has not comprehended a will of his own. In terms of talent and breadth of vision, the other party should be pretty good. In that case, the time for fortuitous encounters has not arrived. Lung Tianyun stood up and waved his hand. A cool breeze immediately blew in the room. As the cool breeze circulated, it carried a gentle warmth that made one feel relaxed and comfortable. "Xiao!" Suddenly, Lung Tianyun stretched out his hand and tapped. The cool breeze blew gently, but it contained a bone-chilling chill. The strength of the wind did not change, but when it struck the body, it felt even more painful than a knife. Boom! Lung Tianyun stretched out his hand again, and a strong wind blew, buzzing loudly. Even the room trembled intensely. Chi! 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 In that instant, the strong wind stopped and turned into thousands of thin wind arrows, riddling the entire room with holes. Sunlight shone in through the holes. When the thousands of light beams intertwined, they formed mottled shadows on the ground, illuminating the room. When Xiao Chen saw all this, he could not help but feel astonished. The simple wind could produce so many scenes in Lung Tianyun's hands. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, he would not be able to do so within 10 years. Xiao Chun could blow out a cool breeze or send out a berserk palm wind that could flip the roof off. However, he could not do it as freely as Lung Tianyun did. Lung Tianyun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He muttered, "I have already touched the threshold of the will of wind. All I need is a fortuitous encounter, and I will be able to break through." You cannot imitate the earlier demonstration. Just treat it as broadening your horizons. There is a huge difference between thunder and wind. How you comprehend it depends on yourself. Xiao Chun quickly performed a cup fist salute in thanks. This demonstration had indeed made him feel enlightened. He discovered that his previous way of thinking was too limited. Chapter 641. In a few days, you will be going to the Kunlun realm. I have a request. Xiao Chun said, "Senior, please speak your mind. If I can do it, I will do my best to do it." There was a trace of worry in Lung Tianyun's eyes. He muttered, "However, during the Golden Age, there will be a great calamity. However, the 5,000 years of Golden Age will slowly come to an end amidst peace. However, the laws of history will not change. The great calamity this time might be a great calamity that happens once every 10,000 years. In the future, if you really manage to ascend to the great Tao, I hope that you will take care of the heavenly saber pavilion. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and said, the great Tao is difficult, harder than ascending to the heavens. Senior's words are too far-fetched. The so-called great calamity is just overthinking it. Lung Tianyun sighed softly. I am not overthinking it. 10,000 years ago, there was a vast demonic calamity. The Tianwu dynasty, which had been glorious for tens of thousands of years, vanished like smoke. The 9 dragon veins of the Tianwu continent escaped, and the spiritual energy of the world turned chaotic. Even today, it has not recovered. Xiaochen still felt that Lung Tianyun was exaggerating. However, after thinking for a while, he still agreed. If one day I really manage to ascend to the great Tao, I will definitely not sit by and watch the heavenly saber pavilion ignore me. After leaving Lung Tianyun's room, Xiao Chun spent another half a day refining the countenance halting pill. Then, he handed it to Lu Ruyue. His train of thought had expanded significantly. Xiao Chun decided to leave and spend the last moments of his time in the Sky Dome realm at Thunder Emperor Valley. He wanted to see if he could find his own fortuitous encounter in the immortal will that the Thunder King left behind. Tears welled up in Lu Riyue's eyes as she hugged Xiao Chun, unwilling to let go for a long time. Xiao Chun, will this be an eternal parting? Xiao Chun felt a slight sourness in his heart. He wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. Definitely not. Wait for me to return. This night, the two spent a long time together. As Lu Riyue slept soundly, Xiao Chun gently kissed her forehead. Then, he put on his clothes and left quietly. Before the sky brightened, Xiao Chun took one last look at the beautiful Qinyan Peak. He had too many memories on this peak. After this parting, Xiao Chun did not know when he would be able to return. However, he had to go to the Kunlun realm. No matter how reluctant he was, he could only hide the bitterness in his heart. Let's go. Since ancient times, sages have always been lonely. From the moment you decided to walk the path to the peak of cultivation, you were destined to be lonely. Ao Jiao said softly from the lunar shadow saber. Back then, she had witnessed the rise of the Thunder King. Now that a similar situation had occurred once again, she was filled with mixed emotions. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, no longer reluctant to leave this mountain and grass, and bid farewell. When Xiao Chun flew over Saber City, he discovered a girl standing at the top of the city wall. When he looked carefully, it was Feng Feishue, dressed in men's clothing. She had a faint smile on her face as she watched him fly in the air. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and he instantly landed on the city wall, standing across from Feng Feishue. Feng Feishue took out a spatial ring and handed it to Xiao Chun. She said, the Dragon Phoenix cauldron that you left with me. All the materials that the Feng clan has for refining secret treasures are in there. Finally, there are 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. I hope they will be of help to you. 100,000 superior grade spirit stones was a large sum. Right now, Xiao Chen only had a total of 80,000 superior grade spirit stones on him. Xiao Chun urgently needed superior grade spirit stones, be it for cultivation or as currency after he went to the Kunlun realm. They would be very useful. Many thanks. Feng Feishue smiled gently and suddenly kissed Xiao Chun on the lips. She said, take this kiss as a token of my thanks. Now that I have complete control over the Feng clan, I will help you look after the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Xiao clan. Xiao Chun touched his lips and could not help but smile. I only found out today that this kiss of mine is so valuable. Do you want to kiss me a few more times? Feng Feishue blushed and giggled. I would not dare to mess around. That person from your clan would kill me. Let's go. Stop being so wishy-washy. As the sun set, Xiao Chun arrived at Thunder Emperor Valley. When the many old men in Thunder Emperor Valley saw Xiao Chen's arrival, they were startled. Several of them were the old men that Xiao Chun had knocked down previously. Without saying anything, these people immediately scattered, leaving one by one. These fellows are really cowardly. It is as though you will eat them up. With such courage, what fortuitous encounters can they obtain in Thunder Emperor Valley? Ao Jiao said indifferently. Xiao Chun found a place to sit down cross-legged. He said calmly, It is good that they left. It is peaceful. Thunder roared in Xiao Chen's ears, and a horrifying might spread out. The will of thunder wandering in the clouds did not show any signs of dissipating even after thousands of years, as though it would exist forever. Suddenly, Xiao Chen had an idea. He said, "Ao Jiao, do you think that if I subdue this will, I will comprehend the will of thunder?" Ao Jiao snorted coldly and said, "That is easy for you. Since it is the immortal lightning, how can it be subdued by others? Unless your strength surpasses that of the Thunder King back then." Xiao Chen smiled and did not say anything more. He closed his eyes and started to comprehend. The half-step martial monarchs that Xiao Chen chased away did not go far. They all floated a kilometer away from Thunder Emperor Valley, smiling coldly as they looked at Xiao Chen. This fellow is really reckless. Thunder Emperor Valley never allows cultivators above martial monarch to remain. Let's wait and see how the lightning strikes him to death. That is the immortal divine lightning. Even a peak martial monarch would not be able to withstand it. When he dies, we will split the treasures on him evenly. Xiao Chen did not open his eyes. However, he sent out his spiritual sense and clearly heard the expressions of these people, as well as what they said. He smiled faintly to himself and ignored them. As the successor of the Thunder King, he had the lunar shadow saber to back him up. How could the immortal divine lightning attack him for no reason? These people were probably going to be disappointed. In the ancient desolate land, a man carrying a sword on his back walked calmly on the surface of the vast heavenly extermination lake. As this man walked, ripples spread out on the surface of the water. White clouds drifted in the clear sky. However, there was a pitch-black mark in this paper-like sky, looking very out of place. When one got closer, one would discover that the mark was actually a thick patch of black clouds. Below the thick black clouds was an island shrouded in Inchi. When the youth carrying the sword looked at the scene in front, he smiled faintly and said, "The headquarters of the Dark Church is not much different from what I expected." This person was Chu Chaoyan, who had not appeared for a long time after the Five Nation Youth Competition. For some reason, he actually appeared here. Behind Chu Chaoyan stood several strong cultivators with unfathomable auras. Among them were the sacred Heavenly Church's bishop, the mysterious master of the Devil's Savannah's Black Knights, and the Black Dragon Group's chief. At this moment, all the influential major characters stood behind Chu Chaoyan. However, they all appeared strangely respectful. In a secret room of the palace on the island, a man shrouded in black chi sat cross-legged. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this black-clad man's appearance actually resembled Xiao Chen's. Xiao, an image of the black-clad man, sitting cross-legged, stood up. The image slowly turned solid and soon looked no different from the real person. The black-clad man pushed open the door to the secret room. The guard standing at the side was startled and said, "Churchmaster, you are out of closed-door cultivation. Quickly, go and inform the Churchmaster. It is just a clone. There's no need to make a big fuss about it." The black-clad man smiled faintly and walked forward. Soon, the Churchmaster rushed over with a group of disciples. When they saw this person, they immediately knelt and said, "Churchmaster, why did you come out of closed-door cultivation?" The black-clad man waved his hand, and a formless energy instantly wrapped around this group of people. He said, "Come with me to meet the guest." Hu Chi, the mysterious black-clad man from the Dark Church, waved his hand and led the group of people into the air. In a few breaths, they arrived before Chu Chaoyan. The mysterious black-clad man looked at Chu Chaoyan and smiled faintly. "Interesting. Unexpectedly, a group of descendants of the Tianwu dynasty that I destroyed 10,000 years ago came to work with me today." Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and said, "As long as our goal is the same, it does not matter who we work with. However, your strength disappoints me." ZZ. Right after Chu Chaoyan spoke, a golden flame suddenly burned in Chu Chaoyan's eyes. A golden heavenly flame poured out and instantly set the black-clad man ablaze. The might is pretty good. Unfortunately, it is too slow. This insignificant clone of mine can easily dodge it. The mysterious black-clad man reappeared before Chu Chaoyun and smiled. Then, he used his palm as a saber and thrust it at Chu Chaoyun's chest. Dang! A golden light descended from the sky and turned solid. The black-clad man's palm stabbed into Chu Chaoyun's chest, giving off a metallic sound that shook the sky. Kasie, Kasie. The materialized light shattered inch by inch like a mirror. When it landed on the calm surface of the lake, it erupted into pillars of water that soared into the sky. When the light scattered, the mysterious black-clad man smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. Your comprehension of the ancestors' technique is not bad. You too. Back then, the sword strike of the Qing Emperor did not cripple you." Chu Chaoyun retorted, not showing any fear of this person. He said, "Cut the nonsense. Open the gates to the demonic world." The mysterious black-clad man said unhurriedly, "There's no rush. We still have to wait for one more person. Without her, even if you go to the demonic world, you will not be able to learn the high-ranked martial techniques of the demon race." Who? Just at this moment, a girl wearing a purple dress and a veil descended from the distant sky. This girl had a purple mark on her forehead. Her spirited eyes were very captivating. With just one glance, one's heart surged with emotions, wanting to sink into it forever. Chu Chaoyun showed a startled expression. He felt a formless danger from this girl. He asked, "Who is she?" Lung Yu, one of the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world. The black-clad man said indifferently. As the sun rose and set, the rumbling thunder in the Thunder Emperor Valley never stopped. It has already been 5 days. Why is this fellow not dead yet? This is illogical. This is really strange. For the past 5 days, we have not moved a single step. However, that immortal divine lightning seems to recognize this brat. Nothing happened to it. I feel a little dizzy. My essence is almost depleted. If we continue waiting like this, before this brat dies, we will fall into the sea. Let's wait a little longer. This fellow is a true dragon-grade sovereign genius. He must have a lot of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and treasures on him. Indeed, this opportunity is hard to come by. This is a free benefit. The half-step martial monarchs waiting for Xiao Chun to be struck by lightning were almost out of essence. However, they still gritted their teeth and waited with intense anticipation. Chapter 642. Up in Thunder Emperor Valley, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with purple electricity. In the past 5 days, Xiao Chun's understanding of lightning had improved by another level. Originally, there was no lightning in the world. Lightning was not like wind, fire, or water, which existed for a long time. Only when wind and clouds gathered would lightning appear. Lightning did not exist in isolation. If there was no wind and no clouds, there would be no lightning. It was just like the immortal divine lightning above Thunder Emperor Valley. Without the dark clouds that moved with the wind and lingered for a long time, no matter how powerful the Thunder King was, his will of thunder would not be able to last forever. After comprehending this point, a vague image of the will of thunder appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. Although Xiao Chun had not formally grasped the basics, he now had a general direction. He would not be as confused as before. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Today, I have to gather at Dragon Sealing City, Xiao Chun muttered as he stood up. Xiao Chun glanced at the half-step martial monarchs, waiting for him to be struck by lightning. He could not help but find it funny. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground, and a blue dragon image appeared. As it moved up and down, Xiao Chun silently arrived behind these people. He smiled and asked, "Old sirs, what are you all waiting for? What else can we be waiting for?" "Waiting for that brat to be struck by lightning, of course," an old man said dispiritedly. When these people turned around and saw Xiao Chun behind them, they paled and retreated in fright. "Haha, you're not very capable, but your heart is very vicious. In that case, I will let you have a taste of being struck by lightning first." Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and pointed. Winds and clouds moved in the sky. The clouds clashed, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the person who spoke into the water. Only when the clouds move can there be lightning. However, Clouds cannot move without wind. Hence, there needs to be wind, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then, he casually executed the comprehensions he had gained in Thunder Emperor Valley. Instantly, lightning flashed. A group of half-step martial monarchs waiting for Xiao Chun to be struck by lightning were struck by lightning. They cried out miserably as they fell into the water, charred black. Let's go to Dragon's Sealing City. Seeing that the old men were all struck by the lightning, Xiao Chun did not make things difficult for this group of people. He stood on the blue dragon and headed for Dragon's Sealing City. Gulp, gulp. Xiao Chun walked far away. On the surface of the sea below, there was a burst of bubbles. One by one, black and swarthy heads popped out of the water like refugees. They still did not understand each other. Feeling confused, they said, that shouldn't be the case. Why is it that this brat is not struck by lightning, but we are? In the sky above Dragon's Sealing City, the Bushin Palace's jade ship was overflowing with light. Celestial music lingered in the surroundings, and colorful clouds drifted. The thick, dark clouds that had not melted for 10,000 years were split into two halves. Golden light shone from the center and poured down. Every building in the simple and unadorned Dragon Sealing City seemed to be covered in a layer of golden paint, looking very beautiful. The geniuses of the Sky Dome realm in the top 20 of the True Dragon ranking stood at the bow of the ship. As they looked at the boundless Sky Dome realm, they were all in high spirits and felt very nervous. In the vast Sky Dome realm, there were thousands of heroes. However, only the 20 of them could obtain the opportunity to enter the Kunlun realm. What kind of glory was this? However, they also felt very nervous in the depths of their hearts. After suffering at Xiao Chen's hands, they now had a clear understanding of their own strength. Perhaps if they went to the Kunlun realm, the pride that they had for the past 20-odd years would be gone forever, vanishing into the crowd. However, everyone here was a strong and confident person. The anticipation and desire in their hearts far outweighed their nervousness. No one believed that they would lose. As long as they had a chance, even if they went to the Kunlun realm, they could still rise up and obtain the glory that belonged to them. There was no need to worry so much when they were young. As long as there was a dream in their hearts, no matter how cruel this world was, there was nothing to fear. At this moment, Yu Chensi and Old Feng were looking into the distance. It was clear that they were waiting for someone. Gong Yangyu stood behind the two with a calm expression. His sect was much weaker than the Hao Yin sect in the Kunlun realm. It was only a rank 8 sect. After setting some conditions with his sect, Gong Yangyu decided to go to the Kunlun realm. That was to say, he headed straight for the Hao Yin sect. If he went to his own sect, the treatment he would receive would be better. In a relatively small and weak sect, it would be easier for him to gain the attention of the upper echelons. If he went to the Hao Yin sect, where there were more geniuses, the competition he would face was something that the main sect could not compare to. The treatment he received would be worse as well. This was a choice between being the head of a chicken or the tail of a phoenix. In the end, Gong Yangyu chose the latter. Actually, most of the people here chose the latter as well. Those whose sects had not reached rank 9 were prepared to look for a better place. A smile appeared on Yu Chensi's face as he said, "He is here." Gong Yangyu recovered his wits and quickly looked over. He saw a figure in the distance standing on the image of a blue dragon. As the figure moved up and down, it traveled 1 kilometer. This figure quickly flew towards the jade warship. That person looked very graceful and extraordinary. He did not reveal himself, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling, one that no one could defeat. Naturally, this person was the top ranker of the True Dragon ranking, the white-robed bladesman who dominated the younger generation of the Sky Dome realm and defeated Wan Feng, the king-grade True Dragon genius, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun is here. It was not just Yu Chensi, but also the gazes of everyone else focused on Xiao Chun. This white-robed bladesman seemed to always be able to create miracles. Back then, at the Wan Clan's Plaza, the many outstanding young talents had been humiliated by Wan Feng. Although they were not convinced, they all suffered miserable defeats at his hands, unable to retaliate at all. Only Xiao Chun, after defeating 36 martial monarchs and the 8 great guardian deities, still had the strength to defeat one foe. Xiao Chen managed to gain some glory for the youths of the Sky Dome realm. Sorry, I'm a little late. Xiao Chun looked around at the situation. He had not expected the others to arrive so early, so he said apologetically to Old Feng. Old Feng smiled gently and said, "There's no rush, there's no rush. There are people who came even later than you." Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered that there were already 19 people in the top 20. Only Chu Chaoyan was nowhere to be seen. Strange, given Chu Chaoyan's talent. It would be too much of a pity if he did not go to the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chun thought doubtfully. At the same time, he felt somewhat disappointed. Xiao Chun and Chu Chaoyan had not truly determined a victory yet. The battle on the Wind Cloud platform was just the beginning. In the future, when the two of them reached the peak, there would definitely be another battle. If Chu Chaoyan did not go to the Kunlun realm, he would only be left far behind, never able to catch up. I'm not waiting anymore. He's just a lower realm genius, and he dares to put on airs in front of me. If he does not go, then so be it. Bushin Palace does not lack people like him. The extreme in old man's displeased voice came from the ship's hold. Uchi. The instant the extreme in old man spoke, the jade warship immediately soared into the air. Then, it flew at an extremely fast speed towards the boundless golden light above. The thick, dark clouds that had been split in half slowly merged together like two pieces of the ceiling. Finally, they merged completely, and a huge shadow-covered dragon sealing city once again. Time passed slowly. Only when the Age of Geniuses began would the dark clouds above Dragon Sealing City open again and send down a golden light. The dense golden light surrounded the Jade warship. The many cultivators on the warship, including Xiao Chun, were all very curious as they looked around. However, all they could see was golden light. They could not see anything special about it. How exactly did this warship reach the Kunlun realm? Xiao. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding golden light suddenly dissipated. Boundless stars and a vast heavenly river appeared before everyone's eyes. Normally, no one dared to look at the blazing sun. However, at this moment, it was just a small ball of fire in everyone's eyes. It looked very wondrous. From time to time, huge flying rocks with long tails whizzed past everyone's eyes. The scene was quite thrilling. The jade ship was surrounded by a transparent golden membrane, protecting it from being hit by the flying stones. This is the starry heavens. As someone from the modern era, Xiao Chun discovered that the starry heavens here could not be measured by the knowledge of Earth. A jade warship could float in the starry heavens. No matter how much the people of that world imagined it, they would not dare to believe it. When Xiao Chun looked back, he discovered that the original Sky Dome realm was actually just a small stone stele with talisman scripts shining on it. Xiao Chun was sure that the size of that stone stele surpassed that of the Jade warship. However, the radiance it emitted enveloped all the stars in it. Such a strange scene left people puzzled even after much thought. After we pass the whirlpool in front, we will reach the Kunlun realm. Old Feng's voice came from behind Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked to the front. At some point in time, a 7-colored whirlpool had appeared in the boundless starry heavens. At some point in time, a 7-colored whirlpool had appeared. This whirlpool was incredibly huge, comparable to a planet. Old Feng said gravely, "Xiao Chun, Yu Chenxi, and Gong Yangyu, now that we are here, I should tell you about the situation of the Kunlun realm." The group quickly listened, not daring to miss out on anything. Aside from humans, there are many other races of various sizes in the Kunlun realm. The Kunlun realm is ridiculously large. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as boundless. The region that our human race controls is the Tianwu domain. For the sake of resources, the various domains frequently erupt in great wars. The Bushin Palace is a faction formed by all the sects of the human race. It is the supreme sect that rules the Tianwu domain. You don't have to know about the other races and the larger domains for now. Just the Tianwu domain is more than enough for you to explore. You might not even be able to finish exploring it in your lifetime. Gong Yangyu asked out of curiosity, How big is the Tianwu domain? Compared to the Tianwu continent, it is slightly bigger. When Gong Yanyu heard this, he could not help but laugh loudly. He said, "There is no comparison at all. The Tianwu domain has 108 continents. Even the smallest continent is larger than a nation in the Tianwu continent. The slightly larger continents are the size of 2 nations. This is just the places with human habitation. If we include some desolate mountains and ancient remnants, it is even larger." When Xiao Chun and the other 2 heard this, they could not help but be flabbergasted. Just the Tianwu domain of the human race was already so large. In that case, how large was the entire Kunlun realm? I'll say one last thing. You're all geniuses. Otherwise, the Hao Ian sect would not have called you in. But if you want to do nothing and the Clear Sky School directly spends resources to support you, that is absolutely impossible. It is the same for the other sections. If you want to obtain more resources, you need to bring out your strength to prove yourself and stand out from the other disciples. Chapter 643. Old Fang's last sentence sounded extremely grave. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu exchanged glances. They both felt a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. Xiao Chun, on the other hand, did not feel much. He had already expected this. Regardless of whether it was the genius disciples of the Hao Ian sect in the Tianwu domain or the luck geniuses from the other great Thousand Realms, the Hao Ian sect would not be able to defeat them. In this great world, there were definitely no mediocre people. The competition would probably be even more intense. In a situation where the resources were equal, the only way was to stand out. He had to show that he was more worthy of nurturing than others in order to get what he wanted. As everyone on the bow of the ship cried out in alarm, the Jade ship entered the rainbow vortex with a whoosh. Everyone felt a powerful suction force. In front of that force, their bodies were unable to resist at all, and they were disintegrated into countless particles of various sizes. At this moment, his soul and body were separated. He could still think, but he couldn't control his own body. Such a strange state was extremely frightening, but fortunately, it didn't last for long. The particles of his body, big and small, reassembled like a platter. His body returned to his control, and the world before him suddenly opened up. In the boundless sky, a huge sun hung high in the sky. There were many mountains and cities on the ground. The tall buildings were as small as ants. Looking from above, the Kunlun realm was no different from the Tianwu continent. My cultivation base seems to have increased a little. It has become more condensed. Me too. Earlier, it felt like the veritable essence energy in my body was reorganized. Several of my blocked meridians were cleared. This is the Kunlun realm. The many young Sky Dome realm cultivators on the bow of the warship all spoke excitedly, their faces filled with excitement. Xiao Chan circulated his quintessence and discovered that it was indeed so. His cultivation had advanced to early stage, inferior grade martial monarch. The circulation of quintessence in his meridians became smoother, saving him half a month of bitter cultivation. Old Feng smiled faintly and said, "The rules of the lower realm and the upper realm are different. The first time you enter, everyone's cultivation will receive some benefits. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing. Properly experience the spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm. Before you go to Bushin Palace, you should get used to it." Even without Old Feng's instructions, the many youths on the bow had already closed their eyes and sat down cross-legged, greedily absorbing the spiritual origin around them. Xiaochen was not in a hurry to sit down cross-legged. Instead, he circulated the true essence in his body and made a grabbing motion in the air. A water ball formed from spirit chi appeared in his palm. The light blue ball of water was plump and full. It contained a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi. Xiao Chun muttered, with just a casual grab, "There's already so much spiritual energy. It is more than 10 times stronger than the Great Gene Nation, which is rich in spiritual energy." Pooh! With a flick of his hand, Xiao Chun poured quintessential essence into the ball of water. It spun and shot into the distance before exploding. The water ball turned into droplets of rain and dispersed in all directions. Not even a faint ripple appeared in the space. Strange. In the Sky Dome realm, I can tear space with a casual strike. Earlier, I infused a drop of compressed quintessential essence into that ball of water, but there was not even a ripple in space. Shock flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he muttered to himself. The space of this Kunlun realm seemed to be much firmer than that of the Sky Dome realm. The restrictions of the natural laws on cultivators were even greater. Let's try again. This time, Xiao Chen got serious. He exhausted 50% of his quintessential essence and 60% comprehended saber intent. Then, he used his fingers as a saber and sent out a strand of sharp saber chi to the side. The sharp saber chi was like a rainbow piercing through the sun. Soon, it vanished before Xiao Chen's eyes, disappearing in a flash. Wherever it passed, faint ripples would appear on both sides. Ripples would appear in the space around it, as if a stone had been dropped onto a calm surface of water. At this point, Xiao Chen was certain that the space of this Kunlun realm was much firmer. If one compared this empty space to a building, then the space of the Sky Dome realm was a wooden building, and the building here was a tall tower made of steel. The two could not be compared at all. The difference was too great. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and said softly, "In such a tight and firm space, cultivation progress, flying speed, and the might of martial techniques will all be greatly restricted." No wonder Wanfeng's quintessential essence was so pure. The heavenly Tao's restrictions on cultivators were much stronger than in the lower realms. Given this, the lower realm cultivators were naturally at a disadvantage compared to the geniuses who were already used to the Kunlun realm's laws. If there were any arrogant and unruly people who were not convinced by the local geniuses, they would immediately be taught a severe lesson. In the distance, two girls stood on an azure lawn covered in flames. The girl on the right wore a green dress. She was very pretty and had an otherworldly air. She appeared quiet and cute. This girl was already a rare beauty. However, the girl on the left, wearing a red dress, was even more beautiful. Her skin was fair, her teeth were sharp, and her eyebrows were like a blazing flame. As the azure lawn flew quickly, a sharp saber chi with a flourishing aura flew over from the side. The girl on the right reacted very quickly. She flicked her finger, and a resonant phoenix cry rang out. Then, a fiery sword chi shot out from her fingertip. The fiery light was dazzling, and the sword chi was like a rainbow. When it clashed with that saber chi, it quickly melted. After a while, the saber chi turned into mist and scattered. The girl on the left asked in shock, "Who sent out that saber chi?" To think that elder sister Nuan had to use the vermilion bird holy flame. The girl with the family name Nuan looked at the jade ship that was already far away. When she saw a blurry white figure, she said softly, "This strand of saber chi contains not only dense quintessential energy, but also a 60% comprehended saber intent. If I want to casually destroy it, I have to use the vermilion bird holy flame." At the same time, the girl with the family name Nuan felt somewhat astonished. She recognized the symbol of that jade ship. It was the escort ship that passed by Bushin Palace. If there were no surprises, this strand of saber chi came from one of the lower realm geniuses on the ship. However, there is no killing chi. It should be a casual probing from someone from the lower realm. That is not a problem. I will bring you to the proud son of heaven ranking. Let's go. As Xiao Chen pondered, the youths on the bow all opened their eyes. Their eyes shone with great confidence, and some of them even laughed out loud. What dense spiritual energy! No wonder that Wanfeng is only an inferior grade martial monarch, but he surpasses us by so much. His accumulations are simply too bountiful. That's right. Give us some time, and we will definitely surpass him. It is not that his talent surpasses ours. Rather, he has been in the Kunlun realm longer than us. Sooner or later, we will teach him a lesson. After cultivating for a while, the cultivators felt a lot of spiritual energy in their bodies. Lofty aspirations filled their hearts, sweeping away all the nervousness in their hearts. Their expressions were filled with excitement, as if they had come back to life. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and did not say anything. Wanfeng's strength was not that simple. Even in the Tianwu domain, Wan Feng's state of ice, which surpassed the limits, was not something that just anyone could grasp. Furthermore, everyone could obtain spiritual energy. In the Kunlun realm, it was like cabbages. There was no need to be so excited. In the end, they're all youths. Their mental states are not mature enough, Old Feng said softly as he shook his head. Boom! Just at this moment, boundless golden light came from the front. A huge palace floating in the air appeared before everyone's eyes. The surroundings of the palace were shrouded in mist, causing the mysterious palace to appear somewhat hazy. When the group got closer, they discovered that the signboard above the palace read, Bushin Palace South Gate. We have arrived. All of you, quickly go down. The elders of your respective sects will inform you of the arrangements for the remaining matters. The extreme, old man's voice came from the warship's hold in an indifferent manner. Old Feng said, go down first. I'll bring you to Bushin Palace to register yourselves. After that, we will attempt to enter the proud son of heaven ranking. Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, he suddenly felt an intense, hateful gaze. He turned his head to look, and the windows of the warship were open. Wan Feng looked at Xiao Chun coldly, a boundless hatred gathering in the depths of his eyes. That hatred surged like a flood, extremely terrifying. It felt like even if Wan Feng ate Xiao Chun alive, he would not be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. Xiao Chun found it strange. Where does this fellow get so much hatred from? I merely defeated him in front of everyone. If he is not satisfied, he can just challenge me again. There is no need for him to show such a horrifying gaze. Naturally, Xiao Chun did not know that Kim Taeho humiliated Wan Feng. Wan Feng blamed the humiliation of that day on Xiao Chun. If Xiao Chun had not severely injured Wan Feng first, how could Wan Feng have been beaten to the point of kneeling and admitting his mistakes by someone like Kim Taeho, whom Wan Feng could easily crush? Xiao Chun, let's go, Yu Chinsi reminded when he saw Xiao Chun in a daze. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and smiled in response. Then, he jumped off the warship with Wan Feng. Wan Feng clenched his right fist tightly and said coldly, I'll let you be cocky for now. When I break through to medial grade martial monarch, I will definitely go to the Hao Ian sect to take revenge. Amid the dense, spiritual fog, the majestic palace gave off a faint golden light. It looked like a paradise on earth. From a distance, the floating Bushin Palace looked like the forbidden city of Xiao Chen's previous world, floating in midair. Pavilions, terraces, and halls filled the city. Simple and imposing buildings lined the streets, one after another. One could even vaguely see tall mountains, lakes, and rivers. Rather than a palace, it was more like a miniature continent. Under the lead of their sect elders, the participants on the warship arrived at the south gate of Bushin Palace. 2 rows of golden-armored warriors with deep cultivations stood below the simple and imposing gate. They expressionlessly inspected the cultivators lining up to enter the south gate. Occasionally, people rode on spirit beasts and descended from the sky. There were also all sorts of small birds with overwhelming spiritual energy flying by in flocks. When one looked carefully, one would be shocked to discover that the feathers of these unremarkable birds flickered with dazzling light. The spiritual energy in their eyes indicated that they were actually rank 7 spirit beasts. Some of the bolder birds did not fear the cultivators on the ground. They flew around the crowd and chirped nonstop. When the young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm arrived at Bushin Palace, they all looked around curiously. Chapter 644. Old Feng did not find this strange. He smiled gently and led the 3 past the long queue, going directly to the golden armored guards. After handing over their identity documents and identity medallions, the guards at the south gate let Xiao Chun and the others through. They did not even have to queue. Purple gold vine. A purple gold vine that is at least 1,000 years old. Unexpectedly, it is planted by the roadside, and its fruits are all ripe. There is also the fire dragon tree. It is at least 1,000 years old. White profound flower. After entering, the group could not help but exclaim when they saw the spirit trees and flowers casually planted by the roadside. When they looked around, they saw the spirit trees and spirit herbs that were very valuable in the Sky Dome realm, growing everywhere like weeds in the vast Bushin Palace. Xiaochen was not too astonished. Spirit trees that could be casually planted by the roadside were definitely not rare. Since they were in the Kunlun realm, they could not look at things from the perspective of the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng led the three through a few familiar streets in the Bushin Palace. Soon, they arrived at Majestic Hall. The plaque above the door read, "Proud Son of Heaven Pavilion." After entering the hall, Old Feng got the three to wait for a while he went to get their identity medallions. A few of them felt bored as they waited. There were also some cultivators around their age who were waiting excitedly. "Are you cultivators from the lower realm?" 3 cultivators, male and female, walked over and asked the three curiously. The one who asked the question was a pretty girl. This girl was about 24 or 25 years old. She was already an inferior grade martial monarch. Her aura was very stable, not chaotic at all. Clearly, she had advanced a long time ago. The three exchanged glances. Then, Yu Qinxi made the introductions. "Yes, we are from the Sky Dome realm. I am Yu Qinxi, he is Xiao Chun, and he's Gong Yangyu. I am Bai Shi. These two are my junior brothers, Bai He and Bai Yu. They are from the rank 8 sect of the Jingzhou province, Baiming Palace." The girl's smile did not diminish as she introduced them warmly to the three. When the 2 male disciples behind her heard that Xiao Chun and the others were from the Sky Dome realm, they revealed disdainful gazes. "I thought it was the geniuses of the 10 great battle realms. So, it is the last-ranked Sky Dome realm. Senior Sister Bai, let's go." There is nothing to say to them. The Baiming Palace disciple, named Bai Yu, said faintly. Bai He also said, "The people of the Sky Dome realm want to enter the Proud Son of Heaven ranking? That is simply impossible. What a waste of an opportunity." White Brook unhappily said, "How can you two speak like that? How rude." "Huh. In that case, Senior Sister, you can just waste your time here. We'll go make our preparations. Once Senior Brother brings back the Sage Sky Lantern, we'll attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking." The 2 of them didn't even look at Xiao Chun and the other 2. They just turned around and left. Xiao Chun and Ao Jiao learned a little about the 10 great battle realms as they chatted. Of the 600 great realms that the Bushin Palace controlled, the 10 great battle realms were the top 10 great thousand realms. There were countless experts in the battle realms. Many of them were natural combat geniuses. Every year, the experts of the battle realms would enter the Kunlun realm, making a name for themselves in the competitive Tianwu domain. The battle realms had already become a signboard. The people who came from the battle realms were publicly acknowledged to be extraordinary. Even the people of the Tianwu domain wanted to befriend them. "My apologies. My 2 junior brothers are rather proud and arrogant. However, they are definitely not vicious people," Bai Shi said apologetically. This was not the first time Xiao Chun met such realistic people. Given his mental state, these 2 would not affect him at all. He smiled faintly and did not say anything. Yu Qinxi felt dissatisfied in his heart. However, when he saw Bai Shi's sincere attitude, he did not say anything. He changed the topic and said, "Let's not talk about this. Elder Sister Bai Shi, can you tell us what this Proud Son of Heaven ranking is?" Bai Shi was very enthusiastic. She smiled and said, "Naturally, I can. The Proud Son of Heaven ranking is a ranking that measures the strength of the young cultivators in our Tianwu domain. It is the most authoritative ranking. In the Tianwu domain, as long as you're not older than 40, you have a chance to make it onto the ranking every year. After you make it onto the ranking, not only will you become famous in the Tianwu domain, but you will also receive many benefits. The first benefit is that the Bushin Palace will give you spirit-gathering pearls and medicinal pills as a monthly reward based on your rank on the ranking. The second benefit is that as long as you make it onto the ranking, you will obtain the will of an ancient sage. The ancient sage was as strong as a martial emperor. This will enter your sea of consciousness and save your life at a critical moment. The third benefit is the one that has the closest relationship with you all. If you can make it onto the ranking, you will receive more attention after you enter the sect. When the group heard Bai Shi's explanation, They could not help but feel anticipation for the proud son of heaven ranking. Senior brother is here. Come, let's go quickly. After cultivating for 3 years, I must make it onto the ranking. Just at this moment, Bai Yu and Bai He rushed over. Bai Shi smiled and said, "My first senior brother is here. I will take my leave first." Xiao Chun and the others turned their heads to look and saw a young swordsman with an extraordinary air and unfathomable cultivation. 3 lanterns floated in front of him as he slowly walked over. The group also saw Old Foam behind that young swordsman. There were also 3 lanterns floating in front of him. Old Foam walked over and said to the 3, "Come, follow me to the sage's wall to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking." Following Old Fang's footsteps, the 3 arrived before a wall in the middle of the hall. There were many paintings of sages on this wall. An ancient aura came from it, making them feel solemn and heavy. They did not even dare to breathe too loudly. There were 1,000 lanterns arranged in a pyramid shape on the wall. When the lanterns lit up, the sages on the wall shone brightly, making the strong auras of the sages even more prominent. As for the wick, it was an eye-opener for the 3 of them. They were actually miniature figures made of flames. Although the flaming figures were small, as long as one focused, the figures in the lanterns would be magnified infinitely. It was like they were real people imprinted in one's mind. The first row had only 1 lantern, the second row had 2 lanterns, and the third row had 4 lanterns. The 1,000 lanterns were arranged according to this pattern. The 3 lanterns at the very top had golden wicks. The light from their flames was the most dazzling, practically overshadowing the light from the other lanterns. Each lantern represented an outstanding talent of the Tianwu domain. With these 3 people occupying such positions and giving off such light, it would be hard not to notice them. Old Feng sighed softly. You should have heard of the masters of those 3 lanterns. They are the holy son and holy daughter of the 3 holy masters. The one at the very top is the divine martial gates Feng Wuji. The 2 below are the Phoenix's passion palaces, Nuanmiyun, and the White Emperor cities, Xiaohoju. Old Feng continued. The 3 holy masters are a sovereign sect that is even stronger than the 9 ranks of the great families in the Tianwu domain. They are also the only 3 sovereign sects in the Tianwu domain. Xiaochen raised his eyebrows slightly. When he thought of his blue dragon martial spirit, he could not help but enter deep thought. The 3 holy masters are probably even stronger in the Tianwu domain. However, most people would not compare themselves to them. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain's younger generation does not include these 3. Normally, it is very difficult to meet these 3. Old Feng pointed to the 7 lanterns at the bottom row and said, "These 7 people are either from the 9 ranks of the great families or from rank 9 clans. They're all very strong. The weakest is a superior grade martial monarch. The one with the strongest cultivation would be able to withstand many moves from a martial sage and retreat calmly." When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but feel startled. It was clear that it was much harder to raise one's cultivation in the Kunlun realm than in the Sky Dome realm. Martial monarchs were also much more valuable. The difficulty of fighting someone of a higher cultivation realm was not something that the Sky Dome realm could compare to. It was almost impossible. With Xiao Chen's current strength, if he met a medial grade martial monarch of the Kunlun realm, he would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat them. If the other party was also a genius cultivator and had a higher cultivation than Xiao Chun, victory would be hard to predict. These 7 people were all superior grade martial monarchs and had the backing of the 9 ranks of the great families. Furthermore, they were genius cultivators as well. They could easily kill Xiao Chun. Aside from these, there are also some proud sons of heaven whose strength is second only to the 7 giants. They are heroes among men and are terrifyingly strong. In the Sky Dome realm, even a regular martial sage would not be able to do anything to them. As Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu listened to Old Feng's explanation, they felt a strong pressure when facing these 1,000 lanterns. They felt somewhat dispirited. Compared to Gong Yangyu and Gong Yangyu, Xiao Chen also felt immense pressure. However, He did not feel dispirited at all. His expression did not change. When Old Feng saw Yu Chenxi and Gong Yanyu's expressions, he smiled faintly and said, "Don't overthink this. The average lifespan of the Kunlun realm's cultivators is 200 years. So, even 40 years old is still considered part of the younger generation. The average age of the 1,000 people on the Proud Son of Heaven ranking is 30 years old. Compared to them, you're still too young. This is your first attempt at the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, just to let you broaden your horizons. I do not expect you to obtain any results." As Old Feng spoke, the other participants of the Sky Dome realm, Bai Qi, Lu Xiaoyun, and the others, arrived before the wall under the lead of the various sect elders. Everyone had newly obtained identity medallions at their waists. The words Sky Dome Realm were written on the back, so the surrounding people knew their origins. So they all stopped and watched them attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking together. Beaming Palaces by Yu smiled and said, "There are quite a few people from the Sky Dome Realm. However, I do not see a single medial grade martial monarch. No one of them are ranked last." Bai he added, "They're unable to break through to medial grade martial monarch in the lower realm. This means that their aptitude is not very good. Senior Sister Bai, you are still chatting so intimately with them. You are lowering your own status." Bai he is right. Given their talent, even if they enter the 9 ranks of the great families, they will only be outer sect disciples. At best, they will be inner sect disciples. Although our Beaming Palace is only a rank 8 sect, you are all true inheritors. There is no need for you to befriend the minor characters of a large sect. The young swordsman behind the 3 said slowly, "Befriend experts of similar strength to you and exchange pointers with them. Only then will you be able to improve together." When Bai He and Lu Xiaoyan heard the young swordsman's words, their smiles widened involuntarily. Seeing their first senior brother lecturing them, Bai Shi lowered her head, not daring to say anything more. Chapter 645. The people of the Sky Dome realm are here to attempt the Proud Son of Heaven ranking as well. Let's wait and see. Anyway, I came quickly and left quickly. I won't have to wait for long. The surrounding cultivators of the Tianwu domain's native sects all stood silently at the side with the intention of watching a joke. Damn it, a bunch of snobs looking down on me. I'll just charge forward and show you. Immediately, 2 people felt extremely dissatisfied. They picked up their lanterns and dripped their blood onto them. The lotus immediately ignited into flames. The appearance formed by the flames was the exact same appearance of the 2, just that they were many times smaller. Go! When the 2 of them felt the suction from the wall, they shouted angrily and hurled their lanterns at the wall. When the 2 lanterns were 200 meters away from the wall, with countless human sages painted on it, the shadows of 2 human sages suddenly leaped out of the wall. The images of the 2 predecessors went from large to small. Soon, they were the same size as the flames in the lanterns. Then, they each leaped into a lantern. The palm-sized space above the lotus flower seemed to have become a world of its own. The figure of the sage and the little flame person started exchanging blows. Bang! In just a breath of time, the 2 lanterns' flaming figures suddenly shattered. The lanterns that had lost their wicks immediately tumbled to the ground. The 2 Sky Dome Realm cultivators who made a move revealed horror in their eyes. They paled, and each vomited a large mouthful of blood. Ha ha! You can't even pass the basic test, yet you still dare to shamelessly say that you want to enter the rankings. The young cultivators of the Tianwu domain's native sects all laughed loudly, their gazes filled with mockery. Bai Yu and Bai He nearly bent over in laughter. They said loudly, "These 2 pieces of trash are making me laugh to death. They can't even block a single move from the sages, yet they still have the nerve to attempt the honor roll. If it were me, I might as well find a piece of tofu and knock myself to death." The 2 people's faces alternated between green and purple. Amidst the laughter of the local martial artists, they were extremely ashamed. Following that, the Sky Dome Realm cultivators who came out to try and break into the Proud Son of Heaven ranking felt very motivated, doing their best to prove themselves. However, they all failed. In the foundational test, they were defeated one after another. The one who performed the best could only last for 10 moves. Even so, they were unable to avoid the destruction of the wick, and they fell to the ground pathetically. Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu also went up to try it. In the end, the image of the sage broke the wick and defeated them. Next up were Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian. They managed to regain some face for the Sky Dome realm. After the two of them lasted 20 moves, they finally cleared the foundational test. However, in the process of officially breaking into the ranking of martial emperors, the last lantern in the last row of the pyramid shattered the wick of the two lanterns, failing to break into the ranking of martial emperors. The surrounding people all revealed expressions of as expected. How could the Sky Dome realm, which was ranked last, succeed in breaking into the proud son of heaven ranking? Make way! Make way! You geniuses of the Sky Dome realm, stop embarrassing yourselves here. Go back and train for a few years before coming back to make a breakthrough. Beaming palaces by Yu and Bai He held their lanterns and waved their hands to disperse Bai Qi and the others who were blocking their way. You haven't made your move yet. The two of them parted the crowd and saw Xiao Chun, who was preparing to make a move on the ranking board. They asked with a strange expression. Bai Yu and Bai He had waited for a long time. They had seen enough of the joke and did not wish to waste any more time. He said extremely impatiently, "Don't overestimate yourself. Do you think that this is your last-ranked Sky Dome realm? In this life, you will never have a chance to enter the proud son of heaven ranking. Scram!" As he spoke, he prepared to push Xiao Chun away. However, just as he was about to touch Xiao Chun, suddenly, Xiao Chun turned his head around and unleashed his peak state of massacre. His pitch-black eyes seemed to contain countless evil spirits wailing miserably. "I don't like people touching me when I'm trying to break into the rankings." Xiao Chen's tone was extremely calm, and he did not release any of his aura. Only the boundless killing intent penetrated their eyes and entered their minds. The two of them could not help feeling fear. Their bodies involuntarily took a step back. What a terrifying gaze. The two of them exchanged glances, clearly in disbelief. The fellow on the other side clearly had the same cultivation as them. How could he scare the two of them away? Seeing that the two of them had retreated, Xiao Chun immediately withdrew the peak state of massacre. He had just arrived in the Kunlun realm and was not strong enough. He did not want to cause too much trouble and wanted to keep a low profile. Bai Yu felt some lingering fear in his heart, but he did not want to embarrass himself. He said, "I'll let you try. Let's see what tricks you can play. I don't believe that the trash of the Sky Dome realm can successfully break into the proud son of heaven ranking on his first try." The surrounding native cultivators of the Tianwu domain did not believe that Xiao Chun could succeed in breaking into the proud son of heaven ranking. After all, many of the people on the proud son of heaven ranking were already in their 30s. In the Kunlun realm, the average age of cultivators was more than 200 years old. Hence, people before 40 were considered part of the younger generation. Right now, Xiao Chun was only 21 years old. Compared to these people who had been cultivating in the Kunlun realm since he was young, the difference in experience was too obvious. Old Feng looked at Xiao Chun, who was preparing to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He felt some anticipation in his heart. He had expected the others not to succeed. The Tianwu domain was vast and boundless. There were tens of millions of cultivators in the younger generation. The 1,000 people who could stand out from these tens of millions would definitely not be weak or mediocre. Furthermore, due to age and experience, these people would not be able to accomplish much on their first try. They just needed to broaden their horizons. As for the humiliation they received, the various sect elders had actually done so on purpose to deal a blow to these people. These arrogant youths who had just arrived in the Tianwu domain clearly understood their situation. However, Old Feng believed that Xiao Chun, the white-robed bladesman who always created miracles, would not disappoint him. Xiao Chun looked calmly at the sage wall and the 1,000 lanterns on it. Then, he took a deep breath and sliced open the palm of his right hand. Blood flowed along the lines on his palm and slowly fell on the lantern. With a PU sound, the blood instantly burned and turned into a beautiful clump of flame. In a daze, Xiao Chun felt the mental energy in his sea of consciousness flow away as the blood dripped. When the flame on the lantern turned into a human shape, Xiao Chun discovered that he was already on the lantern. The lantern, which was originally only the size of a palm, was now a world of its own. It did not feel out of place at all. Interesting. I wonder who made this lantern? After giving it a try, Xiao Chun discovered that he could still control the lantern. He could end this state with a thought, so there was nothing to fear. When Xiao Chun felt the suction of the sage wall, he stood on the lantern and shouted. Then, the lantern carried him up into the air. He overestimates himself. This fellow still wants to attempt the sage ranking. He probably cannot even pass the test of the sage wall. That's right. He is still trying to block our path. He is just wasting time. Seeing Xiao Chen's lantern fly up, Bai Yu and Bai He immediately called out loudly. Earlier, the two of them had been forced back by Xiao Chen's gaze. After being forced back by a minor character, they felt very embarrassed. They wished that Xiao Chen's lantern would be thrown down before he could attempt the sage ranking. That would resolve the hatred in their hearts. Bai Shi, who had kept her head down, looked up and discovered that her first senior brother was watching seriously as well. She could not help but ask out of curiosity, "First senior brother, will that Xiao Chen succeed in breaking into the sage ranking?" The blue-clad youth with an extraordinary air had a cautious look in his eyes. He was no longer as certain as before. Perhaps others had not noticed Bai Yu and Bai He's actions earlier, but he had seen it clearly. This was already the fourth time Bai Yu and Bai He attempted the sage ranking. They had already advanced to inferior grade martial monarch long ago. In terms of cultivation, they would only be higher than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the blue-clad youth was very clear on the temperaments of these two. It was impossible for them to be forced back by just one sentence from Xiao Chun. There was definitely something strange about this. The blue-clad youth said, "It is hard to say. However, they should be able to pass the test of the sage ranking. As for whether they can enter the sage ranking or not, I am not sure." Xiao. The lantern flew up a distance, and an old man with white hair and eyebrows on the sage wall suddenly came to life. In that instant, he shrank and landed on the lantern platform. In the world above the lantern platform, Xiao Chun placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He did not dare to be careless when facing this white-haired old man. "I will restrict my cultivation to one cultivation grade lower than yours. If you want to enter the Proud Son of Heaven ranking, you have to receive 20 moves from me first." Right after the white-haired old man spoke, a sword appeared in his hand. His figure flashed, leaving behind many afterimages as he chopped at Xiao Chun. The light on the sword was withdrawn. When the old man chopped down, he sent out 7 sword images. Each sword image split into 3 afterimages. In that instant, there were 21 real and fake sword images encasing Xiao Chun. As the wind howled, a fiery light flickered. The boundless sword images looked like a blazing sea of fire. Xiao Chun was astonished. What a profound martial technique. This move not only contained an extremely high level of sword techniques, but it also perfectly merged the state of fire that he comprehended with the sword technique. This allowed the original martial technique to reach a higher level, completely transcending it. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun. To think that martial techniques could be used in such a manner. Excellent. Senior's move is indescribably excellent. In that case, this junior will display his incompetence. When Xiao Chun saw such an excellent sword technique, he felt very happy. He had already forgotten about the test to break into the Proud Son of Heaven ranking. He only wanted to test out the true essence of this sword technique and see what he could learn. The instant the lunar shadow saber was drawn, Xiao Chun could not separate his sword images. He could only rely on speed to obtain victory. Despite moving later, he arrived first, sending out 21 saber strikes. As the saber lights danced, Xiao Chun imitated the old man. He infused his state of thunder into every strand of saber light. The boundless saber images formed a sea of electricity leaping about. However, this was Xiao Chen's first time using it, so this sea of electricity was very crude. There was only a vague outline, far from the spirituality and nature of the Sea of Fire. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, interesting. However, this sword-light Sea of Fire chop is not as simple as it looks on the surface." Dang, dang, dang. When the saber and sword clashed, they gave off a continuous metallic sound. The white-haired old man's 21 illusory sword images were all blocked by Shao Chun. However, that sword technique did not stop there. A blazing sea of fire burst out and easily destroyed Shao Chun's sea of electricity. The sea of fire surged forward as if it wanted to swallow up Shao Chun. The more dangerous part was yet to come. Within the blazing sea of fire, there was a sharp sword light hidden by the fire. It stored up power, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 646. I cannot retreat. Once I retreat, even if that sword light does not kill me, it will still put me at a disadvantage. Shao Chun had already forgotten that he only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the stage. He was now fully immersed in the fight, thinking about the drawbacks of the situation. Shao Chun gathered quintessence in his body and forcefully endured the sea of fire. He extended his spiritual sense and quickly searched for that sword light. Boom! Even with the protection of quintessence, every inch of Shao Chun's skin felt a burning pain. However, he ignored it and focused on searching for the hidden sword light. Found it! Shao Chun's face lit up in joy. He did not give his opponent a chance to make the first move. He released a sharp saber intent, and electricity leaped about in the sea of fire. Then, he clashed with the sword light that had not reached its peak yet. Bang! When the saber and sword clashed, there was a loud, clanging sound. The light scattered and instantly scattered the sea of fire. Countless sparks flew in all directions. The white-haired old man moved back, retreating 100 meters in the blink of an eye. He stood upright with his sword in hand, not injured at all. On the other hand, although Shao Chun managed to knock back the old man, his hair and eyebrows were burnt yellow. He looked somewhat strange. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, "Little fellow, are you bullying me because my cultivation is not high? How dare you be so reckless?" Shao Chun felt somewhat embarrassed. The old man was right. If he had used the same cultivation as Shao Chun, that sea of fire would have severely injured Shao Chun. That flaming sea of sword images could severely injure Shao Chun. There was no chance for him to find the hidden sword light. However, your comprehension ability and eyesight are not bad. Again, the white-haired old man laughed loudly and sent out another sea of fire at Shao Chun. However, this time, he raised his cultivation to the same cultivation as Shao Chun, breaking the rules. Shao Chun followed the old man's example, using the lunar shadow saber to execute this sea of lightning saber light and attacking again. Bang! This time, the sea of lightning created by Shao Chun's saber light lasted for 3 breaths of time before shattering. Shao Chun, on the other hand, was sent flying by the sea of fire. Within the sea of flames, another swift and fierce sword light flashed like a gorgeous rainbow, and when it slashed toward his forehead, it slightly tilted to the side and sliced off a strand of his black hair. Not bad. Again, the white-haired old man appeared to be in high spirits. When he saw that Shao Chun could last 3 breaths of time in the sea of lightning this time, he was delighted. Laughing heartily, he waited for Shao Chun to regain his footing before charging forward once more. Shao Chun knew that the old man had held back when he saw the wisp of hair falling from his forehead. He became even more interested in the sword-light, fiery shadow. Soon, the 20 moves were over. However, Shao Chun's lantern continued to float in the air, not showing any intention of falling. What's wrong with this fellow? He has already lasted for so long, and there is still no result. The surrounding crowd felt that something was wrong and asked suspiciously. However, Baiyu laughed loudly and said, "What's so strange about that? He must be flying around after getting killed, trying to delay for time." The crowd thought about it and felt that this was the only possibility. 20 moves would not take a long time. Unless Shao Chun knew that he was not a match for the white-haired old man and used his movement technique to move around, not receiving any attacks. Bai He said disdainfully, "If you are not capable, then so be it. To think that you are purposely delaying for time, not willing to admit defeat. So, the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm are like this." The moment Bai He said this, the many Sky Dome realm cultivators were dissatisfied. However, they were not strong enough. Even though they felt indignant, they did not dare to argue. When the two saw this, they could not help but feel even more cocky. They looked at the Sky Dome realm's people with extreme disdain. Yu Chenxi said through clenched teeth, "While people are proud, isn't it just because you're older than us by a few years?" Bai Yu laughed loudly and said, "With your standards, if you train for another 10 years, I will be able to defeat you in 10 moves. I will be waiting for you to challenge me at Biming Palace. However, I'm afraid that you do not have the guts. Junior brother, you overestimate her. I believe that she will not even be able to receive one move from you. She will never have the guts to go to Biming Palace," Bai He said softly. After Bai He and Bai Yu spoke, they both laughed at the same time, making Yu Chenxi furious. "All of you shut up." The blue-clad youth behind Bai Shi suddenly shouted. His voice was cold and emotionless. When Bai Yu and Bai He thought of the blue-clad youth's methods, they were startled and shut their mouths. Bai Jian, he is one of the people on the proud son of heaven ranking, second only to the 7 giants. Unexpectedly, he is the one leading Biming Palace's people to charge into the ranking. Earlier, the blue-clad youth had stood there with an extraordinary air. However, he had his own methods that prevented everyone from noticing him. Now that the blue-clad youth spoke, everyone discovered that he had been standing there for a long time. The blue-clad youth nodded to Old Feng in apology. Then, he pulled Bai Yu and Bai He behind him. "Are the two of you idiots?" The old men behind them are inner sect elders of the 9 ranks of the great families. They can squash you to death with one hand. I don't care about you, but don't drag the Biming Palace into this. When the two heard Bai Jian's reprimand, they lowered their heads, not daring to argue. The lantern was still floating before everyone's eyes, swaying back and forth without any intention of stopping. Soon, some people started to get impatient and started to complain. Bai Yu and Bai He lined up behind Xiao Chun. They were even more impatient, cursing at Xiao Chen's lantern. Sea of lightning saber light. On the lantern, Xiao Chun shouted ferociously and swung the lunar shadow saber 21 times. Each saber strike materialized a dazzling electric light. When combined, it was like a roaring sea of lightning. Compared to the white-haired old man's sea of lightning saber light, Xiao Chen's sea of lightning saber light was only slightly lacking in nimbleness. Over time, it would be similar. Bang! The sea of lightning and the sea of fire clashed and exploded into surging shock waves. The instant the sea of fire scattered, the hidden sabers and swords disappeared in a flash. The two figures crossed each other in the air. When the sabers and swords clashed, sparks flew out. The sword chi and saber chi turned into ripples, creating boundless ripples in space. Haha, not bad. You have finally scratched the surface of my flaming shadow chop. When this move is truly executed, you can send out 99,000 sword images. The will of fire will spread for 500 kilometers around. The sword and the fire can even split the sky in half. Today, I have exchanged 100 moves with you. I am afraid that for the next 100 years, I will not be able to test the newcomers. However, I have no regrets in passing down this move. In the future, when you are strong enough, remember to leave your will on this sage wall as well. After the white-haired old man spoke, he turned into a beam of light and scattered. Among the many sage wall paintings, the one belonging to the old man slowly dimmed. However, no one noticed this. Everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Chen's lantern, as it finally stopped floating and slowly descended. Bai Yu immediately cursed. Damn it, I already said it long ago. If you're not capable, don't drag this out. No matter how long you drag, you will not be able to change the result of failure. It is my turn now, Xiao. However, before Bai Yu could finish speaking, that lantern descended to the bottom row of the proud son of heaven ranking. Then, it quickly flew to the last lantern. Bai Yu's expression suddenly changed. He was stunned for a while before he exclaimed, "That's impossible. How did this fellow pass the test? Wasn't he clearly being chased?" The others were shocked as well. They could not figure out what had happened. However, no matter what, Xiao Chun had passed the test and was preparing to challenge the last rank. This truly happened before everyone's eyes. No one could change it. The eyes of the many young cultivators of the Sky Dome realm could not help but light up, feeling encouraged. Bai patted Bai Yu's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Even if he passed the test by luck, he will not be able to truly succeed. We have been able to easily clear the sage's test since many years ago." Bai Yu recovered his wits and said, "That's right. This fellow comes from the last-ranked Sky Dome realm. How could he succeed on his first try?" Xiao Chen's lantern clashed with the last lantern, giving off a melodious sound. That fiery figure gently leaped up and landed on the last lantern. The world above the lantern was a vast, desolate land. A black-clad man sat cross-legged in the center with his eyes closed. A sword was stabbed into the ground beside him. When that figure sensed Xiao Chen's arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze turned cold as he glared at Xiao Chen with a surging murderous intent. "Kill!" That person did not say anything. He held his sword and leaped up, thrusting it at Xiao Chen. The sword light was dazzling and dense. Not a single bit of quintessence leaked out. The fiery figure left in the lantern imitated the main body. It was no different from a cultivator. It had intelligence and could think. It just could not leave the lantern. Earlier, this person had quickly defeated Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian. Xiao Chen did not dare to be careless, so he did not clash head-on. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet, and a blue dragon image appeared. A dragon roared, and his figure flashed, dodging this sword strike. "Xiao! Xiao! Xiao!" As Xiao Chen dodged continuously, the black-clad man's moves became increasingly vicious. He was like a venomous snake biting Xiao Chen, not letting go. After another 100 moves, Xiao Chen had a rough idea. This person was about as strong as Wan Feng. At best, he was slightly stronger. Xiao Chen stopped and placed his right hand on his saber hilt. He muttered to himself, "In that case, there is no need for me to continue playing." Seeing that Xiao Chen stopped dodging, the black-clad man revealed a cruel smile. He thought that Xiao Chen had exhausted his stamina and was waiting for him to kill him. Sea of lightning saber light. However, to the black-clad man's surprise, Xiao Chen suddenly made a move. Saber lights danced around. Xiao Chen swung his saber 7 times. Then, each saber light split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. Child's play. The black-clad man smiled coldly. His sword light flickered, and he caught all 21 saber images. Boom! However, just at this moment, the electricity on the 21 saber images merged and formed a sea of lightning. Then, it erupted and surged with the might of thunder. Caught off guard, the black-clad man was blasted by this sea of lightning. He went flying back, his body riddled with wounds. Before the black-clad man could stabilize himself and check his injuries, he saw a flash of light in the sea of lightning. A strand of saber light came out of nowhere. The saber light was as fast as a meteor. Blood spurted out of the black-clad man's neck, and his head separated from his body. With a cassier sound, the lantern below shattered into pieces. Only a fiery figure was left, standing quietly in the air. Xiao Chen's lantern flew up. Xiao Chen's lantern ascended to the last position of the proud son of heaven ranking. When the flame died down, the lantern gave off a faint glow. The flame lingered for a long time. Chapter 647. Bai He and Bai Yu exchanged glances. The Sky Dome realm Xiao Chen, whom they had always looked down on, actually succeeded in his challenge. Bai Yu said hatefully, "It must be luck. It must be that the last place is too weak." Bai He said, "It is definitely luck. If he really had the guts, he would have continued challenging." The Tianwu domain cultivators, who originally did not think highly of Xiao Chen, were mildly astonished. Xiao Chen succeeded on his first attempt. Furthermore, he was only 21 years old. This Xiao Chen's talent and comprehension ability could barely be considered an expert in the Tianwu domain. However, they were not overly shocked. This was because Xiao Chun had not truly ascended the ranking yet. He had to remain on the ranking for a month before he could truly obtain the reward of the Bushin Palace, the protection of the will of the predecessors. Xiao Chun was just the last place. The people in this position changed frequently. Every day, cultivators from all over would challenge him. There was no guarantee that he would be pushed down in the next moment. Unless Xiao Chun was strong enough to continue challenging and advance 100 ranks, he could be considered to have firmly ascended the ranking. Inside the lantern, Xiao Chun carefully felt that sea of lightning saber light earlier. He said softly, "A sword move is a sword move after all. It will take some time to change it into my own saber technique." Xiao Chun had sent out 21 saber images in succession. However, the other party had broken it too easily. The saber images that Xiao Chun sent out were not as natural and smooth as the white-haired old man sword images. If Xiao Chun met with a powerful expert, the other party could attack very quickly and break the saber technique before the sea of lightning gathered. This was a rather obvious flaw. When I have time in the future, I have to think about it. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chun looked forward. After thinking for a while, he gave up on the idea of continuing to challenge. Given Xiao Chun's strength, advancing another 200 ranks should not be a problem. However, advancing any further would be somewhat difficult. To Xiao Chun, the last place and the last 200 were both at the bottom. There was no difference. There was nothing to be proud of. After all, Xiao Chun could challenge it once a year. When he was strong enough, he could charge into the top 100. With a thought, Xiao Chun severed his connection with the flame images in the lantern. Then, he returned his focus to his body and said to Old Feng, "Senior, let's go." Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chun did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was sufficient to prove himself. Old Feng smiled faintly. Indeed, Xiao Chun did not disappoint him. Although he only obtained the last rank, it was enough to prove himself. The haze on by his face slowly disappeared, replaced by an expression of as I expected. He smiled and said, "What did I say? I knew that you managed to get onto the list by luck. How about it? You no longer dare to continue challenging me, right? Watch as I personally chase you off." The people of the Sky Dome realm are not fit to remain on this proud son of heaven ranking. When Chun heard this, Xiao feigned Chun and said, "Up with him." Long Xiao Chun said, "Chun to Chun," and down on it said. He led Xiao Chun, Yu Chensi, and Gong Yangyu out of the palace and headed for the Haotian sect's main sect. Damn it, for the sake of breaking into the proud son of heaven ranking, I prepared for 5 years. Now I'm already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I cannot compare to a trash from the Sky Dome realm like you. Damn it, for the sake of breaking into the ranking of martial monarchs, I prepared for 5 years. Now I'm already a peak inferior grade martial monarch. I don't believe that I'm not as good as trash from the Sky Dome realm. But he only needed to endure 20 moves to clear the first stage of the Sage's test. He had already cleared it many years ago. Soon, he cleared this stage. Then, he quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chun placed on it. Soon, he passed this test and quickly flew towards the lantern that Xiao Chun had placed above. He laughed maniacally on the lantern. Then, his flame image leaped up and landed on Xiao Chun's lantern. On the lantern, he laughed maniacally. Then, the flaming figure leaped up and landed on Xiao Chun's lantern. Gotcha! He just jumped up, and in less than the time of 3 breaths, his lantern shattered inch by inch, and his wisp of flame was smashed into pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. They left quickly, but they failed even faster. They did not even have time to react and did not know what had happened. Bayu asked in confusion, "Junior brother, what's wrong?" "I lost." He was not willing to say much. The shock in his eyes had yet to fade completely. He walked behind Jian in a daze. Outside the proud son of Heaven Hall, Xiao Chun sensed that someone was fighting with his flame shadow clone in the Lotus Lantern. However, after leaving the hall, There was no strong mental connection, so he could not see the battle. Forget it, I'll come back next year. At that time, I'll directly enter the top 100. Xiao Chun shook his head. He could not be bothered to worry about this matter anymore. He sped up to catch up with Elder Foam. Kacha. The next person to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking was Bai Yu. He did not fare much better than Bai He. Like Bai He only lasted for a few breaths of time before being chased off. The surrounding cultivators preparing to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking all laughed to themselves. These two fellows had been shouting so loudly earlier. They did not care about the other party at all, swearing to chase Xiao Chen off. However, in the end, they did not even last 10 moves before being defeated. It looks like the people of Biming Palace only know how to talk. They are useless when it comes to a real fight. A stout man from the rank 8 Frost Mist Pavilion laughed loudly. This made Bai Yu and Bai He feel too ashamed to show their faces. They lowered their heads in silence. Ka. However, the result was only slightly better. After lasting for a while, his lantern shattered, and the wisp of flame vanished. He failed to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. He is clearly just a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm. How can he be so strong? The stout man revealed a horrified expression, his face filled with disbelief. Following that, the other new disciples of the various sects prepared to challenge the proud son of heaven ranking. However, without exception, all of them were blocked at the final stage. The rules of the proud son of heaven ranking stated that one could not challenge someone above one's rank. One had to move up one rank at a time. Otherwise, how could a newcomer challenge someone in the top 10 right after making his way onto the proud son of heaven ranking? As for Xiao Chun, he stood at the very end. He was like a gatekeeper, blocking the ambitious disciples of the various sects who were preparing to make a name for themselves from entering the proud son of heaven ranking. Under normal circumstances, the disciples who could definitely make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking were all forced to stop. Only at this moment did everyone's expressions change drastically. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Unexpectedly, a newcomer from the Sky Dome realm had such strength. The blue-clad youth, Bai Jian, revealed a meaningful smile. He said indifferently, "Let's go back to Biming Palace, then. Senior brother, I have not made my way onto the proud son of heaven ranking yet," Bai Shi said as she held her lantern. "There is no need. Let's come back next year. That fellow might not understand the rules of the proud son of heaven ranking. He probably does not know what kind of commotion he caused." Bai Jian made it very clear. If Xiao Chan did not leave, Bai Shi would not have a chance to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. Since Bai Shi knew that he would fail, there was no need to seek humiliation. When Bai Yu and Bai He heard Bai Jian's words, they lowered their heads even more. They wished that they could find a hole to hide in. Today, the two of them had utterly embarrassed themselves. At the start, they had declared that Xiao Chan would definitely not make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. However, not only did Xiao Chun successfully make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking, but he even stood at the very end, blocking all the people who came to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. Outside the proud son of heaven hall, a fiery red azure wand slowly descended from the sky. Two delicate girls descended nimbly. When the cultivators outside the proud son of heaven hall saw the pretty girl in a red dress on the right, they all stopped and looked over. Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nguan Muyun. It really is the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nguan Muyun. She is probably here to bring a new disciple to make it onto the proud son of heaven ranking. The inheritors of the 3 holy lands occupied the top of the proud son of heaven ranking. For many years, no one had been able to shake their position. The ranking of the 7 giants of the Tianwu continent did not include these 3 people at all. This was because these 3 people were much stronger than the 7 giants. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The moment Nguan Muyun appeared, her radiance attracted everyone's attention. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing. Xiao! Just at this moment, a boat floated high in the sky, and 2 men slowly descended. One of them had an ordinary appearance, dark skin, short black hair, and a saber on his back. No matter how one looked at him, He looked extremely ordinary. Only his eyes shone with a pitch-black light. They were filled with a ferocious wildness, as if they possessed a boundless explosive power. The tyrant saber Wang Ming. Unexpectedly, one of the 7 giants, Wang Ming, is here as well. What a coincidence! Of the 7 giants, Wang Ming is the best at fighting and the most arrogant. Since the 2 of them brought their disciples to make a breakthrough, there will definitely be a fight. Given Wang Ming's character, he will definitely compete with Nguyen Muyun to see whose disciple can make it higher. When the silent crowd saw Wang Ming's arrival, they immediately started discussing him. They seemed to be in high spirits. Nguyen Muyun stopped and turned around. Wang Ming. There are not many people in the Tianwu domain who could make her stop. However, this tyrant saber Wang Ming was definitely one of them. Wang Ming smiled and said, Nguyen Muyun, are you bringing your disciples to make a breakthrough? Nguyen Muyun nodded gently. She already expected what the other party would say next. However, she did not fear it. The people she brought all had excellent aptitudes and comprehension abilities. Furthermore, after coming to the Kunlun realm from the Sky Dome realm and cultivating for 2 years, their cultivations were no weaker than the experts of the Kunlun realm. Wang Ming smiled and said, I heard that the Phoenix's Passion Palace picked up a treasure from the last-ranked Sky Dome realm. How about it? Nguyen Muyun, do you have the guts to compete with the junior brother I brought? Nguyen Muyun smiled faintly and said to the girl in green beside her, Liu Su, do you dare to compete? It turned out that this girl in green was the daughter of the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lung Liu Su. For Nguyen Muyun to personally bring her to make a breakthrough, the Phoenix's Passion Palace definitely valued her highly. I will do as elder sister Nguyen says. Lung Liu Su's tone was calm, but there was no fear in her eyes. Nguyen Muyun smiled faintly and took out a brocade box with the flip of her hand. She said, Since you want to compete, then I will accompany you to the end. However, since it is a competition, there should be some stakes. There's a monarch bloodgrass in this brocade box. It can refine a cultivator's blood chi and obtain a trace of an ancient sovereign's bloodline to strengthen one's physique. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Then, he laughed loudly and said, It looks like the monarch bloodgrass that you obtained with much difficulty in the savage battlefield will have a new owner today. Although my junior brother is only an inferior grade martial monarch, he has a rare fire spiritual body. Chapter 648. Enough nonsense. Wang Ming, take out your stake, Nguyen Muyun said in a deep voice, not afraid at all. Wang Ming also took out a jade bottle and said, There's half a drop of dragon marrow in here. It can also improve one's physique. It is no weaker than your monarch bloodgrass. If you win, it is yours. The stakes that the 2 took out were all rare treasures worth cities. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the excitement all had fiery gazes, feeling incredibly envious. Let's go and see who will win. A group of people followed behind Nguyen Muyun and Wang Ming as they headed for the proud son of Heaven Hall. Before the Sage Wall, the cultivators of the various sects of the Tianwu domain all looked at the last of the 1,000 lanterns. They all felt very depressed. As long as one was on the proud son of heaven ranking, one would be able to obtain benefits. It might be difficult for people like them to reach the top 800 or 900 in one go. However, there was a high chance of making it to the last 100. This was especially so for those who had prepared for many years and only wanted to show their faces on the proud son of heaven ranking. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for the rankings. He just wanted to stand there and feel a little satisfaction in his heart. But now, this little bit of hope was mercilessly blocked by the last lantern, making him sad and dejected. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of footsteps could be heard coming from afar. When they gathered together, it was very noisy. From the sound, one could tell that at least 1,000 people had arrived. That's strange. Since when did so many people come to challenge the ranking? If one failed, the challenger would suffer serious mental and internal injuries. Under normal circumstances, no one would attempt the rankings unless they were absolutely sure of success. Those who wanted to challenge the Roll of Honor would have to think thrice before acting, and they would be extremely cautious. Those who came to challenge the Roll of Honor would definitely not swarm together. Everyone looked back curiously. When they saw the two people leading the group, they could not help but be startled. A moment later, their faces were filled with ecstasy. That's great. Nguyen Muyun and Wang Ming have brought people over to challenge the rankings. The people they brought with them are definitely not weak. It's even possible for them to reach the top 50. Nonsense. Not to mention the 9 ranks of the great families behind Wang Ming. Just the disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace alone would not be brought out unless they could get into the top 100. Haha, no matter what, I will definitely be able to push this Xiao Chen down. Fortunately, I had foresight and did not rush to make a move earlier. The group of people hurriedly moved aside, making way for Wang Ming and Nguyen Muyun. Especially those who were not in a hurry to make a move, their faces were filled with excitement. Such a scene astonished the many cultivators that had followed Nguyen Muyun and Chu Feng. After asking around, Zhang Xian understood what had happened. When he looked at the final lantern, he was shocked. When Lung Liusu heard Xiao Chen's name, her body trembled. At first, she thought it was someone with the same name. However, when she looked at the lantern, she noticed that it was a lantern. The flame figure in the lantern quickly grew larger in her eyes. Finally, the white-robed Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun holding the lunar shadow saber appeared before her eyes. Only then did Lung Liusu confirm it. The shock in her heart could not be described with words. Unexpectedly, that young bladesman from back then also came to the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he caused such a commotion in the proud son of Heaven Hall. Nguyen Muyun frowned slightly and asked, Liusu, do you know this person? Lung Liusu's eyes flickered. She had once heard rumors of Xiao Chun defeating several disciples of the Phoenix's Passion Palace in the outer sect. Afraid that Nguyen Muyun would bring trouble for Xiao Chun if she found out, Lung Liusu hid the truth. He seems to be a disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as well. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Xiao Chun. I have some impression of him. Lung Liusu could not help but find it strange that an insignificant person like Xiao Chun could attract senior sister Nguyen's attention. Nguyen Muyun smiled gently and said, I heard junior brother Mu mention him before. His younger brother was ruthlessly defeated by this person in the Sky Dome realm. If I'm not wrong, that strand of saber chi from earlier should be from him. After Wang Ming understood what happened, he laughed loudly and said, Interesting. Unexpectedly, there is such a person in the Sky Dome realm. Very good. I like challenges that are difficult. Nguyen Muyun, are you going to chase that brat off first? Or should I? A crafty look flashed in Nguyen Muyun's bright eyes. She smiled faintly and said, In that case, I'll let you go first. Wang Ming chuckled, and the fighting spirit in his eyes soared. He said loudly, In that case, it would be impolite to refuse. 9 junior brother, chase that brat from the Sky Dome realm off. If he is not even as good as a lower realm disciple, he will be embarrassing the sect. Wang Ming's tone was filled with confidence. Wang Wei thought very highly of this 9th junior brother. At the very least, this 9th junior brother could charge up 100 ranks in one go. Taking down Xiao Chun would not be a problem. Wang Ming's 9th junior brother smiled proudly, and a faint flame appeared on his fist. He said, I swear I will not disappoint you. Fire spirit body. It looks like he has a fire spirit body that is at least 60% comprehended. Otherwise, he would not be so confident. With this, Xiao Chen will definitely be chased off. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. Several people saw hope and could not help rejoicing. Hu Chi. In less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea, the 9th junior brother's lantern easily cleared the sage's test before everyone's expectant gazes. The 9th junior brother's lantern knocked down Xiao Chen's lantern with a bang. Then, he gently leaped up and landed on Xiao Chen's lantern. Time passed much slower than everyone expected. The 9th junior brother, who originally thought that he could suppress Xiao Chun, was still unable to end the battle even after 15 minutes. The cultivators who originally had fervent gazes filled with anticipation slowly showed conflicted expressions. After the time it took for half an incense to burn, the outcome of the battle was still undecided. Even the calm Wang Ming could not help but frown. Kassier. Suddenly, A crisp, shattering sound rang out in the silent plaza. Wang Ming relaxed his frown and smiled. The victor is decided. However, when Wang Ming looked carefully, he discovered that the shattered lantern actually belonged to his ninth junior brother. He had not expected such an ending, so he could not help but be flabbergasted. How can it be like this? The people who were filled with anticipation all sighed. Then, they focused their gazes on Lung Liusu. Unexpectedly, Nguyen Miyun placed her right hand on Lung Liusu's shoulder, preventing her from making a breakthrough. There's no need. Liusu, come back next year. Nguyen Miyun's words shocked everyone. A person brought by Holy Land to make a breakthrough actually gave up because of a lower realm genius. Wang Ming smiled coldly and said, Nguyen Miyun, what do you mean by this? Nguyen Miyun faced the many paintings of sages on the wall and said, take a look for yourself. Wang Ming looked in the direction of Nguyen Miyun's finger and saw that one of the paintings had dimmed significantly. If Nguyen Miyun had not pointed it out, it would not have attracted anyone's attention. This is a sage is personally guiding Xiao Chun in his martial technique. Wang Ming cried out hoarsely, startled. Normally, only cultivators with high comprehension ability would attract the attention of sages, causing them to exhaust their will to guide them. There would not be more than 20 such people in the entire proud son of heaven ranking. Now, there was one more, Xiao Chun. No wonder Xiao Chun spent so much time in the sage's test. So that is why. We were really stupid at that time. We actually believed what Bai He and Bai Yi said, that Xiao Chun was being chased by a sage and was running around by time. F***CK, those two guys are idiots. They made us idiots for once. Everyone suddenly understood. They finally understood everything. They could not help but curse themselves for being too stupid. Then, they cursed Bai He and Bai Yu. In the distance, White Feather and White River, who were rushing back, sneezed continuously. They looked at each other and felt that this was very strange. Damn it. This is really strange. Why are there so many sneezes today? Bai Yu said depressedly. After he said that, he sneezed again. Bai Yu said in a low voice, it can't be. Hundreds of people are scolding us for being stupid, right? We will be fools. What a joke. Then no one in the world would be smart. Wang Ming looked at Nguyen Miyun unhappily. She probably saw the dimmed sage portrait long ago and purposely let Wang Ming take the bait. Let's go. We will come back next year. Wang Ming withdrew his gaze and left without looking back. Nguyen Miyun called out to the two, wait a moment. Wang Ming felt depressed in his heart. He asked unhappily, Nguyen Miyun, is there anything else? It's fine. If you admit your defeat, you will not go back on your word, right? Hand over that half drop of dragon marrow. Nguyen Miyun said rudely as she stretched out her hand. What a joke. I did not lose to you. Why should I give it to you? Nguyen Miyun smiled faintly and said, both of us lost. According to the bet, we have to put up a good wager. Hand over the dragon marrow. I will get someone to send it to Xiao Chun, along with the monarch bloodgrass. Nguyen Miyun's tone was calm, but the look in her eyes deterred anyone from doubting her determination. Wang Ming was extremely upset. However, although he was arrogant, he had his own targets. When he faced the other giants, he would have left long ago, ignoring them. However, when he faced the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Nguyen Miyun, no matter how frustrated he was, he did not dare to go against her decision. Wang Ming could only hand over the half drop of dragon marrow to Nguyen Miyun and leave, filled with rage. Today, he had embarrassed himself and lost money. It was all that brat Xiao Chen's doing. Wang Ming thought to himself, I have to get back at him for this. Nguyen Miyun and Wang Ming were the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter and the most arrogant tyrant saber of the seven giants. In the Tianwu domain, they were the focus of attention, the dazzling peak geniuses. This was especially so for Nguyen Miyun. Her lantern had already been in the second row of the pyramid for a long time. Unexpectedly, the disciple that these two brought actually lost to Xiao Chun, a Sky Dome realm cultivator that the outside world did not think highly of when he tried to break into the proud son of heaven ranking. Before this, there was the luck bearer of the 10 great battle realms. On his first attempt, he swept through more than 200 people. Now, there's this Xiao Chun. The Tianwu domain is probably going to undergo a complete transformation. The age of cultivators is not limited to the great thousand realms controlled by the Bushin Palace. In the past few years, our Tianwu domain has seen many new young experts as well. The top 100 of the proud son of heaven ranking has not changed much for a long time already. I guess that in less than a year, with the growth of these lower realm geniuses, there will definitely be a big change in the rankings. Chapter 649. After Wang Miyun and Wang Ming left, the crowd slowly became more talkative. They no longer held back when they spoke. As for the main character of this matter, Xiao Chun, he was on a warship. However, he did not know anything about this. He could only vaguely sense that his lantern had been challenged by many cultivators. However, none of them succeeded. Xiao Chun was still on the proud son of heaven ranking. At this moment, Xiao Chun no longer cared about this matter. He focused all his attention on the Haoyan sect, which he was about to reach. He wanted to see what the Haoyan sect was like. White clouds flew by in front of Xiao Chun. A gentle breeze blew, and the faint mist in the sky carried traces of spiritual energy. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they felt refreshed and comfortable. With such dense spiritual energy, it would be hard for the cultivators of the Kunlun realm not to be stronger than the people of the lower realms. In front is the Haotian province, where the Haotian sect is. Old Feng, who was at the bow of the warship, pointed to the front as they crossed a wide river. The Haotian province was one of the few large provinces of the Tianwu domain. It was much larger than the great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were countless cities in the province, and they were all under the jurisdiction of the Haotian sect. Not only that, but the Haotian sect's influence extended beyond the Haotian province. The surrounding smaller provinces would pay tribute to the Haotian sect every year. As for the Haotian sect, they provided them with military protection to prevent these provinces from being harassed by strong demonic beasts, loose cultivators, or high-ranked demons coming out of cracks in the demonic world. At first, when Xiao Chun and the others heard Old Feng's explanation, they felt it was strange. They had not expected the Tianwu domain, which was like a fairyland, to be so dangerous. After hearing Old Feng's explanation, they felt relieved. Some strong demonic beasts were as strong as superior-grade martial sages. The provinces without high-ranked sects would find it hard to defend against these spirit beasts, even if they sent out all their forces. Occasionally, ferocious beasts would pass through the Tianwu domain, resulting in the entire province being slaughtered. On the other hand, rogue cultivators were even more dangerous. These rogue cultivators were unrestrained and only thought about how to strengthen themselves. They did things without any scruples. Their minds were already twisted. The things they did were even crueler than demonic beasts, worse than beasts. As for rifts to the devil world, they rarely appeared. However, when they did, they were a rare disaster. Even the prefectures presided over by rank 8 sects would be destroyed. The warship moved very fast. After passing many cities, it arrived at a place surrounded by mountains. The mountains rose and fell, towering into the clouds. The green shadows of the mountains were lush and verdant. Clouds and mist curled around the peaks of the mountains, and the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth assaulted one's face. The fatigue in their eyes was swept away, and they felt refreshed. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins in this mountain. There are countless rank 2 spirit veins and rank 1 spirit veins. There are also a few supreme spirit veins. So many spirit veins. There are at least 20 rank 3 spirit veins, countless rank 2 spirit veins, and countless rank 1 spirit veins. There seems to be a few peak spirit veins as well. Xiao Chun had heard Ao Jiao explain spirit veins in detail before. Rank 1 spirit veins could not produce spirit stones. Rank 2 spirit veins could only produce inferior grade spirit stones, and rank 3 spirit veins could only produce medial grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun took a cursory glance at the undulating mountains and could feel many spirit veins running through them. As the spirit veins intertwined, the spiritual energy of the world surged endlessly. It felt like one was bathing in a sea of spiritual energy. The warship continued forward. Suddenly, a vast and majestic city appeared in the mountains. The mountain peaks in front were like towering gates opening one by one. Then, that city suddenly appeared, giving off a breathtaking feeling of the fog scattering and flowers blooming. The city was very large. Logically speaking, there should not be such a large empty space in such a densely packed mountain range. It was as if an almighty being was playing with a sandbox, gently pinching the mountains that were supposed to be there and placing them somewhere else with a flick of his fingers. When Old Fong saw that vast city, his eyes filled with sorrow. Ever since he went to the Sky Dome realm, he had not returned to this place for 100 years already. Later, someone will bring you to meet up with the people of the other branch sections. After settling your matters, I will have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. Old Feng's mood was somewhat heavy. As he looked at you, Chensi, it was especially so. Chensi, there are some things that Martial Uncle has to tell you in advance. If nothing unexpected happens, you and Gong Yangyu will not be placed in the inner sect. Yu Chensi and Gong Yangyu nodded slightly. Actually, they had already guessed this along the way. Now that they had arrived in the Tianwu domain, their past glory had already lost much of its luster. Yu Chensi said seriously, "Martial Uncle, don't worry. Even if we are placed in the outer sect, Chensi will persevere and not embarrass Martial Uncle." Old Feng nodded with a smile. Then he looked at Xiao Chun and said, "Xiao Chun, you will definitely be placed in the inner sect. Those people look down on the geniuses of the Sky Dome realm. However, I believe that in less than 3 years, you will definitely be able to obtain the position of a true inheritor. However, you are too sharp, too sharp. It is best for you to keep a low profile for the next 3 years. Although a man does not take revenge, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. He had never thought of purposely causing trouble. Furthermore, he had never considered himself a gentleman. A gentleman was determined by others. However, Xiao Chen only respected his own principles. What did the opinions of unrelated people have to do with him? However, after Old Feng left, they would probably not be able to see each other again. Xiao Chan would not refute him, so he nodded to indicate that he understood. Xiao. 2 young men flew over from the city gates. They wore the alternating blue and white robes of the Haotian sect. They appeared extremely proud. Although they were young, their cultivations were extremely deep. Even Xiao Chan found them somewhat unfathomable, feeling some fear in his heart. When Old Feng landed on the bow of the warship, he asked the 4, "Are the few of you from the Sky Dome realm?" After Old Feng stepped forward and stated his identity, he left with one of them, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. The one who remained introduced himself. "My family name is Chun Xiao. You could just call me Senior Brother Chun. This time, I am responsible for receiving all the newcomers. I will bring you to your lodgings first." After this person spoke, he turned his back to the 2 and took the lead. Yu Chensi projected his voice and whispered to Xiao Chun. There are 3 golden threads embroidered on his chest. That is the mark of a true inheritor. No wonder his cultivation is so deep. It turns out that he is a true inheritor, Xiao Chun thought to himself. After entering the city, the 3 could feel the majesty of this city. It was even vaster than the Tianwu continent's dragon ceiling city. The strangest thing was that there was a small city in the sky above the city. 18 inverted mountain peaks circled the city in the sky. Chun Xiao introduced from the front. The city in the middle is the inner city of the Haotian sect. Inner sect disciples can go there once a month. The 18 mountain peaks outside are the residences of the true inheritors. Each mountain peak has a rank 3 spirit veins origin. The true inheritors have absolute control over that rank 3 spirit vein. The moment Chun Xiao said that, Xiao Chun and the other 2 could not help but feel shocked. In a lower realm, even a large sect could not control a rank 3 spirit vein. Unexpectedly, a true inheritor could do so here. Thinking about it, if one could use a rank 3 spirit veins origin to cultivate, how fast would one's cultivation speed be? The three's expressions were within Chun Zhao's expectations. He revealed some pride in his eyes as he smiled faintly. Right now, half of the 18 mountain peaks are empty. All of you have a chance. Gong Yangyu immediately asked doubtfully, why is it half empty? Such a good resource is just sitting there and not being used. Chun Xiao replied indifferently, it is better to have nothing than to have something shoddy. If it does not meet the standard, it is better to leave it empty. What standard is it? Why is it so strict? Gong Yangyu muttered. However, Chun Xiao did not say anything more. He led the three around the city, giving them a simple introduction of the medicine refining hall, the business district, the auction house, and the like. The western part of the city is the area for outer sect disciples. The eastern part is the area for inner sect disciples. If outer sect disciples have nothing to do, it is best not to go there. Gong Yangyu asked curiously why. Chun Xiao replied calmly, that place is a mix of good and bad people. There are many factions there. In the past few years, for the sake of meeting the standard of a true inheritor, the few peak people have been competing intensely. Several shady methods have appeared. If you really go there, be careful, or they might rob you of all your treasures. Xiao Chun entered deep thought. From Chun Zhao's words, it was clear that the standard of a true inheritor was very strict. They had already used all sorts of methods, but half of the 18 mountain peaks were still empty. If the Haotian sect lacked talents, it was clear that the number of cultivators in the Haotian province was not the reason. After familiarizing themselves with the city's environment, Chun Xiao led the three to a large courtyard. He said, go in, there are still some people from the branch sects who have not arrived yet. When everyone is here, we will assign you to the inner sect or the outer sect. Xiao Chun took the lead and entered. When he looked around, he discovered that there were already many people in the courtyard. There were at least 100 men and women in total. Even the weakest among them was much stronger than Gong Yangyu. There were also a few strong auras that made Xiao Chun wary, not daring to be careless. There were no chairs in the courtyard, only some bare stone stools. Xiao Chun casually found one and sat down. As they sized up the others, several people in the courtyard opened their eyes and started to size up Xiao Chun's group as well. When they saw the word Sky Dome on their identity medallions, they withdrew their gazes. They revealed disdainful expressions and no longer paid any attention to the three. Suddenly, Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at a skinny, effeminate man. In that instant earlier, that person seemed to have sent out some hidden energy. This person's technique was very ingenious, not causing any fluctuations in space. However, the hidden energy was not directed at Xiao Chun, so he did not bother with it. Bang! Just at this moment, there was a shattering sound. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and saw that Gong Yangyu had just leaped up, preparing to sit on the stone stool in front of him. In the end, the moment Gong Yangyu touched it, the hard stone stool shattered. Caught off guard, Gong Yangyu fell to the ground with a plop. Ha ha ha! The Sky Dome realm truly lives up to its reputation as a last-ranked sect. The people who come do not even know how to sit. When the skinny man saw the situation, he laughed loudly. Chapter 650. The other young cultivators, who were resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes. They all revealed faint mockery on their faces. Everyone here would become competitors sooner or later. Thus, no one said anything to stop the situation from developing. Instead, they just waited and watched. Gong Yangyu's complexion alternated between green and red. He was clearly embarrassed. Rage burned in his heart as he stood up and swung his staff at the skinny man. Why are you so angry? We have been waiting here for a few days. It is already too boring. We're just having some fun. The skinny man did not panic at all. He just sat there cross-legged. He gently blocked the descending staff with his hand and used a skillful technique to deflect Gong Yangyu's force. Gong Yangyu's momentum was ferocious. However, he did not gain any advantage. Instead, he was easily knocked back dozens of meters. Gong Yangyu shouted and executed everlasting heaven and earth. He took 7 steps, and the 7 afterimages merged together. Immediately, the wind howled and the staff moved like a mountain. The skinny man smiled coldly and suddenly stood up. All the quintessence in his body surged as he quickly sent out 3 palm strikes. As the skinny man moved his hands, he moved his feet, slowly dissipating the force of the staff. Then he sent out a 3rd palm strike. Bang! Gong Yongyu vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. The skinny man's technique for dissipating the force was very exquisite, flabbergasting everyone. Unexpectedly, the stone stool under his feet did not shatter. The force of the staff spread to the ground, creating many tiny cracks that densely covered the ground. The skinny man mocked. It is just a game. Why take it so seriously? You're asking for trouble. To think that you actually dare to attack me. The skinny man's gaze turned cold. Unexpectedly, he did not intend to let Gong Yongyu off. He leaped into the air and kicked at Gong Yongyu. Xiao! Just at this moment, a dazzling saber light flashed. A sharp killing intent accompanied by a strand of purple saber chi flew at the skinny man. Everywhere the saber chi passed, the surrounding space rippled like waves. As the ripples spread out, they formed strong winds howling endlessly. The skinny man panicked for some reason. He quickly withdrew his leg and retreated, dodging that strand of saber chi. Kassier. After knocking back the skinny man with 1 saber strike, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and did not make another move. Gong Yongyu stood up and walked over to Xiao Chun with a pale complexion. Then he thanked him softly. That skinny man stared at Xiao Chun for a long time. In the end, he still found Xiao Chun somewhat unfathomable, so he gave up on making a move. Xiao Chun's saber strike conformed to the norm. There was nothing too shocking about it, but there were also no major flaws. Aside from the skinny man who was in the same situation, no one else could feel how powerful it was. At this moment, Yu Qinzi and Gong Yongyu had extremely unsightly expressions. They had not expected to run into such a situation the moment they arrived at the Supreme Sky Sect. In the future, with his identity in the Sky Dome realm, no matter where he went, people would make things difficult for him. Xiao, and would, and would not. And would. And, Kama Xiao. Even though Zhang Xian wasn't doing anything at all, he still exerted immense pressure on everyone. This was especially so for a tall and sturdy man in front. His battle spirit was as ferocious as a raging fire. He was like a wild beast on fire. They are people from the battle realms. These people are definitely from the battle realms. Unexpectedly, there are people from the battle realms coming to our Haotian sect. The 10 great battle realms were famous. The geniuses from the battle realms were definitely not mediocre. The hearts of everyone present sank. In the future, they would probably have several more competitors. The 4 geniuses from the battle realms could not be bothered to take more than a few steps. The tall and sturdy man in front shouted at the person sitting on the nearest stone bench, "Scram! The 4 of you, quickly get up and give up your seats." The 4 people were stunned. Clearly, they had not expected to be scolded by these 4 people in front of everyone. They could not help but be put in a difficult position. You're seeking death. During this moment of hesitation, the 4 cultivators from the battle realms shouted ferociously and attacked at the same time. Vast palm energy surged out like a surging river. The palm energy surged out like a surging river. The 4 hurriedly got up to face the attack. In the end, they were no match for 1 palm strike. This was especially so for the man who got struck by the tall and sturdy man. That man was knocked out of the courtyard like a cannonball and landed on the streets of the city. What a fellow! The moment they disagree with each other, they start fighting. This is indeed in line with the character of the people from the battle realms. The others were startled, but they did not dare to say anything. The few truly strong people did not want to get involved with these 4 either. Everyone knew that the people of the battle realms were famous for being battle maniacs. When they started fighting, there would be no end to it. They had to determine a victor. Furthermore, these people all had the bloodline of the ancient giants flowing in their bodies. Their strength remained the same, and they did not hold back when they attacked. Even if these people were slightly stronger than the people from the battle realms, they would not be willing to fight with them. This little girl is rather pretty. Come and sit with me. At some point in time, The tall and sturdy man had fixed his gaze on Yuchensi. The tall and sturdy man laughed loudly and spread open the fingers of his huge right hand. A strong suction force immediately pulled Yuchensi into the air. The surging force was like an invisible black hole. When the tall and sturdy man suddenly attacked, Yuchensi cried out and left the ground. Xiao Qin's expression changed. He leaped up and gently landed a palm strike on Yu Qinxing's shoulder with his right hand. Then he clenched his left hand into a fist and sent out a fist wind. Rumble! The two forces clashed in the air, giving off heavy, buzzing sounds. Sonic booms resounded and a strong wind blew in the courtyard, making everyone's hair flutter. Xiao Qin placed his right hand on Yu Qinxi's shoulder and pulled him behind him without anyone noticing. Then he said softly, "Stand behind me." When the tall and sturdy man saw Xiao Qin make a move, he did not show much displeasure in his eyes. Instead, a fervent, almost cruel light flashed in his eyes. The cultivators of the battle realms had two hobbies. One was women, and the other was fighting. Compared to women, fighting to one's heart's content was more interesting. This fellow is in trouble. That tall and sturdy man seems to be the number 2 genius of the 9th battle realm, Situ Gang. He is extremely strong. Once the cultivators of the battle realms target you, it will be very hard to shake them off. You either get killed by them or beat them to death. However, they beat most people to death. They're a bunch of madmen. Seeing that the tall and sturdy man targeted Xiao Qin, several people immediately revealed gloating expressions. This was especially so for that skinny man. A cold and cruel smile appeared in his eyes. Indeed, Situ Gang stood up and smiled coldly. Since you have the guts to block me, you should be prepared to die. Bang! Suddenly, a sonic boom resounded in the air. Situ Gang's figure flashed in the air and arrived before Xiao Qin. He did not use any fancy movement techniques, only extreme speed. Xiao Qin's expression remained calm as he sank his feet down. He circulated his vital qi quickly, and in the time it took for a spark to fly, he clashed with that punch. Bang! 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 Situ Gang pressed forward. After the first punch, he followed up with a second and a third. Every time he punched, an impassioned shout resounded in the surroundings. The shouts seemed to come from the distant ancient era. They sounded desolate and ancient, spreading a heavy aura. When the surrounding cultivators saw this, they felt astonished. If they received these 3 punches head-on, given their physical bodies, they would definitely suffer. The best way was to avoid the sharpness of the attack and use speed and skill-based martial techniques to deal with it. Someone sighed and said, "This fellow is really seeking death." Instead of dodging, he actually dares to clash head-on with a battle realm cultivator. When the skinny man heard this, he said in disdain, "He is probably too slow. How capable can the people from the Sky Dome realm be?" However, the surprising thing was that after Xiao Qin received 10 punches from Situ Gang, the entire courtyard trembled continuously before this huge force. However, Xiao Qin's footsteps did not move at all. He was like an old tree rooted to the ground, as firm as a rock as he dealt with the attacks calmly. After the 10 punches, Situ Gang saw that Xiao Qin was not in a sorry state as he expected. His expression turned serious as he pushed off the ground and landed back on the stone stool. Before that huge force, Xiao Qin's meridians, blood, and bones trembled continuously. However, that was all. Xiao Qin's body had first been tempered by the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. After cultivating the firmament body tempering art, his meridians, blood, and bones were tempered once more. His physical body was much stronger than that of regular cultivators. After circulating his energy, Xiao Qin digested the quintessence in his body. His gaze turned extremely cautious, not relaxing at all. Xiao Qin estimated that this Situ Gang had only used 30% of his strength at most. This was because the other party did not seem to be panting or needing to adjust his breathing after sending out 10 punches. Indeed, the people of the battle realms could not be underestimated. The expressions of the other branch sect disciples changed slightly. They looked at Xiao Qin, keeping an eye out for him. Initially, no one paid attention to Xiao Qin. Now, He attracted some attention, gaining a sense of his existence. Chapter 651. Situ Gang. This fellow is a body-tempering cultivator. Use your true abilities. Otherwise, others will think that the people of the Battle Realms are only capable of this much. A Battle Realm cultivator behind Situ Gang shouted with blazing eyes. 10,000 meters in the air, the two true inheritors who had brought in Xiao Chun and the others earlier watched the situation below with interest. Chen Xiao smiled faintly and said indifferently, Wang Cheng, these people from the lower realms are more interesting than we thought. The youth called Wang Cheng said sullenly, I nearly misjudged this Xiao Chun. His cultivation is not high, but he also cultivates a body-tempering technique. His strength is not that simple. Chun Xiao looked around and said, Senior Brother Wang, what do you think of these geniuses from the lower realms? Do you think any of them can become true inheritors? Wang Cheng entered deep thought and said, I noticed that at least 10 people have pretty good talent. This is especially so for that Battle Realms Situ Gang. His cultivation is so vast that no one here can compare to him. If he enters a berserk state, he will be even more horrifying. However, it is hard to say whether they can become true inheritors or not. Let's see if they can handle the competition between the intersect's 5 big factions first. A disciple flew down from the floating inner city and landed beside the two. After bowing respectfully, he handed over a document and said, Senior brothers, the distribution of the inner and outer sect disciples that the elders discussed is already out. Chen Xiao received the document and said, Unexpectedly, they discussed for so long. However, it is finally out. If we had waited any longer, we would have run out of patience. Wang Cheng smiled gently and said, That's normal. The treatment of the inner sect disciples and the outer sect disciples is very different. It is already beyond my expectations that they can come out so quickly. The two casually flipped through the document and slowly flew down to the courtyard, preparing to announce the contents of the document. At this moment, the atmosphere in the courtyard was extremely heavy. The fanaticism in Situ Gang's eyes turned into a blazing flame. His strong aura slowly soared. When everyone sensed it, they felt their hearts palpitate. They unknowingly took 2 steps back, afraid of getting caught up in the shockwaves of the battle. There were rumors of the destructive power of the people of the Battle Realms unleashing their true strength. No one was willing to suffer such a calamity. However, on the other side, Xiao Chun did not show any intention of backing down. He gathered his aura. Even when facing a strong Battle Realm expert, he was neither servile nor overbearing, maintaining a calm expression. Hu Qi, however, just as the intense battle was about to erupt, 2 vast auras suddenly appeared in the courtyard that tore through the clouds. It was as if an invisible ocean had suddenly crashed down, silently covering everything. Although Situ Gang's valiant and frightening aura was powerful, it was not worth mentioning in this vast ocean. Very quickly, it was submerged and disappeared without a trace. Everyone quickly looked over and saw that Chun Xiao and Wang Cheng were already standing on top of the wall. It's a true disciple. Someone immediately recognized who they were. Their gazes were filled with yearning. They were shocked by the strength they had displayed. Just by relying on their auras, they easily resolved the situation. Even someone as irascible as Situ Gang did not dare to lose his temper. Very good. At least you know your limits. Now, I will announce which of you can enter the inner sect and which will be assigned to the outer sect. When Chen Xiao saw that no one said anything, he nodded and spoke in a calm tone. When everyone heard this, they pricked up their ears. Outer sect and inner sect. There was only a difference of 1 word, but the treatment they received was as different as heaven and earth. Everyone hoped that they would be assigned to the inner sect. Everyone showed expressions of anticipation as they waited quietly. Wang Cheng, who was at the side, held the official document and said, I will only read out the names of the people assigned to the inner sect. Those whose names are not read out are naturally outer sect disciples. As the names were read out one by one, several people revealed joyful smiles. As for those whose names were not read out, they waited anxiously. Xiao Chun did not have to wait for long before he heard his name called. He relaxed slightly. As for Yu Qinxi and Gong Yangyu, they did not hear their names read out. Although they had expected this, they could not help but feel disappointed. I'm not convinced. Why is he only an early-stage inferior grade martial monarch? Furthermore, he is a cultivator of the Sky Dome realm. He is directly sent to the inner sect. I am a peak inferior grade martial monarch, yet I still have to struggle in the outer sect. A long-faced cultivator whose name was not read out shouted as he pointed at Xiao Chun. The moment this cultivator said this, the people whose names were not read out felt dissatisfied and echoed his sentiments. There were always some people who felt that others were only SOSO, that they could not compare to them. Xiao Chun did not find this strange. He could not be bothered with them, waiting to see how the two true inheritors would deal with this. Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng did not seem surprised. Their gazes casually landed on the person who caused trouble first. This is not fair, absolutely not fair. I want to fight with him. I can prove that I am qualified to enter the inner sect. That long-faced cultivator jabbered on endlessly to Chen Xiao and Wang Cheng. Wang Cheng frowned slightly and pointed with his finger. A deep blue sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The sword chi was incredibly sharp. It ignored the long-faced cultivator's protective quintessence and directly tore a small hole in his chest. Without any warning, Wang Cheng attacked directly, mercilessly teaching this person a lesson. When the other people who agreed with the long-faced cultivator saw this scene, they immediately shut up. Why did you injure me? I did not do anything wrong. Are you all that great just because you are true inheritors? The long-faced cultivator asked as he held his chest in intense pain. Wang Qing did not say anything. Chen Xiao formed hand seals with both hands and formed a cage-like hand seal. Then, he sent it at the long-faced cultivator. A light flickered, and the cage-like hand seal entered the long-faced cultivator's body. His aura vanished, and he became like an ordinary person. What's going on? Why can't I circulate my quintessence? The long-faced cultivator exclaimed in horror when he felt the situation in his body. Chen Xiao said expressionlessly, "As true inheritors, we have the authority to enforce the rules. We can kill those who look down on the decisions of the Elders' Assembly. Since this is your first time in the Haotian sect, I will only punish you a little. I will seal your dantian for 1 month." Wang Cheng said, "Outer sect disciples can take the test every once in a while. If you are strong enough, it would not be difficult for you to become an inner sect disciple." Seeing the two's strength, no one dared to say anything else. They all kept quiet. The two leaped off the wall, and Chen Xiao said, "Inner sect disciples, follow me to the east of the city. Senior brother Wang will lead the outer sect disciples." The 100 or 200 people who came split into 2 groups and headed out of the courtyard. Just as they were about to leave, Yu Qinxi said sincerely, "Senior brother Xiao Chun, thank you for your help." Xiao Chun had risked offending a Battle Realm genius to shield her. Yu Qinxi's gratitude to Xiao Chun was indescribable. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "You are my friend. If you are in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? I believe that you will definitely help me if I am in trouble. Work hard. I will look out for you in the inner sect. Given your talent, you will definitely regain your former pride." Yu Qinxi nodded heavily and said, I definitely will." The two waved goodbye. Gong Yangyu, who was at the side, said some words of thanks before leaving silently. Under Chen Zhao's lead, the group quickly headed to the east of the city. The east of the city was very large, but there was only one entrance. There were people guarding the entrance. When the disciples guarding the entrance saw Chen Xiao, they immediately bowed respectfully. "Every month, you will receive 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Every 7 days, an old senior of the sect will give you a lecture. However, you're not allowed to ask questions. If you ask in private, you'll have to pay spirit stones." Chen Xiao first brought the group to register. After they received their inner sect identity medallions, he explained the treatment and sect rules that inner sect disciples enjoyed. 10,000 superior grade spirit stones, and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Everyone could not help but reveal expressions of joy. None of the sects in the lower realms were able to enjoy such treatment. Furthermore, spirit gathering pearls were even rarer. They required a large number of martial sages to refine them by exhausting their cultivation. The teachings of an old senior would also enlighten them. Most true experts would not be so kind as to share their cultivation experiences with others. This is where you will be staying. Every 10 rooms will share a rank 1 spirit vein's origin. Every month, you will need to spend 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. Chen Xiao pointed at a row of simple residential areas and said slowly. When everyone heard the first half of what Xiao Chun said, they all revealed excited expressions. In the lower realm, a rank 1 spirit vein's origin could support a large sect with tens of thousands of people. Here, 10 inner sect disciples could share one. However, when they heard the second half of what Xiao Chun said, their faces immediately sank. They would only receive 10,000 superior grade spirit stones a month. Just the cost of their accommodation would be used up. If they wanted to cultivate, obtain medicinal pills, or go out exploring, they would not have any spirit stones left. You need spirit stones? That is too expensive. Chen Xiao ignored everyone's complaints. He continued, if you want to stay in a better place, you can pay an additional spirit stone and enjoy a spirit vein's origin to yourself. Furthermore, everyone will have to take on a mission from the sect at least once a month. However, you new disciples will have 1 month to familiarize yourselves. After that, Chen Xiao answered a few simple questions from the crowd. Then he took his leave. Before everyone's envious gazes, he flew to the floating mountain peak that belonged to him. The houses in the residential area were all adjacent to each other. Compared to the independent courtyard that Xiao Chun lived in, the environment was much simpler. After tidying up the house, Xiao Chun sat at the head of the bed and started to think about his cultivation goals. Chapter 652. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, where the spiritual energy was incredibly dense, Xiao Chen's first goal was to refine his quintessence. There was no need to rush to break through to the next cultivation realm. He needed to be steady and steady, slowly closing the gap between him and the native cultivators of the Tianwu domain in terms of the purity of his quintessence. If there was an opportunity, Xiao Chun wanted to break through to the 7th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation as well. However, he could not rush this. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was even more mysterious than a heaven-rank cultivation technique. The latter layers of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation became increasingly difficult to advance. Xiao Chen's second goal was to continue tempering his physical body, to cultivate the firmament body tempering art to the peak of the 6th layer, making his physical body even stronger. Not only was it excruciating to cultivate a body-tempering cultivation technique, but it also required more and more heavenly treasures to support it with each level. Now that the firmament body-tempering art had reached the 6th layer, the natural treasures that he could use would be worth cities. Given his current status, it would be difficult to buy them. Xiao Chen's third goal was to comprehend the second move of the heaven-ranked dragon subduing / soaring dragon. With this, he would have a strong physical body and a refined cultivation. Naturally, he needed a martial technique that could bring out the greatest might of his accumulations. After sorting through these goals, Xiao Chun could not help but feel a headache coming on. None of the 3 goals were easy to accomplish. Not only did they require a large number of spirit stones, but they also required a lot of time and a very high comprehension ability. The latter 2 were easy to accomplish, but the former was difficult. Everything in the inner sect required spirit stones. Although Xiao Chun had some wealth now, he could not afford to spend them for a long time. Xiao Chun shook his head and sighed gently. Never mind, I should refine my quintessence first. This does not require spirit stones. I just need time. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to a prayer mat on the floor of the room. Complicated formations were carved on the prayer mat, connecting it to a spirit origin deep underground. Sitting cross-legged on it, Xiao Chun immediately sensed a rank 1 spirit origin the size of a human head in his sea of consciousness. It split into 10 strands and scattered outwards. Even though the vast and pure spirit origin was split into 10 strands, each strand was like a gushing river. Who knew how much spiritual energy it contained? He could feel that the other 9 people were absorbing the spiritual chi from the spiritual origin with great excitement to improve their cultivation. Xiaochen was not that excited or rash. Every time he absorbed some spiritual energy, he would immediately circulate the purple thunder divine incantation, continuously compressing it. When it was completely compressed to the point where it couldn't be compressed anymore, it was then inserted into the meridians. Above his dantian, of the 99 transparent true essence water droplets, one of them slowly turned purple. First it was a pale purple, then it turned deep purple. In the end, the purple water droplets became as smooth as pearls, as if they were solid. Given this, even after spending a lot of time, Xiaoqin's cultivation did not increase. It looked like he was still an inferior grade martial monarch. Half a month later, out of the 99 drops of true essence liquid in Xiaoqin's body, 30 of them had become as smooth as pearls, with a bright and beautiful luster. Dong dong dong. On this day, after he had rested as usual, just as he was about to refine his true essence, there was a series of knocks on the door. Xiao Chun stood up from the prayer mat and casually waved his hand, sending out a clump of energy. The door opened with a gong-dang sound. A yellow-clad man stood at the door. He was skinny and had an ordinary appearance. However, his cultivation was pretty good, late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Unfortunately, it was not very dense. In Xiao Chen's opinion, it seemed somewhat exaggerated. This person looked somewhat familiar to Xiao Chun. He should be like Xiao Chun from a lower realms Hao Yin sect branch. Xiao Chun had met him once in that courtyard. "This friend, do you have business with me?" Xiao Chun asked as he stepped forward and invited this person in. Then he brewed a pot of tea. The yellow-clad man smiled and said, "I am Zhui Yusher from the Cloud Sea Realm. I live next door to you. It is nothing major, so I just came to drop by. I wonder if I have interrupted your cultivation?" Of the 3,000 great realms controlled by the Bushin Palace, the Cloud Sea Realm was one of the lower-ranked realms. It was not much better than the Sky Dome Realm. Xiao Qin recalled the information on the Cloud Sea Realm. Then, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. Smiling, he said, "It's fine. Coincidentally, I have been cultivating for half a month. It is good to find someone to chat with. Let me introduce myself. I am Xiao Chun from the Sky Dome Realm." When Zhui Yusher heard Xiao Chen's words, shock appeared in his eyes. He said, You said that you have been cultivating bitterly in this room for the past half-month." Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zhui Yusher smiled embarrassedly and said, "Brother Xiao is really different. In the past few days, none of us have been able to endure the loneliness. In the past half-month, everyone has familiarized themselves with the eastern part of the city. Earth-ranked martial techniques, which are considered precious treasures in the lower realms, are everywhere here. As long as you have spirit stones, you can buy them. Furthermore, there are all sorts of medicinal pills for cultivation. There is a dazzling array of them, so many that one's eyes would be dazzled. The auction house in the inner city even auctions heaven-ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques, as well as all sorts of superior grade secret treasures. However, the amount of superior grade spirit stones required is astronomical." Zhui Yusher was very talkative. Whenever Xiao Chun spoke, Zhui Yusher would go on and on. This reminded Xiao Chun of his old friend, Bai Lishi. The two of them were both chatterboxes. Although Zhui Yusher spoke a lot of nonsense, there were some things that Xiao Chun was interested in Zhui Yusher's words. Xiao Chun had not gone out for the past half-month. Zhui Yusher's arrival came at a good time, so Xiao Chun did not feel frustrated. "That's right, Brother Zhui, let me say something. Your cultivation has grown rather fast. Have you never thought about the problem of the density of quintessence? The people chosen from the lower realms were the cream of the crop of the great thousand realms. If Xiao Chun could think of the problem of the density of quintessence, Zhui Yusher would definitely be able to." Zhui Yusher laughed loudly and said, Naturally, I have thought about it. However, there is no need to worry. When I reach the peak of the late stage, I will go to the medicinal hall in the inner city to buy a quintessence gathering pill. Quintessence gathering pill? What is that? Xiao Chun frowned slightly. Zhui Yushi knew that Xiao Chun had not gone out yet, so he explained the origins and uses of the quintessence gathering pill in detail. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm was too dense. Cultivators cultivated very quickly. For the sake of preventing unstable quintessence, alchemists created medicinal pills to compress spiritual energy. There was a corresponding medicinal pill for every rank of cultivator. The quintessence gathering pill was meant for martial monarchs. After consuming it once, quintessence would automatically condense. If one cultivated after that, their cultivation speed would be much slower. This was also why the cultivators of the Kunlun realm advanced at a slower pace. Consuming a medicinal pill was equivalent to cultivating twice in the same cultivation realm. Naturally, their quintessence would be much denser than that of lower realm cultivators. Suddenly, Zhui Yushi thought of something. He said, "Brother Xiao, could it be that you have been refining quintessence on your own for the past half-month? That would have been a waste of time." Xiao Chun smiled bitterly. What did it mean to build a cart behind closed doors? This was the result of building a cart behind closed doors. If he had gone out, he would not have ended up like this. How many times can I consume the quintessence gathering pill within a cultivation realm? Xiao Chun asked casually. Zhui Yushi replied, "It can only be used once. After that, I can consume it again when I advance to medial grade martial monarch." In that case, it did not matter. If I refined it once and used the quintessence gathering pill again, my quintessence would definitely be stronger than others. However, that way, my cultivation would grow even slower. Under such circumstances, it would be a test of a cultivator's mental state. One would have to spend more time and endure the unbearable loneliness of the world. One would have to not be blinded by the prosperity and vanity before them. It was hard for the younger generation to avoid being proud and arrogant. They liked to fight for fame and profit. It was already very rare for them to not be eager for quick success. It would be very difficult for them to spend more time to solidify their foundations. Xiao Chen's heart was focused on the great Tao. His goal of reaching the peak of the martial Tao had never wavered. He clearly knew that the peak of the martial Tao was what he pursued. On the path to the peak, the fame and prosperity before him were just fleeting clouds. Sooner or later, they would vanish like smoke. Xiao Chun continued to ask, "Do you know the price of this quintessence gathering pill?" When Xiao Chun mentioned the price, Zhui Yushi immediately withdrew his smile. He sighed and said, "An inferior grade quintessence gathering pill costs 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. A medial grade quintessence gathering pill costs 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. A superior grade quintessence gathering pill costs 150,000 superior grade spirit stones." Damn it! Xiao Chun could not help cursing in his heart. The price was really extraordinarily high. Right now, Xiao Chun only had 200,000 superior grade spirit stones on him. If he bought a slightly better quintessence gathering pill, he would be penniless. Zhui Yushi smiled bitterly and said, "Don't get angry. This is still the preferential price for inner sect disciples. If you went elsewhere, it would be even more expensive. However, you don't have to worry too much. As inner sect disciples, we could take on missions with higher rewards. Tens of thousands of spirit stones are not as difficult to earn as you think." After chatting for a while, Zhui Yushi stood up and took his leave. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. "Brother Xiao Chun, in the future, we should move around more. Cultivation is not just about cultivating bitterly. From what I've heard, the internal strife within the inner sect is extremely intense. Now, there's a group of lower realm cultivators like us. Without an increase in resources, the fights in the inner sect will only be even more intense." Xiao Chun stood up to send Zhui Yushi off. Zhui Yushi's final words made him enter deep thought. Sometimes there were a lot of things that people wouldn't give you peace just because you wanted it. Only when one is strong can one feel at ease. Only when one is at ease can one feel at peace. Determination appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then he sat back down on the prayer mat and continued to refine his quintessence. As the sun rose and set, the world outside the house was filled with flowers and bustling with noise. There were newly advanced disciples who found strong backers and obtained the peak Earth-ranked martial techniques that they dreamed of. Their combat prowess increased rapidly. There were even new disciples who bought quintessence gathering pills. The purity of their quintessence soared, immediately surpassing those of the same generation. There were also newly advanced disciples who went out on experiential training and obtained news of fortuitous encounters, making others even more envious. Situ Gang worked with 4 people from the Battle Realms and forcefully formed a large faction in the intense competition in the intersect. Then, they started to compete with the other 5 factions. That skinny man also gathered the remaining lower realm geniuses and formed a faction of his own, looking very awe-inspiring. There were also several peak lower realm geniuses who originally kept a low profile. After accumulating a certain amount of experience, they revealed their ferocity and beat up some of the older intersect disciples to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Their famed sword, Zhui Yushi, passed the news to Xiao Chun. The world outside was extraordinarily bustling. Every time Zhui Yushi spoke of this news, his eyes filled with envy, and his bloodline surged restlessly. Chapter 653. Xiao Chun smiled faintly at this and ignored them. He focused on refining his quintessence. More and more pearl-like purple liquid appeared in the 99 drops of transparent quintessence. Xiao Chun's quintessence was much denser than before. After another 20 days, Xiao Chun decided to go out. This time, he had to. This was the first time the new disciples were collecting their stipends. It would be a waste not to take the 10,000 superior grade spirit stones and 10 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Zhui Yushi had been waiting outside the door for a long time. In the past month, whenever Zhui Yushi had nothing to do, he would look for Xiao Chun to chat for a long time. They had become much more familiar with each other. Let's go. Brother Xiao, I already asked around and found out where we can collect our stipends. Zhui Yushi appeared very excited. Although the spirit stones were going to be used for rent, the 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. However, those 10 spirit gathering pearls were extremely valuable. If they were exchanged for superior grade spirit stones, one inferior grade spirit gathering pearl would be worth 5,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, as long as one was not in a rush to use spirit stones, no one would be foolish enough to use spirit gathering pearls to exchange. After leaving the residential area, Zhui Yushi led the way with great familiarity. They passed through a few bustling streets and corridors before arriving at a palace gate. There were many intersect disciples here to collect their stipends. There was a long line. Xiao Chun finally saw a few of them. These intersect disciples were mostly late-stage inferior grade martial monarchs. However, they were different from Zhui Yushi. These intersect disciples had very withdrawn auras and extremely dense quintessence. They were all late-stage inferior grade martial monarchs. If Zhui Yushi fought with them, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves. If Xiao Chun guessed right, these people should have consumed a quintessence gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior grade martial monarch. Aside from this, Xiao Chun also discovered something else. Some people received more stipends, while others received less stipends. The intersect disciple who collected the most received 100,000 superior grade spirit stones and 50 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls in one go. Xiao Chun asked Zhui Yushi, who was behind him, "What's going on with those people?" Zhui Yushi explained, "Those are the inner disciples who are ranked higher on this month's contribution ranking. They completed many missions for the sect and received additional rewards. By the way, speaking of this, we have to accept a mission this month. If we don't accept it, we'll be expelled from the inner sect." The Haotian province was vast, and there were countless cities within the province. There were many merchant guilds, clans, and city lord residences. When they encountered problems that they couldn't resolve, they would request for help from the Haotian sect. The Haotian sect was also happy to accept the mission. Firstly, it could maintain the stability of the prefecture, and secondly, it could train the disciples of the sect. There were also some missions that were issued by the direct disciples, elders, and deacons of the sect. They encountered some matters that they couldn't find the time to resolve. They would also issue it as a mission and hand it over to the disciples of the sect to complete it. They only needed to pay a small amount of compensation. Zhui Yushi said, "Not only can you obtain mission rewards by completing missions, but you can also obtain contribution points and additional rewards when you receive your stipend. It can be considered the greatest source of wealth for inter-sect disciples. However, the rewards and contribution points of missions are linked to the risks involved. There are often rumors of disciples never returning after they accepted a mission." As they spoke, it was soon the turn of the two to receive their stipend. The process was very simple. They just needed to hand over their inter-sect disciple identity medallions and let the other party verify it. Zhui Yushi did not have a rich family background. When he received the 10 spirit gathering pearls, he had an excited expression on his face. He held up the spirit gathering pearls and said, "This is great. I finally have the money to buy the quintessence gathering pill." Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked, "Why are you exchanging for spirit gathering pearls for no reason?" Inter-sect disciples could use 1/10 of their rank 1 spirit origin to cultivate. Under such conditions, the effects of superior grade spirit stones on cultivation were much weaker. They could only be used when one went out. Normally, they could only be used as currency. They were not as valuable as they were in the lower realm. However, spirit gathering pearls were different. Not only could they help in breaking through, but they were also faster than using spirit origin to cultivate. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had sufficient spirit gathering pearls. Zhui Yushi smiled bitterly and said, "I don't want to either. However, I should be able to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch before the end of the month. I will need to use the quintessence gathering pill." Xiao Chun felt relieved. He had obtained 200,000 superior grade spirit stones by killing several veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm. Not everyone was like Xiao Chun, daring to look down on those veteran martial monarchs in the lower realm after advancing to martial monarch. "Let's go. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go buy the quintessence gathering pill. I will be entering closed-door cultivation after this," Zhui Yushi said. The floating city in the sky was the inner city of the Haotian sect. Inter-sect disciples had a chance to go there once a month. Rumor had it that there was a peak rank 4 spirit origin in the inner city. Not only did it cause the inner city to be covered in a spiritual fog all year round, but it also produced a large number of superior grade spirit stones every year. Even if one did not use the spirit origin to cultivate in the city, the effects would be much better than the rooms of the inter-sect disciples. After the two passed through the dense fog made of spiritual energy, they registered themselves at the city gates and successfully entered the inner city. Compared to the bustling Haotian city below, the atmosphere in the inner city was much calmer. The people on the streets rarely spoke loudly. Occasionally, one would see many strong disciples with unfathomable cultivations. No one dared to underestimate them. Zhui Yushi had been to the inner city once last month. He was familiar with the places that sold medicinal pills in the city. Soon, he led Xiao Chun to a herb store. When the store owner saw that there was business, he immediately greeted them warmly. He smiled and asked, "Two little brothers, what medicinal pills would you like to buy?" Zhui Yushi said impatiently, "Give me an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill. I will use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. Is that possible?" Yes, of course." A smile bloomed on the store owner's face. This was already a big deal in the first place. Furthermore, he could use spirit gathering pearls to buy it. "Wait a moment." Xiao Chun stopped the store owner. "I will pay for his quintessence gathering pill. Also, give me a superior grade quintessence gathering pill." Zhui Yushi exclaimed in shock. "Brother Xiao Chun, don't look at me like that. I lent you the spirit stones first. You have to return them," Xiao Chun said with a faint smile. Zhui Yushi felt very excited. A spirit gathering pearl was much more valuable than a superior grade spirit stone. Furthermore, it was a very precious item. It was not something that could be obtained just because one wanted it. If not for the fact that Xiao Chan needed a quintessence gathering pill to advance to peak inferior grade martial monarch, he would not exchange for a spirit gathering pearl. Thank you, Xiao Chun. I will not say anything else. You are my friend for sure. Xie Shiwen patted Xiao Chen's shoulder heavily. After handing over the spirit stones, Xiao Chun compared the two quintessence gathering pills. He discovered that there was no difference between the two except that the superior grade quintessence gathering pill had a deeper luster. The store owner smiled and explained, "Haha, little brother, there is not much difference between a superior grade quintessence gathering pill and an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill. However, if you cultivate an earth grade cultivation technique, the effects of an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill will be greatly reduced. Under normal circumstances, a medial grade quintessence gathering pill is sufficient for most people. If you want to exchange now, you can." Xiao Chun carefully put away the superior grade quintessence gathering pill and said, "There's no need. I just want the superior grade quintessence gathering pill." Xiao Chun was not in a rush to leave the store. He asked about natural treasures and medicinal pills that could assist in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. This is the blood refinement pill. It is worth 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. It can be used to refine a cultivator's blood. It has excellent effects when used to supplement a body tempering cultivation technique. This is the spirit freezing pill. It can reduce the pain when cultivating a body tempering cultivation technique. It is worth 100,000 superior grade spirit stones. This is the yellow spirit flower. It is a rare, natural treasure that can penetrate deep into the marrow. It is worth 500,000 superior grade spirit stones. The cultivation of a body tempering cultivator required a large number of natural treasures. When the store owner saw Xiao Chan asking about these medicinal pills, he immediately introduced them with a fervent expression. It seemed like countless spirit stones moved in his eyes. There were many good things. Xiao Chun felt envious. However, he was too shy and could only watch. Under the disappointed gaze of the store owner, the two left the store and rushed back. 1 hour later, the two finished paying the rent for the month. Just as they were about to return to their rooms and enter closed-door cultivation, a group of uninvited guests blocked their way. "Hee hee, I've been waiting for the two of you for a long time. You're finally back." The skinny man in front, who had injured Gong Yangyu, led a group of people and blocked the two. Zhui Yusher's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "That person is Gue Wu, one of the leaders of the two new factions in the inner sect. He is probably not here with good intentions." It turned out that this person's name was Gue Wu. After not seeing him for a month, this person's cultivation had not changed. However, his quintessence was several times denser than before. Compared to the experienced inner sect disciples that Xiao Chan had seen, Gue Wu was no weaker. In fact, he was even stronger. Xiao Chen looked at the other party and said calmly, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't block the way." Gue Wu smiled coldly and said, "In that case, I'll say it. Each of you, hand over 5 spirit gathering pearls." Right after Gue Wu spoke, the 6 people around him immediately released their auras and locked down on the two. Although these people's cultivations were not as high as Gue Wu's, their quintessence was still very dense. They had probably consumed the quintessence gathering pill before. Their strength could not be underestimated. Xiao Chun remained silent. He only quickly evaluated the strength of both sides in his heart. Gue Wu had consumed the quintessence gathering pill and cultivated back to peak inferior grade martial monarch. Of the 99 drops of liquid quintessence, Xiao Chun had refined only 66 of them. He had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. In terms of quintessence purity, Gue Wu was currently stronger than Xiao Chun. As for martial techniques and combat techniques, Xiao Chun did not fear Gue Wu. If they fought Gue Wu now, Xiao Chun should have at least a 50% chance of victory. This was not a high chance. Furthermore, The other party clearly came prepared, adding in the group of people around Gui Wu. If they attacked together, Xiao Chun and Zhui Yushi would not have much of a chance. Perhaps Xiao Chun and Zhui Yushi could retreat easily. However, they would not be able to avoid the harassment of these people, which would affect their cultivation. Zhui Yushi felt furious in his heart. However, when he saw the other party's strength, he felt helpless. If Gui Wu did not hand over the spirit-gathering pearls, it would be hard to avoid physical pain. In the future, Gui Wu would continue to seek trouble. Gui Wu laughed loudly and received the 5 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls from Zhui Yushi. Then, he looked at Xiao Chun and asked, "What about you?" Xiao Chun flicked his finger, and the 5 spirit-gathering pearls flew in an arc towards Gui Wu. Gui Wu stretched out his hand and easily caught the 5 spirit-gathering pearls. He was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Chun to agree so easily. Chapter 654. Back then, when Gui Wu saw Xiao Chun make a move in the courtyard, he had thought that Xiao Chun would be the toughest bone to chew, so he had made a lot of preparations. After handing over the inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, Xiao Chun walked forward expressionlessly, not saying a word. The person beside Gui Wu smiled and said, "Big brother, this brat is not as mysterious as you say. How could someone from the Sky Dome realm be that powerful?" Gui Wu weighed the spirit-gathering pearls in his hand and said in a cold voice, "At least he is sensible. I happen to lack one person for me to make an example out of." After that, he turned his head and asked, "How many inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls did we collect?" Someone immediately calculated and said excitedly, "There are 100 people in this residential area that we control. That's a total of 500 spirit-gathering pearls." When Gui Wu heard this, he shook his head and said, "That is still too little. The original 5 big factions controlled at least 300 or 400 people in this residential area. That group of blockheads from the battle realm controlled more than 200 people. Of the 7 big factions, we are the weakest. We have to be more ruthless next month. Everyone has to hand over 7 spirit-gathering pearls. Otherwise, we'll be pushed out sooner or later." In the wooden hut that Xiao Chun was in, Zhui Yushi said with some joy, "Xiao Chun, it is fortunate that you did not make a move on them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." "What do you mean?" Xiao Chun asked. Zhui Yushi took a sip of tea and said, "Collecting spirit-gathering pearls from inner sect disciples has always existed. Previously, our residential area was under the control of the 5th-ranked inner sect disciple, Lan Feichen. Half a month ago, Gui Wu led a group of people to fight with him. No one knows the result. However, after that, Lan Feichen assigned our residential area to Gui Wu." Xiao Chun frowned slightly and said, "Lan Feichen would not give him a portion for no reason. It looks like this Gui Wu is not simple." Zhui Yushi said, "He has a strong backer. He is the grandson of a Spirit Sea Realms Haotian sect master. I heard rumors that he brought millions of superior-grade spirit stones. After consuming the quintessence gathering pill and consuming many natural treasures, he returned to peak inferior-grade martial monarch." After chatting for a while, Zhui Yushi took his leave. Only then did Xiao Chun reveal a murderous intent. "My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy to obtain. My spirit-gathering pearls are not that easy," Xiao Chun muttered to himself softly. With the earlier experience, Xiao Chun's speed of refining veritable essence energy became much faster. After that experience, Xiao Chun of Xiao Chun, his quintessence in Chun had Chun Wu, Xiao Chun, A, Xiao, Xiao Chun, and Chun gathering, Chun, Cho, Xiao Chun, of Chun of Jin of Chun, Xiao Chun of Yu Chun of Tian of Chun of the Chun was by Yu. The saber chi was like lightning, disappearing in a flash. It silently pierced through a vase on the wooden table and the wall, heading out of the room. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the vase landed in his grasp. The vase was made of porcelain. With just a gentle touch, it would shatter. If it were in the past, with Xiao Chun's strong quintessence, he would have crushed the vase into powder with just a strong wind. However, The saber chi of Xiao Qin's quintessence was not weakened at all. However, it only managed to create a flawless hole in the vase. If others were here and did not see Xiao Qin make a move, they would definitely think that there was a hole in the vase in the first place. Xiao Qin played with the vase for a while and smiled faintly. Then, he waved his hand and returned the vase to its original position. The purity of my quintessence is probably no weaker than Gui Wu's after he consumed the quintessence gathering pill. When he ran into Gui Wu, Xiao Qin already had a 60% chance of victory. However, Gui Wu was not alone. He had 6 or 7 lower realm geniuses who were slightly weaker than him. Xiao Qin had to consume the quintessence gathering pill and refine his already extremely dense quintessence. Only then would he not fear being surrounded. Martial techniques had never been Xiao Qin's weakness. Be it the four-season saber technique that he comprehended or the blue dragon returns to the sea, which he could already bring out 80% of. Xiao Qin was confident that he could defeat his opponents in martial techniques. All Xiao Qin lacked was accumulations of quintessence. Once he completely refined his quintessence, no one in inferior grade martial monarch would be a match for him. At that time, he could seek trouble for those people. Xiao Qin was not someone who would suffer losses. Since they took his spirit-gathering pearls, they had to pay the price. Right now, Xiao Qin was still a middle-stage, inferior-grade martial monarch. Using the quintessence-gathering pill would be a waste. However, Xiao Qin still had more than 100 inferior-grade spirit-gathering pearls. As long as he was willing to part with them, he would be able to use them to advance to peak inferior-grade martial monarch in a week. I have to cultivate slowly for now. There are still 5 more days to the end of the month. I should go and accept a sect mission first. Xiao Qin had to accept a sect mission. Otherwise, he would not be able to remain in the inner sect. This was a hard and fast rule of the Haotian sect. Xiao Qin did not dare to disobey it. When Xiao Qin passed by Zhui Yusher's house, he scanned it with his spiritual sense. The house was empty. Zhui Yusher was not there. Xiao Qin did not mind. He found someone and asked politely. Then, he found out how to get to the mission hall. After 1 hour, Xiao Qin arrived at the mission hall. As the end of the month approached, there were many people in the mission hall. The place was very noisy. After waiting for a while, Xiao Qin finally arrived at the front desk. He received a mission list and started to look through it carefully. The missions were not separated into ranks. The missions with high rewards were all linked to high risk. Normally, no one would overestimate themselves and take on a mission that they could not complete. If one failed a mission, they would be punished accordingly. The higher the reward, the greater the punishment. With such a rule, it prevented people from taking on missions blindly. This is an escort mission. The city lord's residence of Haining City has to escort a batch of resources to pay tribute. It is not very dangerous. However, it takes a long time and the reward is low. There's also a mission to collect spirit beast materials. It was issued by an alchemist of our sect. The reward is very high. However, the rules are too strict. Not only do they have to ensure the completeness of the materials, but they also have to ensure the freshness of the materials. Who can do that? Xiao Qin carefully searched for missions that were suitable for him. However, he discovered that he was not satisfied with any of them. Either the reward was low, or the conditions were too harsh. Hey, hunting loose cultivators? Xiao Qin's eyes lit up as he pulled out a mission list. It described a city at the border of the Haotian province. Recently, a group of loose cultivators had arrived. They were all inferior-grade martial monarchs. They came and went like the wind. This group of loose cultivators had wiped out half of the 4 clans in the city. Not only did they sweep away all the accumulated wealth of the clans, but they also cut open their stomachs and killed everyone, regardless of age or gender. This caused everyone in the city to panic. The objective of the mission was to kill this group of loose cultivators and obtain 1,000 contribution points and 50,000 superior-grade spirit stones. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and held the mission list in his hand. He said, "It shall be you." Not only could Xiao Qin test the results of his cultivation, but he could also obtain rewards. This mission was tailor-made for him. The Haotian province was vast and boundless. Just this province was larger than the entire Great Jin nation of the Tianwu continent. There were 9 large cities in the province, hundreds of medium-sized cities, and no less than 1,000 small cities. Dingshui City, which Xiao Chen wanted to go to, was one of these small cities. Dingshui City sat at the border of the Haoyan province and the White Feather province. The White Feather province was very large as well. The rank 8 sect, the Rising Heaven Pavilion, guarded this province. If this were any other place, given the Rising Heaven Pavilion's strength, it would not be an overlord. However, Dingshui City was too close to the Haoyan sect. As the saying went, one mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Only one overlord could exist in one place. The Haoyan sect suppressed the Rising Heaven Pavilion for many years, overshadowing it. Haoyan City was very far from Dingshui City, several million kilometers away. Due to the restrictions of the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chen's speed was reduced by at least 20%. If Xiao Chen wanted to fly over by himself, even if he did not eat or drink and rush day and night, he would still need a month. Clearly, it was not worth it. Fortunately, there were very few long-distance transportation formations in the Sky Dome realm. They were not rare in the Kunlun realm. This was a secret passed down from the Immortal epic. After several seniors of the Kunlun realm studied it for thousands of years, they finally made some headway. These transportation formations could be replicated. After all, they were just replicas. They could not achieve a perfect effect. Furthermore, the cost was very high. Even with the wealth of the Haoyan sect, it could only set up a total of 10 transportation formations in the 9 cities of the Haoyan province and its main sect. Even so, it made it much more convenient for cultivators to travel. Xiao Chen only needed to go to Sky Mound City and ride a flying spirit beast to reach Dingshui City in 5 days. After Xiao Chen accepted this mission, he did not waste any more time. He headed for the transportation plaza in the city. Just as he was about to leave, someone called out to him, "Brother Xiao, are you here to accept a mission as well?" In the crowded mission hall, Zhui Yushi had a joyful expression on his face as he quickly headed for Xiao Chen with a group of people. Xiao Chen turned his head back and discovered that Zhui Yushi's quintessence, which had been floating around, had withdrawn into his body. His cultivation had fallen from late-stage inferior-grade martial monarch to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. However, Zhui Yushi's aura was much sharper than before. The current Zhui Yushi was completely different from the Zhui Yushi of half a month ago. Clearly, Zhui Yushi was very satisfied with his current cultivation. As he walked, he could feel an indistinct self-confidence. However, when Zhui Yushi saw Xiao Chen's cultivation, he was greatly startled. Xiao Chen's cultivation was now completely withdrawn, like a pool of limpid autumn water, unfathomable. Xiao Chen was clearly a middle-stage inferior-grade martial monarch, but the purity of his quintessence was much stronger than Zhui Yushi's. That is impossible. If he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, his cultivation would fall back to early-stage inferior-grade martial monarch. How could his cultivation be so much higher than mine? Could this be the effect of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill? No matter how Zhui Yushi thought about it, this was the only possibility. Xiao Chen, you already consumed the superior grade quintessence gathering pill? Zhui Yushi asked. Zhui Yushi had exposed the fact that he had a superior grade quintessence gathering pill in front of everyone. Xiao Chen was slightly upset. However, Xiao Chen understood Zhui Yushi's character. He knew that Zhui Yushi had not done it on purpose. So, he could not get angry. He nodded and said, "I guess so." When the group of people behind Zhui Yushi heard that Xiao Chen had consumed a superior grade quintessence gathering pill, a strange look flashed in their eyes. Chapter 655. Now, these lower realm genius cultivators could be said to be poor. Several of them could not bear to part with spirit gathering pearls and could not even afford inferior grade quintessence gathering pills. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen could buy superior grade spirit gathering pearls. He must have brought more spirit stones from the lower realm than them. A few people looked around, sizing up Xiao Chen. No one knew what they were thinking. Zhui Yushi invited warmly. "That's right, Xiao Chen. We just accepted an escort mission. It will take us half a month to complete. It is very safe. Do you want to come with us? There's no need. I accepted a mission to kill loose cultivators. If there is an opportunity in the future, let's work together again. Half a month was too long, and the reward would not be high. Xiao Chun did not want to accept such a mission. So, he waved his hand and rejected the other party's invitation. When Zhui Yushi and the others heard this, they all revealed astonished expressions. Why did you accept a mission to kill loose cultivators? Although the reward is high, it is very dangerous. Most experienced disciples would not dare to accept it, Zhui Yushi said. Loose cultivators were normally vicious and merciless. They had killed countless people and lived everywhere. Loose cultivators had rich combat experience and liked to do things as they pleased. They lived in blood and fire for a long time and were all people who did not fear death. The competition in the sect was fierce, but it was rare for someone to die. Sect disciples compared to rogue cultivators. There is a clear difference in aura between sect disciples and loose cultivators. Missions to kill loose cultivators were usually completed by experienced inter-sect disciples working in groups of 2 or 3. Zhui Yushi said a lot, hoping that Xiao Chun would change his mind and join them on the escort mission. I have made up my mind. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Chun was very clear on his own strength. He did not want to say anything more, so he took his leave. Brother Zhua, don't try to persuade him. If he wants to die, why stop him? We have just arrived in the Kunlun realm. How can we risk our lives so quickly? We have to accumulate our strength first. This fellow overestimates himself. If he were really powerful, he would be like Gue Wu and Situ Gang, forming a new faction. He would not need to hand over the spirit-gathering pearls to Gue Wu. As they discussed the matter, they all revealed disdainful expressions as they watched Xiao Chun leave. They all felt that he was seeking his own death. Zhui Yushi also looked somewhat displeased. He had tried to persuade Xiao Chun nicely, but this Xiao Chun did not appreciate it at all. Since ancient times, sages and sages had always been lonely. The biggest reason was probably that no one could understand them. Xiao Chun listened to everyone's words, but he didn't even have the thought of refuting them. After arriving at Sky Mound City through the teleportation formation, Xiao Chun spent some spirit stones to obtain the information and whereabouts of that group of loose cultivators from an organization that sold information. That group of loose cultivators had a total of 7 people. They were all middle-stage, inferior-grade martial monarchs. The leader was a peak inferior-grade martial monarch. He had even consumed the priceless quintessence gathering pill on the black market. These 7 people frequently committed crimes in the nearby provinces. They were wanted by several provinces, earning themselves the nickname of the 7 Black Wind Killers. Their infamy spread far and wide in the nearby provinces. Loose cultivators were extremely crafty. The 7 Black Wind Killers were even more so. Several times, the true inheritors of the large sects or elders went to capture them. These people would scatter when they heard the news, fleeing in all directions, not wanting to fight. Even when they sent inter-sect disciples, none of them returned. This gave the various large sects a headache. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had not expected this group of loose cultivators to have such a reputation. The danger of this trip was probably much higher than he had imagined. The waning moon disappeared, and the stars disappeared. The night was dark. One could not even see their fingers when they stretched out their hands. The Feng clan, one of the 4 great clans of Dingshui City, was brightly lit. The entire residence was under martial law. Guards patrolled the large residence, as though it was about to face a great enemy. Half a month ago, the other 2 great clans of the city, the Tang clan and the Lu clan, were completely slaughtered by that group of loose cultivators. Women, old, and young all died miserably. Furthermore, the 7 Black Wind Killers announced that they would return in half a month. This made the entire Feng clan very uneasy. They feared that they would suffer the same fate as the previous 2 clans. All the elites of the Feng clan gathered in the Great Hall. Including the Feng clan's clan head, there were a total of 5 inferior-grade martial monarchs, 20-odd martial kings, and several hundred martial saints. However, No one felt safe. Everyone knew that if the 7 Black Wind Killers really came, they would not be able to do anything with their strength. The Foam Clan's clan head was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had a worried expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "I wonder if the Hautian sect has received our mission request." However, after thinking about it, the Foam Clan's clan head felt that the chances were slim. The true inheritors would definitely not come. The reward that the Foam Clan's clan head offered would not attract many veteran disciples. Even if 1 or 2 came, they would not be of much use. No matter how the Foam Clan's clan head thought about it, it was a hopeless situation. Ha ha ha. Who is the Foam Clan's clan head? Hand over all your women and spirit stones, and we, the 7 Black Wind Killers, will give you a quick death. As the Foam Clan's clan head pondered, arrogant laughter came from a distance. The voice was coarse and contained a killing chi that made everyone uncomfortable. They are here. The expressions of everyone in the hall changed. Panic flashed in their eyes. The hands holding their weapons even trembled slightly. The 7 Black Wind Killers were infamous. Their methods were cruel. Before the battle even started, they already put a lot of pressure on everyone's hearts. 5 minutes passed. However, after the 7 Black Wind Killers laughed, they still did not appear. This made everyone feel suspicious. Based on the earlier voice, the 7 Black Wind Killers were already less than 5 kilometers away. How could they not be here yet? The Foam Clan's clan head thought of a possibility. He grasped his sword tightly and said, "Let's go out and take a look." The group left the great hall and looked up. They saw a tall building in front. A young bladesman dressed in white stood calmly on the roof of the building. His appearance could not be seen clearly. In front of him were 7 black-clothed men, radiating ferocious auras and surging killing chi. They stood on the roof of a building opposite. The 7 black-clothed men exuded a heavy stench of blood. That was a bone-deep killing chi that could not be washed away no matter what. The person in the lead had only one left eye. The other was a grayish-white right eye. There was also a scarlet scar around the eye socket. At a glance, it looked like a bloody hole. This was extremely horrifying. If one were a timid person, they would not even be able to look them in the eye. Fear before the battle even started would cause one to lose their composure. Where did this brat come from? How dare he block our way? Beside the one-eyed man, a man who was as skinny as a monkey and had a wretched look in his eyes shouted. These words contained a baleful aura. As the sound waves drifted over, they tried to enter Xiao Chen's mind. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like waves as he said coldly, "So what if I block your way?" His voice was also imbued with his powerful mind power, and the sound waves rumbled. As the sound waves surged, they clashed with the skinny man's voice and easily broke the killing chi in his words. The sound waves did not stop and continued forward. The skinny man grunted and took a step back, suffering a small disadvantage at Xiao Chen's hands. When the leader, the one-eyed man, saw this scene, he smiled sinisterly and said, "You are quite capable. Brat, which sect are you from? After you die, I will send your head back." "I am the Hautian sect intersect disciple, Xiao Chun. My name is Xiao Chun, and my name is Chun," Xiao Chun said unhurriedly. "However, I'm afraid you will not be able to obtain my head. You'd better lend me your head." Xiao Chen's unhurried speech gave off a feeling of laziness at first, causing others to lower their guard. However, Xiao Chun said the last word cleanly and without any hesitation. By the time they reacted and Xiao Chun finished speaking, Xiao Chun had already left. "Oh no!" The one-eyed man's expression changed as he shouted, "Old 7, be careful." In the quiet night, there was no moon or stars. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the sound of punches came from the wind. It was Xiao Chun who executed the Azure Dragon Tail Whip. He moved in an intense arc in the air, heading for the weakest of the 7. Then, he charged at lightning speed at the weakest person of the 7. When that person sensed Xiao Chen's sudden attack, although he was astonished, he did not panic. This showed his rich combat experience. That person's right ear twitched slightly as he listened carefully to the sound of the wind. Then he reacted quickly. Without hesitation, he turned his body and punched at Xiao Chun. Bang! When the two fists collided, there was an explosion of surging shock waves. A strong wind blew everywhere, making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. That person did not move at all. He watched as Xiao Chen's figure slowly disappeared into strong wind. He smiled coldly and said, "Insignificant tricks. Our 7 black wind killers have killed countless inner sect disciples like you. Is that so?" A voice came from above him. He felt flustered for no reason. When he looked up, he discovered that there was actually another Xiao Chun above him. Without giving that person any time to react, Xiao Chun circulated all the vital qi in his body and executed the dragon claw fist breaking armor fist, forming a sharp shockwave. Xiao Chun broke through that person's protective quintessence and struck the Tianmin acupoint on his head. This was one of the fatal acupoints of the human body. Blood leaked out of that person's mouth as he died on the spot. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. In just a few breaths, the weakest person was killed by Xiao Chun. When the others looked carefully, they discovered that the figure hidden in the wind was just a clone. "You are seeking death." The 7 black wind killers moved unhindered everywhere, living a free and unfettered life. What kind of storm had they not seen before? Even the true inheritors, elders, and administrators of the sect could not do anything to them. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun managed to take down one of them in just one exchange. Furthermore, that person was just an inner sect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man shouted and released his killing qi. He drew a cavalry saber and sent out a dazzling saber light as he hacked down. The other 5 reacted quickly as well. As they moved, they blocked off all of Xiao Chen's paths of retreat. In the blink of an eye, they formed a tight encirclement, trapping Xiao Chun inside. These people blocked off Xiao Chen's paths of retreat. They wanted to force him to clash head-on with the one-eyed man, not allowing him to escape. However, did Xiao Chun need a retreat? Xiao Chun smiled gently and flipped his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared from the universe ring. He grasped the saber hilt with his right hand, and a light came out of the scabbard. Xiao! 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 With every step Xiao Chun took in the air, he left behind an afterimage. Each afterimage sent out a different saber strike. Chapter 656. By the time Xiao Chun clashed with the one-eyed man's saber light, he had already left behind 6 afterimages. The afterimages instantly merged together, and a dazzling saber light shot out from his saber. His aura sword. The 2 sabers clashed. As the one-eyed man expected, the scene of Xiao Chun flying back in a sorry state did not happen. Instead, the one-eyed man got blasted back by this saber strike. A gap immediately appeared in the tight encirclement. Xiao Chun did not get greedy. For this one-eyed man to have lived for so long, he definitely had some ability. Xiao Chen's body swayed gently, and he escaped the encirclement of the 6 people. Then, he landed on the roof behind him. When the Phone Clan's clan head, who was in the brightly lit residence below, saw this scene, he was extremely astonished. An inner sect disciple actually managed to escape from the 7 black wind killers. Not only was he safe and sound, but he even managed to subdue one of them. Such strength was simply unimaginable. The Phone Clan's clan head muttered, "Strange, I know all the leaders of the inner sect's 5 big factions. How come I have never heard of a white-robed bladesman? When did this person appear?" "Clan head, we are probably saved this time," someone at the side said joyfully. The Phone Clan's clan head shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. The 7 black wind killers are not that easy to deal with. The reason that person died at his hands was probably due to carelessness. This white-robed bladesman is still too careless. It would be great if he could recruit a few more companions. If the situation turns bad, we will immediately make a move to help. Kill." The one-eyed man calmed the surging quintessence in his body. His expression turned cold, and he revealed a sinister smile. Then, he led the 5 people over again. 5 surging, berserk-killing chi merged together, forming an undulating scarlet sea before everyone's eyes. As the waves splashed, vengeful spirits and malicious spirits charged out of the water, wailing loudly. Xiao Chen felt slightly dizzy. He raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, I wonder how many people these fellows have killed to form so much baleful qi. If a regular cultivator did not have strong mental energy, they might even crumble before this overwhelming baleful qi. No wonder people said loose cultivators were hard to deal with. The mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness circulated, expelling the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Xiao Chen held his saber with one hand. His heart was calm as he dealt with the 6 people charging at him with a calm expression. In the pitch-black night, saber lights and sword shadows flew everywhere. The surrounding buildings collapsed one by one as a group of people fought intensely. The dense quintessence on Xiao Chen's saber light made the 7 black wind killers feel extremely uncomfortable, aside from the one-eyed man. Every time he exchanged a move with Xiao Chen, the quintessence on his weapon would be broken by Xiao Chen's saber light, turning into hidden energy that entered his body through his weapon. The longer they fought, the more intense this feeling became. The 2 with the weaker physical bodies could not help but leak blood from the corners of their mouths. On the other hand, although Xiao Chen was attacked repeatedly by the 6 people, he fought steadily and surely. His powerful and condensed quintessential essence swept away most of the attacking qi. As for the remaining half, Xiao Chen relied on his horrifying physical body to block them without any pressure. Only the one-eyed man's attacks could cause him some trouble. Big brother, this is troublesome. Do we fall for a trap? This fellow might be a peak character in the inner sect. The reason the 7 black wind killers could live for so long was not because they were unrivaled. Instead, it was because they could judge the situation. If they encountered a true disciple, sect elder, or a famous young expert, they would immediately avoid the battle and flee far away. At this moment, one of them could no longer hold on. He thought of retreating, so he sent a voice projection to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man replied coldly, If you dare to run, I will chop you in half. I recognize the portraits of the inner sect's 5 great experts. This brat is definitely holding on. If we kill him, the spirit gathering pearls on him will help me advance to medial grade martial monarch. Feeling helpless, the 6 continued to clench their teeth and hold on, waiting for Xiao Chen to crumble. The calm and composed Xiao Chen continued to block the attacks of the 6 in an unflustered manner. As he watched the black-clothed men vomit blood from the hidden energy, he silently calculated the time to make a move. Xiao Chen moved swiftly and decisively. When he truly made a move, he instantly turned the situation around. Pussy. After another 100 moves, 3 of the 7 black wind killers vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. The accumulated damage from the hidden energy exploded forth with a considerable might. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. When he saw a strange light flash in the 3's eyes, he smiled coldly to himself. However, he still did not rush to make a move. Big brother, this brat did not fall for it. What should we do? It looks like he is not that inexperienced. He is very experienced. The 3 felt bitter in their hearts. They sent voice projections to the one-eyed man, complaining. The one-eyed man's entire left eye was already scarlet, looking very scary. His damaged right eye was even more horrifying. The wounds around it had already split open. The scar burst open, and scarlet blood seeped out continuously. The one-eyed man's originally ugly face now looked like an evil spirit from hell. I don't believe it. Burn your quintessence and destroy him in one breath. The one-eyed man sent a voice projection. The hearts of the others could not help but thump heavily. Burning their quintessence was truly cutting off all means of retreat. If they still could not defeat Xiao Chen, they would exhaust all their quintessence and would not even have a chance to flee. Xiao. Just as they hesitated, Xiao Chen, who had been fighting steadily and passively defending, suddenly made his move. He did not hold back his 60% comprehended saber intent. With the support of his saber intent, the slender saber gave off a beautiful flower-like light in the dark night. The saber trembled, and a resonant and pleasing hum resounded cheerfully. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City in the dark night were startled by this. All the bladesmen in Dingshui City, be they sleeping or cultivating, startled awake at this moment. They leaped out of their houses and looked into the distance. Kill! Xiao Qian's eyes turned scarlet. Since he intended to make a move, he needed to be swift and decisive. He also silently unleashed his peak state of massacre. The 7 Black Wind Killers, who frequently killed and drank blood, actually felt fear in their hearts when they saw Xiao Chun, who was as sharp as a saber. Electricity leaped about, and thunder roared in the dark night. Xiao Chun, who suddenly attacked, knocked the one-eyed man back with one saber strike. After that, Xiao Chun ignored the one-eyed man and charged at the person with the most severe internal injuries. Saber lights danced around, and Xiao Chun sent out 7 saber lights in the dark night. Each saber light split into 3 beams of light, charging over in an unending stream. Every saber light leaped about with purple electricity. As the saber lights flickered, that person seemed to see a sea of electricity surging at him. Dang! 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 At the critical moment, the one-eyed man performed better than usual, sending out 21 sword strikes and blocking all the saber lights. However, his quintessence was not as dense as Xiao Qian's. Every time the one-eyed man blocked a saber strike, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. After blocking 21 saber strikes, his complexion turned terrifyingly pale. However, Xiao Qian's saber light sea of fire was not just that. The sea of electricity that the one-eyed man saw was real. When the sea of electricity arrived, it directly blasted the one-eyed man to death. The remaining 4 exchanged glances. They had not expected Xiao Qian's attack to be so sharp and his timing to be so precise. Xiao Qian ignored the openings that they revealed earlier, waiting for the moment they hesitated to make a move. This was not a sect disciple who had just come out of seclusion. His combat experience was even richer than theirs. Scram out here. When the one-eyed man saw Xiao Chun kill another person, he became flustered and exasperated. He grasped his saber with both hands, and the dense quintessence gave off an unparalleled sharpness as he sent it at the sea of electricity. The one-eyed man's saber was very fast. However, Xiao Chun, who was hidden in the sea of electricity, was even faster. Just as the sharp saber light was about to strike the sea of electricity, an even sharper and more resplendent saber light leaped out. The saber light was like a shadow, streaking across the night sky like a meteor. It was very fast. 3 lines of blood shot out. Saber wounds about 1 centimeter deep appeared on the necks of the other 3 7 Black Wind Killers, and they died instantly. The saber that leaped out of the sea of electricity was very beautiful. Even the beautiful meteor paled in comparison to it. Those 3 people did not even know how they died, not to mention where the saber came from. The dead did not know. Even the one-eyed man, who was still alive, did not know. The one-eyed man only saw the sea of electricity suddenly part, and a white figure flashed by. Then, 3 of his capable subordinates died. The one-eyed man's gaze chased after Xiao Qian's figure. He looked around and discovered a white figure 200 meters in front of him with his back facing him. Blood dripped from the tip of the saber. The remnant saber intent in the air behind the figure had yet to scatter, buzzing loudly. Fear spread in the one-eyed man's heart. He did not think of anything else. He sheathed his saber and turned to flee. The one-eyed man flew forward with all his might, wanting to get as far away from that figure as possible. As a loose cultivator, the one-eyed man was not afraid of death. However, he did not want to end up like those 3, dying without even knowing how the other party had attacked. Xiao Qian slowly turned around and watched the one-eyed man flee. His lips curled up in a smile. Under the night sky, that delicate face revealed an extremely cold smile. Roar! 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 3 dragon roars resounded from Xiao Qian's chest. 3 blue dragon images appeared under Xiao Qian's feet, carrying him into the air. In just 3 breaths, he caught up to the one-eyed man. I said before, I want to borrow your head. Xiao Chun hacked down with his saber, knocking the one-eyed man, who had turned around in a hurry, into the ground. The tall building behind him collapsed. 4 seasons saber technique, fated person in autumn waters. Not giving this person any chance to flee, Xiao Chun sent out a gentle saber light. It was like the gentle smile of a fated person, filled with endless sorrow, warmth, and gentleness. The one-eyed man, who had just stood up, felt an autumn wind blow his face. It was like a young girl gently caressing his chest. Then a bloody, bull-sized hole appeared in his heart. You are definitely not an inner sect disciple of the Haotian sect. The one-eyed man looked at the wound on his chest and pointed at Xiao Chun, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Now, the 7 Black Wind Killers, who had been causing trouble everywhere and living freely, were all dead. The entire Feng clan residence fell silent. As they looked at the white-robed bladesman slowly descending from the sky, unspeakable shock appeared in their eyes. Who is this person? To think that he managed to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers alone. The 7 Black Wind Killers swept through the 18 southern provinces, coming and going like the wind. They burned, killed, and plundered for a long time. Unexpectedly, they all died at the hands of a youth today. Chapter 657. His saber intent is very strong. In our 18 southern provinces, there are not many young bladesmen with stronger saber intent than him. When that saber intent first came out, I could not control my saber. When the many bladesmen heard the hum of the saber, their eyes filled with shock. Ignoring the discussions and gazes of the others, Xiao Chun raised the bodies of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one and chopped off their heads. Xiao Chun returned the heads to the Haotian sect as proof that he had completed the mission. Then, he removed the spatial rings of the 7 Black Wind Killers one by one. Loose cultivators pursued a life of pleasure. Who knew when they might die? Normally, they would not have much wealth on them. However, this group of people had just robbed 2 clans. They should have some things on them. After doing all this, Xiao Chun stood on the blue dragon and landed before the Feng clan's clan head. He took out the mission list and said, "You are the one who issued the mission for the Haotian sect, right? Put your fingerprint here." The Feng clan's clan head was somewhat dazed. Even now, he could not believe that the 7 Black Wind Killers, who had stirred up trouble in Dingshui City and kept everyone on tenterhooks, had died just like that. After Xiao Chun reminded the Feng clan head again, he reacted and quickly put his fingerprint on the mission list. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Many thanks for young hero's help. The entire Feng clan is unable to repay you. You're too serious. I took someone's money, so I helped them eliminate their calamity. That is all." Smiling gently, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then, his white figure vanished into the vast night before everyone's eyes. Xiao Chun had come in the dark and left in the night. He came and went like the wind, disappearing without a trace. The pitch-black night did not change because of him. Only the 7 headless corpses lying on the ground silently spoke of Xiao Chun's achievements and fame. After a long time, when everyone had left, 2 figures with strong auras flew into the city from a distance. When he flew into the city and saw the 7 headless corpses, he looked at each other in dismay, feeling somewhat depressed. The 2 wore alternating blue and white robes. The one on the right had a sword at his waist, and the one on the left had 2 sabers on his back. If the people of Dingshui City were here, they would have recognized them as Rising Sky Pavilion disciples based on the sect insignia on their chests. Furthermore, they were inner-sect disciples with high statuses. Dingshui City was located at the border of the Haotian province and White Feather province. Historically, Dingshui City had been under the jurisdiction of White Feather province and Haotian province. It could be considered a relatively chaotic place. There were many cities like this in all the major states. Such a city with unclear ownership was also a place that individual cultivators were most willing to visit. The square-faced cultivator carrying 2 sabers looked at the 7 headless corpses and said, "Senior Brother Wong, we are too late. Someone killed the 7 Black Wind Killers before us. The Kings, the Black Rogs, the Black Roared, the Sky Saints, the Black. We're 7. The 7. The Black frequently. The 7. The cultivator with the 2 sabers was Lu Feihu. The handsome swordsman with the sword at his waist was Wang Feng. These 2 were the peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Coincidentally, they had accepted the mission to kill the 7. When they received the news, they immediately rushed to Dingshui City. Unexpectedly, they were still too late. Wang Feng remained silent. After a while, a ferocious light flashed in his eyes. He said, "The blood from the wounds has not coagulated yet. This person has not gone far. There should be people in the city who saw what happened." Lu Feihu immediately understood what Wang Feng meant. After wandering the world for so long, this was not the first time he had done something like this. Lu Feihu made a prompt decision and grabbed a nearby cultivator. Then, he inquired about what had happened. After the 2 heard it, disbelief flashed in their eyes. Lu Feihu said, "That's impossible. An inner sect disciple that I have never heard of easily killed the 7. If it were one of the 5 old experts of the Haoyan sect's inner sect, I might believe it. After all, these 5 are already very close to the strength of a true inheritor." Wang Feng's pitch-black eyes also revealed an uncertain expression. However, he was not in a rush to object like Lu Feihu. After a long time, Wang Feng voiced his opinion. The reason the 7 Black Wind Killers can run amok for so long is not because their cultivation is much higher than that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. After all, Lu's cultivators do not have as many resources as sect disciples. Instead, it is because of the baleful aura they have in their rich combat experience. With these 2 added together, inner sect disciples who just left the sect would not be able to gain any advantage against them. Lu Feihu was not stupid. He immediately figured it out. He said, "You mean to say that this person might be a disciple with a lot of experience from the lower realm? His killing intent and combat experience are no weaker than the 7 Black Wind Killers?" Wang Feng nodded and said, "That's right. That is the only possibility. He did not rely on his cultivation to kill the 7 Black Wind Killers. He is definitely not a match for us. This person is definitely going to use the transportation formation from Sky Mound City to Haoyan City. We just have to stop him before he gets there." As Xiao Chun left the city, he did not know that 2 peak inner sect disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had already targeted him. At this moment, Xiao Chun had an expression of anticipation as he opened the spatial rings on the 7 Black Wind Killers' hands. Aside from some truly strong bandits, Lu's cultivators normally would not have a lot of wealth on them. The reason was very simple. If they had a lot of resources, they would not have to take the risk of plundering everywhere. Furthermore, they were not in a sect. If they wanted to buy medicinal pills, they would be much more expensive than sect disciples. For example, in the Haoyan sect, an inferior grade quintessence gathering pill only cost 50,000 superior grade spirit stones. In the outside world, it would cost more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones. To Lu's cultivators, the spirit gathering pearls that the sect gave them for free were treasures that they craved. Even if one had money, it would be difficult to buy them. As Lu's cultivators, they lived precariously. Who knew when they might die at the hands of others? They always pursued the principle of enjoying themselves while they could, spending as much wealth as they could. However, there would always be surprises. Occasionally, there would be news of someone killing a loose cultivator in the Tianwu domain and obtaining an unexpected fortune. However, today, Xiao Chun probably had no fate with this surprise. Of the 7 spatial rings, he opened 6 in a row. In the end, there were no treasures worth looking at. However, there were spirit herbs under 1,000 years old, medicinal pills worth several thousand superior grade spirit stones, and yellow rank profound ranked martial techniques and cultivation techniques. There were countless of them. These should be the wealth that they had obtained after looting the 2 clans of Dingshui City. Given the size of Dingshui City and its geographical location, it was easy to imagine how many treasures the 4 clans had accumulated. The only consolation was that the 6 of them had some superior grade spirit stones on them. Altogether, they had more than 100,000. To Xiao Chun, who had spent all his superior grade spirit stones on the quintessence gathering pill, this solved some of his urgent problems. Xiao Chun shifted his gaze to the last spatial ring. That was the spatial ring of the one-eyed man of the 7 Black Wind Killers. This person was the leader of the 7 Black Wind Killers, and also the strongest. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, his wealth should be a little more than the other 6 combined. Filled with anticipation, Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense into this person's spatial ring. After a rough scan, he got a rough idea of what was inside. There were more than 200,000 superior grade spirit stones, more than 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 inferior grade quintessence gathering pill, and a peak grade medicinal pill for instantly replenishing quintessence. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. At least there was some profit. In total, there were 400,000 superior grade spirit stones. The 20 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls could be considered a windfall. What Xiao Chun lacked now were inferior grade spirit gathering pearls. Only the surging quintessence in the spirit gathering pearls could speed up his cultivation. Superior grade spirit stones could only be used as currency. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chun hurried on his way, pondering over his actions in the previous battle. What was wrong and what was good for him? The last strike of the Blade Flash and Thunder Shadow was the first time that it was used against so many people at the same time, and it achieved an effect that even Xiao Chun could not have imagined. If Xiao Chun was not wrong, this Lightning Shadow Saber Light should be an inferior grade heaven ranked martial technique. It was of a lower rank than the Blue Dragon Goes to Sea, but its effects were not much worse. Moreover, it did not consume as much quintessential essence. In the future, Xiao Chun could use Saber Light Thunder Shadow as his trump card and Blue Dragon Goes to Sea as his trump card. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were different from Earth-ranked martial techniques. One had to continuously comprehend and dig deeper. Every 10% increase in might would result in a completely different outcome. No matter how much one dug deeper into an Earth-ranked martial technique, it would only be like the Four-Season Saber technique. Its potential was limited. After all, its creation was based on essence. However, heaven-ranked martial techniques could continuously make breakthroughs. They were based on even stronger quintessential essence. Even if one broke through to Martial Sage in the future, or even peak Martial Sage, one could continue using it. It would not become outdated. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, I can only bring out 30% of Saber Light Thunder Shadow's might. However, this name sounds rather unpleasant. When I have time in the future, I have to think of a better name. The original move was called Sword Light Fire Shadow, which sounded pretty good. However, after changing it to Saber Light Thunder Shadow, it seemed rather ordinary. Along the way, Xiao Chun looked relaxed. In reality, he was not idle at all. He continuously thought about the various variations of the Saber Light Thunder Shadow. 4 days later, the majestic sky, Mound City, came into view. Xiao Chun could not help but increase his pace. When he passed a forest, Xiao Chun could not help but frown slightly. He had been to this forest before. It was a place one had to pass to get to and from Sky Mound City. However, there were no strong spirit beasts in the forest. There were only some ordinary birds and beasts. Logically speaking, there should not be any danger. However, Xiao Chun had clearly felt a killing intent earlier. That killing intent disappeared in an instant. It had been hidden very well. Xiao Chun had always been very confident in his senses. He immediately sent out his spiritual sense and searched the forest carefully. Strange, I clearly felt a killing intent. Why did my spiritual sense not discover anything? Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and revealed a suspicious expression. In the Kunlun realm, the laws were restricted. When cultivators flew, not only were they slower than in the lower realms, but they also exhausted more quintessential essence. Unless their lives were in danger, regular cultivators would not casually fly for long periods of time. Xiao Chun looked at the forest and thought for a while. In the end, he decided to enter it. Chapter 658. At worst, if there was any danger, he could just flee. Among those of the same generation, Xiao Chun did not dare claim to be unrivaled. However, he was still proud of his speed. If he ran into a martial sage or someone close to that level, there was no need to think too much. If a martial sage wanted to kill him, no matter how he ran, it would be pointless to think too much. There was a narrow path in the quiet forest. As Xiao Chun walked on it, his expression remained the same as usual. However, he kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings at all times. All sorts of small birds rested on the green trees on both sides of the path. These birds were unique to the Kunlun realm and were very intelligent. The chirping sounds rang out crisply without end. Carried by the gentle wind, the sounds continued to spread into the distance. Everything seemed to be the same as usual. The more it looked like this, the more cautious Xiao Chun became. The 99 drops of pearl-like quintessence liquid above his dantian spun quickly, ready to counterattack at any time if he met with any danger. Bang! Suddenly, the ground in front of and behind Xiao Chun split open, and two figures leaped out. A sharp killing intent spread out like a strong wind. Flap! 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 The birds perched on the trees were startled. They flapped their wings in a fluster and fled in flocks. The person in front held two sabers in his hands. The two sabers danced around quickly, creating a chaotic saber wind. His aura was startling, like a torrential storm pouring down. The saber wind chopped down the surrounding trees, turning them into its shavings that filled the air and danced in the wind. When one looked around, dust and wood shavings filled the air behind the dual saber man. Shockwaves surged out like surging waves. When he attacked, he raised his aura to its peak. As for the person behind him, he held a 1-meter-long sword. The sword light was withdrawn, looking simple and plain. He was like a sharp arrow tearing through the air, rushing forward. Compared to the startling aura of the dual saber cultivator, this person was very simple. The two formed a sharp contrast. One was very skillful, and the other had a horrifying aura. When the two attacked at the same time, a dense killing intent encased Xiao Chun. They wanted to take down Xiao Chun in one move. Xiao Chun kept his spiritual sense on the surroundings. He did not panic when the two suddenly attacked. In the blink of an eye, he had found several openings in the joint attacks of the two. Then, he quickly analyzed which openings he could use to allow him to suffer the least damage and retreat. The opportunity was fleeting. Xiao Chun had never been a wishy-washy person. After thinking for a moment, he made his move. Xiao Chun drew his saber and sent out a dazzling light. He had already agitated his quintessence and infused it into his saber. Kacha! Xiao Chun turned around and blocked the simple sword behind him. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained an extraordinary amount of power. When the sword and the saber collided, a series of energy ripples erupted and spread in all directions, directly uprooting the surrounding trees and crushing them into powder. Dust billowed, and when the dust from the man with the twin sabers merged together, the entire scene turned chaotic and blurry. Xiao Chen's arm went numb. He was astonished at the strength of that swordsman. However, the situation had already developed according to his script, so he did not fear it. Xiao Chen's figure trembled slightly, and he used the roaming dragon's 9 transformations to leave behind Clone. Then, he soared into the sky and hid in the dust. Amid the dust, the man with the twin sabers watched as Xiao Chen's clone flew over. He rejoiced and immediately swung his saber. Chi! Chi! In the blink of an eye, the two sabers sent out no less than 100 saber lights, chopping Xiao Chen's clone into countless pieces. We fell for it. The man with the twin sabers cursed softly, his expression changing when he saw the situation. When all the dust settled, the two of them looked up and saw Xiao Chun standing on a tree branch a kilometer away, calmly looking at the two of them. Naturally, these two were the Rising Sky Pavilion's Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. They had been lying in ambush here for a long time already and had made ample preparations. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun still managed to avoid their ambush. On the tree branch, Xiao Chun carefully sensed the two's cultivations. The swordsman was a middle-stage, medial-grade martial monarch. The man with the twin sabers was not weak either, an early-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun could not help but frown slightly. The Kunlun realm was not like the lower realms. Here, A cultivator's strength would increase by a small cultivation realm. It would be incredibly difficult to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm. These two medial-grade martial monarchs were probably in trouble. When Xiao Chun recognized the sect insignia on the other party's chest, he said coldly, "The Rising Sky Pavilion's people? I don't think I have any grudges with the two of you. Why are you blocking my way?" Lu Feihu crossed his twin sabers and smiled. "Naturally, we do not have any grudges with you. However, you have something that we want, so you have to stay." Wang Feng said calmly, "Just hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers. We will not take the treasures on them." Like the Haotian sect's mission hall, the Rising Sky Pavilion also had a contribution ranking every month. As long as one topped it, they would receive a great reward. Compared to the rewards, the Rising Sky Pavilion did not care about the 7 Black Wind Killers' wealth. When Xiao Chun heard Wang Feng's natural tone, as though it was only right for him to take the heads that he had worked so hard to obtain, he could not help but laugh hoarsely. He said, "In that case, I'll say this as well. Quickly scram. Otherwise, when the Haotian sect's people find out that your Rising Sky Pavilion's people are behaving atrociously here, you will not be able to escape." Lu Feihu smiled sinisterly. His magnanimous face revealed a trace of incongruous viciousness as he said, "Ha, that is if you were alive and able to make it back alive." Right after Lu Feihu spoke, he prepared to make a move. However, Wang Feng stopped him. Wang Feng had exchanged a move with Xiao Chun. Wang Feng had used 50% of his strength in that attack. However, as an inferior-grade martial monarch, Xiao Chun was able to receive it calmly. Unlike Lu Feihu, Wang Feng felt that this person before him was not as simple as an ordinary inferior-grade martial monarch. Wang Feng smiled faintly and said, "This friend, how about selling the heads in your hand to us? 7 heads for 70,000 superior-grade spirit stones." Xiao Chun said rudely, "Sorry, I do not lack these spirit stones. I gave you face, but you rejected it. Why are you speaking nonsense to him?" Lu Feihu had a fiery temper. He cursed and leaped into the air, charging over. Wang Feng's expression turned completely sullen. In his opinion, he had already given Xiao Chun a lot of face. Unexpectedly, this fellow still overestimated himself. 2 were medial-grade martial monarchs, and 1 was a middle-stage medial-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, these 2 were peak inner-sect disciples of rank 8 sections. Xiao Chun did some calculations. If he continued fighting, he would only have a 50% chance of victory. Furthermore, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, Xiao Chun was only an inferior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill yet. If he refined his quintessence with the quintessence gathering pill, he would not fear these 2. Xiao Chun would not be able to gain any advantage in this fight. However, this Lu Feihu seemed to be underestimating him. Perhaps he still had a chance. With a thought, Xiao Chun pushed off a tree branch and retreated. Right after Xiao Chun dodged, Lu Feihu's sabers chopped the tree he was standing on into several pieces. Sharp saber chi flew around the forest. Kassier, Kassier. Many trees fell to the ground after being chopped in half. Lu Feihu's aura flourished as he chased after Xiao Chun, hacking wildly at Xiao Chun as he slowly closed in on him. A few more exquisite saber techniques forced Xiao Chun into a corner. Lu Feihu laughed loudly and said, "Brat, let's see where you can run to." A look of horror flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he retreated in a fluster. However, he quickly hid it and did his best to brandish his saber to block. When Lu Feihu noticed the look in Xiao Chun's eyes, he felt very pleased. He thought to himself, "Your acting is pretty good. Do you think I cannot tell that you are just putting on a strong front?" Bang! The 2 sabers struck the pitch-black blade of the Lunar Shadow Saber. A berserk saber intent and quintessence surged out. Xiao Chun immediately vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew back miserably. When Lu Feihu saw the situation, he was even more certain of his thoughts. He smiled coldly and said, "Now you know how to regret it. Unfortunately, it is too late. Don't think that you are incredible just because you are a disciple of the Haotian sect." Lu Feihu took large strides and charged forward, forcing Xiao Chun to retreat without being able to retaliate. When Wang Feng, who had been quietly following, saw this scene, he was surprised at first. However, he smiled in relief and said, "So, that is how it is. I nearly got scared off by this brat. This brat should have suffered significant internal injuries from the initial attack. However, he endured it. He wanted to use his identity as a disciple of the Hao Ian sect to scare the two of them away without having to hand over the heads of the 7 Black Wind Killers." However, under Lu Feihu's ferocious attacks, he immediately exposed himself. He could not hide it even if he wanted to. After thinking for a while, Wang Feng concluded that the situation was as he guessed. He relaxed slightly and no longer followed Lu Feihu closely like before. Instead, he followed a leisurely pace. Each move of Lu Feihu's was more ferocious than the one before. As he advanced, he forced Xiao Chun into a sorry state. He could only barely deal with Lu Feihu. The surrounding trees were destroyed one by one like building blocks, turning into catkins that flew all over the sky. As Xiao Chun raised his lunar shadow saber, he looked like he was blocking the other party's attacks in a sorry state. However, in reality, he was calculating every opening of Lu Feihu's. "No, this opening is too small. Although I can force Lu Feihu back, he will be able to react quickly. I will not be able to injure him. This move will not do either. After I injure him, I will not be able to retreat. Wang Feng, who was at the side, will be able to catch up." Xiao Chun circulated his energy and vomited another mouthful of blood. His face paled even more. Even as he faced the various opportunities, he remained absolutely calm, waiting for the best opportunity. Lu Feihu swung both his sabers and burst forth with surging quintessence. He knocked Xiao Chun into the air and sent him crashing into the ground. When Lu Feihu saw Xiao Chun struggling to stand up, he smiled sinisterly. He walked over step by step, lowering his guard to the lowest. Wang Feng, who was at the side, also revealed a sinister smile. He muttered to himself, "This fellow is finally an arrow at the end of its flight. This is the moment. Make your move." When Lu Feihu got within 2 meters of Xiao Chun, something strange happened. Xiao Chun, who looked weak and had difficulty standing up, suddenly soared into the air. He swung his saber 7 times. Each saber strike perfectly merged his quintessence and state of thunder. The 7 saber images split into 3, turning into 21 saber images. The saber light was very bright and thunder roared. Xiao Chen's aura suddenly reached its peak. Chapter 659. These 21 saber images were hard to distinguish. The might of each saber strike was immense. No one dared to underestimate them. The most important thing was that Lu Feihu had just let down his guard. Every step he took was filled with openings. It was impossible to defend perfectly. Dang, dang, dang. Lu Feihu managed to block 18 of the 21 saber strikes. However, he could not block the remaining 3. 3 saber lights tore open bloody wounds on his chest. Fortunately, Lu Feihu's quintessence was much denser than Xiao Chen's. Although the wounds were horrifying, they were not fatal. However, before Lu Feihu could catch his breath, the 21 saber lights suddenly formed a line, forming a vast sea filled with electric light. Bang! The sea of electricity knocked Lu Feihu back. He vomited a large mouthful of blood as electricity leaped around his entire body, crackling continuously. The situation instantly changed. However, it was not over yet. As Lu Feihu flew back, before he landed, he saw a saber light coming from an unknown place. Like a bolt of lightning, the saber light flew towards Lu Feihu's chest. At the critical moment, Lu Feihu did his best to twist his body. Kasie, a scarlet light shot out. That saber light chopped off Lu Feihu's right arm, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Lu Feihu fell to the ground, unable to get up. With his right arm chopped off, intense pain assaulted him continuously. He rolled around on the ground, moaning in pain. When Wang Feng, who was not far away, saw this sudden scene, He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. How did the previously listless Xiao Chun suddenly become so lively, instantly turning the situation around? By the time Wang Feng recovered his wits, Xiao Chun was already standing on 3 blue dragon images, rushing towards the distant sky mound city. Xiao Chen's speed flabbergasted Wang Feng. Even if Wang Feng chased with all his might, he could barely keep up. After losing the initiative, he would never be able to catch up. Wang Feng looked at the moaning Lu Feihu on the ground, and then at Xiao Chun, who calmly retreated. Wang Feng's expression alternated between green and white, clearly extremely frustrated. 2 of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion had actually been fooled by a brat who had just left the sect. Furthermore, they had to pay such a hefty price. Along the way, Xiao Chun did not slow down. He flew to the corner of Sky Mound City before letting out a sigh of relief and stopping. The sword-wielding martial artist gave him a very dangerous feeling. With Xiao Chen's current cultivation, if the other party wasn't careless, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Only by consuming the quintessence gathering pill and refining his quintessence could he defeat his opponent easily. But before that, there was no need to take the risk and fight to the death with the other party. The gains did not make up for the losses. Looking at the space ring in his hand, Xiao Chun smiled and strode toward the city gates. This spatial ring was from Lu Feihu's arm. As for Lu Feihu's arm, he had already thrown it away. Instead of rushing to the transportation formation in the city, Xiao Chun rented a quiet courtyard and prepared to open Lu Feihu's spatial ring. Lu Feihu was one of the top inner disciples of the Rising Sky Pavilion. Although he could not compare to the top inner disciples of the Haotian sect, he should be much wealthier than those loose cultivators. Xiao Chun sent his spiritual sense into the spatial ring and carefully scanned it, not missing any corner. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he revealed an expression of wild joy. In the spatial ring, there was a total of 1 million superior grade spirit stones, more than 100 inferior grade spirit gathering pearls, 1 superior grade quintessence gathering pill, and several rank 8 medicinal pills of the same grade as the quintessence gathering pill. After consuming the quintessence gathering pill, it could clear away all the distracting thoughts in a cultivator's heart for a period of time, increasing the chances of a cultivator making a breakthrough when comprehending a martial technique. There were also many other medicinal pills and spirit herbs of a lower grade. All the things that Lu Feihu had accumulated as an inner disciple ended up in Xiao Chen's hands. Xiao Chen could not help but smile. Lu Feihu probably feels like dying now. Xiao Chun tidied up the items in the 7 Black Wind Killers' spatial rings and Lu Feihu's spatial rings. Then he put on a cloak and went out, exchanging them for superior grade spirit stones. With this, Xiao Chen now had a total of 1,800,000 superior grade spirit stones. He was originally poor, but now he was rich. However, the most important thing were the spirit gathering pearls. After obtaining 100 spirit gathering pearls from Lu Feihu, Xiao Chun would be able to advance to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. As for the 100-odd inferior grade spirit gathering pearls that Xiao Chun originally had, he could keep them and consume the quintessence gathering pill to increase his cultivation quickly. It is time to raise my cultivation to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. Xiao Chun took out the 100 spirit gathering pearls and clenched his fist. As long as he consumed the quintessence gathering pill, he would be able to defeat Wang Feng and Lu Feihu. Xiao Chun went to the cultivation room in the courtyard and sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. Then he placed the 4 spirit gathering pearls on the Tianmen acupoint on his head. When he was a martial king, Xiao Chun had experienced the might of the spirit gathering pearls. He did not dare to be careless. He took a deep breath and slowly melted the 4 spirit gathering pearls. Bang! 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 The 4 spirit gathering pearls melted one after another, releasing a horrifying energy that spread out in Xiao Chen's body. His internal organs trembled endlessly. Xiao Chen's internal organs trembled endlessly. As the 4 surging energies clashed with each other, His body churned like it would explode at any moment. Most people could only refine one inferior grade spirit gathering pearl at a time, because their physical body could not endure it. Refining 4 spirit gathering pearls in one go, like Xiao Qian, was no different from sending himself to death. Xiao Qian knew his limits. Given the strength of his physical body, as long as he could stabilize his mind, refining 4 spirit gathering pearls at the same time would not be a problem. Clenching his teeth, Xiao Qian endured the intense pain. He kept his mind calm and did his best to persevere. Dita, Dita. Sweat poured off Xiao Qian's body like rain. In less than a minute, he looked like he had been fished out of water. The intense pain was easy to imagine. However, Xiao Qian had to persevere because he did not have much time left. In this Kunlun realm, just 2 medial grade martial monarchs would be able to force him back. A superior grade martial monarch would be able to destroy him. Xiao Qian had his own pride. Even though he was in a dormant state, it did not mean that he had given up on the determination in his heart. After 5 minutes, the intense pain finally disappeared. Xiao Qian heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he circulated the purple thunder divine incantation and slowly refined the huge spiritual body formed by the 4 spirit gathering pearls. After 10 great cycles, the spiritual energy in Xiao Qian's 9 meridians flowed out of the 9 main meridians and gathered together. Finally, the spiritual energy condensed into a drop of quintessence liquid glistening with purple light. Then, it slowly floated above Xiao Qian's dantian. Xiao Qian opened his eyes and revealed a faint smile. After persevering for so long, there was finally some reward. Xiao Qian picked up another 4 spirit gathering pearls and placed them on the Tianmin acupoint on his head. Then, he continued to refine them. According to Xiao Qian's estimations, he needed to condense at least 120 drops of quintessence liquid before he could reach peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. 10 days later, after spending a total of 150 spirit gathering pearls, Xiao Qian finally advanced to peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch. The number of spirit gathering pearls required exceeded his original plan. Xiao Qian had expected this long ago, so he was not surprised. Compared to a regular heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the purple thunder divine incantation seemed to be even stronger. Even Xiao Qian could not figure it out. Rumor had it that the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer was a dividing line. If he could cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 7th layer, there would be an unimaginable change. There might even be an ancient heavenly tribulation. However, this was not something that Xiao Qian could think about for now. At this moment, Xiao Qian's quintessence was vast, strong, and reserved. With his cultivation at peak late-stage inferior grade martial monarch and his plain and reserved aura, no one would believe that Xiao Qian had not consumed the quintessence gathering pill. Xiao Qian cautiously took out the superior grade quintessence gathering pill. Then he looked at this quintessence gathering pill with lingering spiritual energy. He revealed a contemplative look. Medicinal pills were divided into 9 ranks. Above rank 9 were holy pills. Above holy pills were the legendary immortal pills. Even sovereign martial emperors sought immortal pills. However, whether immortal pills existed or not was just a legend in this world. In this world, any medicinal pill that reached rank 8 was extremely precious. The superior grade quintessence gathering pill was the peak of rank 8 medicinal pills. If it was sold for 200,000 medicinal pills in the sect, it could be sold for 7 or 800,000 medicinal pills in an auction outside. However, the sect limited the purchase of such strategic medicinal pills. It was very difficult for inner sect disciples to sell them. He collected his wandering thoughts and placed the medicinal pill in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted in his mouth. The quintessence gathering pill melted and turned into a cool liquid that flowed down his throat. Everywhere it passed, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. However, when that liquid flowed to the top of Xiao Qian's dantian, he felt a burning sensation. The comfortable feeling instantly turned into extreme pain. When the liquid flowed into the liquefied medicinal pill, the 99 drops of pearl-like liquid sizzled and gave off steam. It was like his body was on fire. The fire penetrated deep into his bones, burning in his blood, burning in his bones, and burning in his muscles. Suddenly, Xiao Qin's face contorted in pain. His facial features scrunched up. He did not look human at all. Why did one have to endure such intense pain when consuming the quintessence gathering pill? Why had no one mentioned it before? Xiao Qin gritted his teeth and gave off a grinding sound. He felt very suspicious. He did not believe that many people could endure such pain. Even the pain that Xiao Qin experienced from the spirit gathering pearls in his body paled in comparison to this pain. Damn it! Could it be because of the superior grade quintessence gathering pill? Why did the owner not warn me? I should have bought some expensive medicinal herbs to help. If I could not endure it and failed, the 200,000 superior grade spirit stones would have gone to waste. However, in reality, Xiao Qin had misunderstood the owner. The problem was with himself. Most cultivators would not condense quintessence on their own. Not only was it difficult, but it was also time-consuming and required a lot of patience. The most important thing was that after one condensed their quintessence and consumed the quintessence gathering pill, they would experience the same unbearable experience as Xiao Qin. In the vast Tianwu domain, there were countless outstanding people. Those seniors had already thought of refining their quintessence before consuming the quintessence gathering pill.